Okay, good morning. It's 9:30 and time for me to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan Examination. I'm Stephen Lee, the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan and report to the Council in due course. Assume everybody could hear me okay? Thank you. Today's a continuation of the session started on Tuesday, so I'm not going to go through any of my usual opening blurb. All of that obviously all remains extant, and you've all been here before, so I don't need to explain that again. I will just go round the table for completeness as a reminder, introductions. We may have, I think, one new face as well for that, and also then if there are any matters arising, I do understand from Annette there might be a couple of matters arising. And then we'll crack on. We got to criterion 7 of PL10, so we'll carry on going through the policy and then move on to the other items on the agenda as we get to them. So yes, first of all, Mr. Reid, thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name's Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel, and I'm representing Enfield Council today.
Morning, Julian Pye, Highest Associates representing Enfield Council.
Hi, good morning. Edward Jones, Spatial Planning Manager, Enfield Council.
Morning, Jamie Sullivan, Iceni Projects, here on behalf of Fairview New Home.
Morning, Catherine Mason from Savills, Planning Consultant representing Coma Homes.
Good morning, Joshua James from Landsdown representing the Trent Park Equestrian Centre site.
Good morning, so Mike Murray from Causeway Land Advisors representing the London Dyson Fund.
Peter Biggs from PJB Planning, representing Nicholas Holdings and the consortium of landowners for the land to the west of Arnold House.
Martyn Lee, just representing a resident of Enfield.
Good morning, I'm Andrew Lack, and today I'm representing Enfield Road Watch, the Western Enfield Residents Association and the Friends of Trent Country Park.
Good morning, John West, representing the Enfield Society.
Good morning, Vicky Pite, excuse me, representing Enfield Over 50s Forum.
Good morning, Matt Byrne, representing EnCaf Land Use Working Group.
Councillor Edward Smith, representing Ridgeway Ward.
Thank you all. Just double check this. So the London Were you here on Tuesday? You were, sorry. Thank you. Double check that. So a different representative for Coma, but I'm sure you've been before. You know how these things work. I don't need to go through all that again. Thank you. Right. Okay. Matters arising then. I'll go to the council first, see if there's anything from their perspective. I know there are, so Annette got a couple of emails, which I've not seen. But is there anything from your point of view?
So yes, if I can deal with it. It concerns a matter that was raised by Mr. Byrne quite properly, I should say, and very helpfully, enabling us to correct one matter that needs to be addressed in the light of the contents of the transport assessment. So you'll remember that the evidence was given by Ms. Elphick about the robustness of the transport assessment, which included a number of issues, both in respect of what trip rate had been adopted, whether the modelling took into account sustainability measures, the area within which the modelling was undertaken that covered Chase Park, that it was greater than the area of the development site itself, and also, and this is the point, and also the fact that the modelling was undertaken, that's to say the capacity modelling was undertaken on the basis of 5718 dwellings rather than 3600 dwellings. And Mr. Byrne's quite right to note that actually if you look at the modelling, it doesn't, in terms of the capacity modelling, it doesn't take the 5.7, it does take the correct version of 3.6. So in that sense, that element of sensitivity, or rather robustness, doesn't apply. But the first point to note is that the assessment of 3600 was applied as a sensitivity test. And I'm going to give you the references, sir, so you can see this for your own part in order to follow this through. I can take you through each page, but it's actually rather simple. It's pages 91, 94, and 95 of TRA4. And it was the figure of 3600 was applied as a sensitivity, but included all of the results as we looked at previously, and that's say on Tuesday in TRA6. That's say the delay elements.
Sorry, TRA4 or 6?
Yeah.
Sorry,
TRA4. TRA4. Sets out the position that I'm going to explain in a moment. So 91, 94, and 95 are the relevant pages. But to return to the point that the approach that was then undertaken with regard to the impacts on the network, that was on the basis of 3600. But it was 3600 against a higher trip rate than was produced with the motion modelling assessment. And the motion modelling assessment, which is on page 91 of that part of TRA4, the motion assessment is the assessment that is used by TfL and modellers dealing with local plans. But because, and this is all in the TRA itself, but because it was felt by WSP that trip rate was too low, it was upped and significantly increased. With regard to the PM peak, it was increased from 0.23 trips per dwelling under motion to 0.35 trips per dwelling. And you can see that, so it might be worthwhile, since if you have it there, page 95, that's the trips. And you can see it, where it says trip rate sensitivity, I said that it was a sensitivity test, but if you look at the second bullet, you'll see it says trip rate sensitivity, Chase Park, 3.6 dwellings. This scenario only is presented in the next slides. Do you see that? And the next slides include all of those slides in TRA6, forgive me, TRA5 and 6. So what was used was 3600, as I've said. But if you look below that, you can see the number of peak hour trips as a result of new dwellings, and then you can see 0.23 is identified as the original motion, and then 0.35 was used for the uplifted trips. And that has resulted, because of that uplift, if you look at the traffic generation for the PM peak, the AM peak is missing from this simply by virtue of an administrative error. It's actually showing, I'll come on to explain that, and we can provide it if necessary, but it's showing, in fact, a picture that's still more of a worst case. But you can see that the Chase Park generated figures are 1260 under the 0.35 per dwelling modal split, as against 1332 for the 0.23 trips per dwelling, which is the motion output. So in short, the uplifted trip rate has arrived at a figure that is about the same with regard to, in comparison to the motion trip rate for 5718. And as I say, the AM peak position, and we can provide this, and I think it's sensible that you do have it so that the omission in error is corrected. But you'll see that in respect of the shift of using a higher trip rate, has led to the Chase Park generation on the lower number of units being higher than at the higher number of units. But so I'll deal with that. And so I said, you may not need to go to it, but it'd be worthwhile at least seeing the point. It's at page 94, the page before. At page 94, you'll see that what I've just told you is there set out. So very clearly set out in the TRA. Simply a position of error that was set out on Tuesday. And what it says is that motion was generating around 1,300 peak hour trips as a result of the additional 6,300 dwellings proposed at Chase Park and 7,600 dwellings at Cruise Hill, which WSP felt was low. WSP have undertaken a peak hour trip generation analysis and derived a revised trip rate based on tricks. And you'll see that 6,300, which includes other allocations as well within that area, as I understand it. So it still includes the 5,700. But WSP have undertaken a peak hour trip generation analysis, it says in the third bullet, and derived a revised trip rate based on tricks. So that's what's happened. In short, motion was showing a level, despite the fact that that is the approach to be adopted, at least by TfL with regard to the analysis. It was uplifted. The effect of uplifting has meant that the traffic generation is equivalent to the position with the lower number of units. I won't go back to all of the other reasons why there's still robustness in the system, in the analysis. But quite rightly, Mr. Byrne raised it with us, and we felt it incumbent, of course, to correct the position so you knew the situation.
Thank you. The upshot of all this, I have to understand what the upshot is, that the figures, so we've talked at various times about the delays at junctions and the like, and the plans that show those. If I take it that they're based on then the numbers of dwellings as proposed, but with this increased trip rate, but ultimately it doesn't alter their overall conclusion. One assumes from your point of view that that doesn't result in severe problems, albeit there's no longer that sort of caveat that it is a worst case to the tune of 2,000 dwellings. That's understood. I understand again what you said about trip rates. That's understood. So that's fine. Oh, understood. Yeah. So it doesn't alter your conclusions in any way, and doesn't invalidate the results as far as we're concerned. It's purely what was plugged into it, and clarifying that. Thank you for that.
That's exactly right. So we can certainly ask Ms. Elphick to confirm that is the position, that it hasn't led to any different conclusion, if you'd like her to do that. But that at least is the position.
If the numbers are the same, then if the results are the same, then obviously it's important to know what was plugged in, but it's the outcome of that to understand that, well, the delays as suggested would not be, as far as you're concerned, severe. There may be other views. I'm not going to get back into that discussion, just so everybody's aware of that. I'm not starting that big debate again. I have a different view on that. And then the other thing was, it may come when we start talking about the criteria in relation to parking, for example, and once we've actually bottomed out what all that means. Obviously, I know there's no modelling for that, but it may well be that obviously we can get some of you, as Ms. Helfick's here, to assist on what from a sort of general perspective, what would that be likely to mean in terms of trip generation. So if it was based on 1.15 spaces, I think, per dwelling originally, if that's still the intent, then fine. If obviously when we get to those discussions, that intent, following your discussion of TfL and the modification suggestion is different, then I suppose the question is, well, does that would that, at least in theory, alter those figures to any significant degree. And then just as a general thing, obviously, as is always the case, if I decide at the end of all this that further information is needed, then I'll ask for it. So. Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Burns, anything you want to add? You've pointed that out.
No, thank you.
So I don't want to get into. The positions, as I understand them, haven't changed. There's a view that the modelling isn't sufficient, and more modelling would be required. There's a view that that's not the case, and I understand that. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. I also understand, Mr. Lee, no relation, that you've you contacted Annette. As I say, I don't, as a rule, accept new evidence after it's been discussed, because that's just, it's not fair on other people. You've had, obviously, plenty of opportunity to provide the evidence. Your position, well, anyway, what is it you wanted to provide? And I guess then we can take from there.
Sorry, thank you, sir. It'll be very, very brief. There was a discussion yesterday about... Sorry.
I don't want to know the evidence. I want to know what it is you want to provide. I don't want to hear what the evidence is, because I may not accept it.
Fair enough. It's about the road capacity. And I discovered a TfL document, technical note 10, and the road type appears to be UAP3. Okay.
I don't want to get into that discussion. I think this information's all before me. I think, as I said to Mr. Burton then, ultimately it doesn't alter the position. I understand your position that you consider the traffic generated or the traffic that's indicated in the WSP report is underestimated, based on what you've already told me. That I understand. I also understand what you consider the consequence of that to be. So that's all before me. So I don't really want to reopen those discussions. If we'd have finished on Tuesday and we'd got through the whole session, then as per my guidance note, additional evidence. Yeah, yesterday's adjournment wasn't an opportunity, if you like, to go and find rebuttal evidence and find more things to say on issues we've already got. The purpose of yesterday was purely because people weren't available. So I didn't want to use people necessarily to use it as an opportunity to go away and find more things. If, when we're talking about the criteria or we're talking about the individual allocations, there's a point about transport and that would be relevant, then fine, maybe. But I don't want to start back and forth about something we've already discussed. So.
Thank you, sir. Just one sentence. According to the TfL document, the road does appear to be operating very near its capacity.
Right, yeah, but I think I could have taken that from what you said on Tuesday. But that was your view anyway. I could take it on Tuesday. So. Okay. Right, okay, thank you. If there's nothing else from the council? No?
No, thank you very much.
Right, we'll carry on then. We got to criterion 7. As I said on Tuesday, I'll do my questions for each criterion. Where there aren't any, I'll be moving on quite quickly. So if you have a point to make it quite quickly. Criterion 7, again, as with many of these policies, there's another one, signposting other policies. Not necessarily in of itself a problem. It does set out that there should be a focus on family dwellings. We've talked about this a lot, but is there anything else you want to particularly say on that matter?
No, thank you very much. So we've dealt already with the need for family dwellings at earlier stages and several times, so I won't repeat those points.
I'll just double check. It might not be in this one. It might be there's a suggested modification in relation to one of the many policies which talk about housing. I can't, it may be one to come, but it's not in E6.1, but it might be in your hearing statement. But let me just dig out your hearing statement. Beg your pardon for a second. I might just ask. I'm sure I've seen it, but I might be. Anyway, let's go to the first question. Do my first question first. So, this criterion refers to gypsy and traveller needs. We had a discussion about this, I think, in relation to Cruise Hill, and I think I concluded that I wasn't very happy with those references for various reasons, particularly as you're not making a case here for exceptional circumstances on the basis of gypsy and traveller needs. So I think there's an issue about sort of, if you like, referring to, it's not part of the argument and therefore shouldn't be part of the policy. You've got a separate plan which is dealing with gypsy and traveller needs, so I don't think it's necessarily appropriate for this plan to be musing about that when it could be issues about how those plans relate to each other. And then there is no justification before me for why this site should be allocated or at least identified as potential for gypsy and travel needs. So my feeling is, and I think I said this about Cruise Hill, that you can disagree with me if you want, but I think that should be removed.
Yes, so it's understood. And so if you think that in order to achieve soundness, there shouldn't be a reference to that part of Criterion 7, then it can be removed, of course. Without, I should say, affecting any of the balance of judgments that have led to the allocation.
I think that's the point. That's the point. There's no argument been made anywhere as to why this should be allocated on the basis of gypsy and travel needs. So I think because it's not as if you're talking about something complementary or this is about something completely different where another plan is dealing with it, and it was for that plan to deal with it, I think, at the end of the day. Unless you want this plan to deal with gypsy and travel needs, which you didn't. So, well, sorry, deals with need. I mean, meeting that need.
It's quite so.
I think the other problem is that it does refer to, sorry, I'm just over-egging this now, but it does refer to policies that are not in a not yet adopted plan, which is also, I think, problematic from your perspective. So, okay. I don't know. It may be that my brain is telling me that this is something to do with. It may have been Cruise Hill, or it may be something we're coming on to. Obviously, it's not unheard of for there to be criteria which are similar as we go through these policies. But there's no reference here, to obviously meeting other needs. So, and I'm sure we've discussed this probably in relation to Cruise Hill, where a modification was put forward where we talked about H2. It also referred to the other H policies which refer to older people's needs and so on and so forth. And I don't know if that's something that would be relevant here, if it's signposting.
Yeah, so it does signpost it to an extent, because midway through paragraph Criterion 7.
It does say H6.
And that's the difference I think Ms. Pite was referring to previously, that it did say something about it here, but didn't in respect of Cruise Hill. But what it doesn't do, so, and you're quite right, is, I think, deal with any of the specific elements that are contained within the criteria for that policy.
So that might be something to have to look at, just to make sure it's internally consistent, I think. Any points on 7, Mr. Byrne?
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of quick points, if I may. The policy, in terms of effectiveness, it says that the proposal should deliver the identified needs and the specific needs in the north of the borough. I'm not sure, if I were putting an application forward, I would know what the specific needs in the north of the borough were or are. I know EnCaf put forward a representation explaining that the north of the borough had a very high proportion of family housing already, and a lot of it underoccupied. So I just wonder how that might be interpreted going forward. The other thing is the word emphasis on family housing, an emphasis on providing new family housing, and I wondered again how emphasis was to be interpreted, in particular, sort of when you look back at the H3 housing mix, which I know we'll come on to in the future, but effectively, you could be policy compliant and deliver 33 to 34% family housing, according to H3 for this site. So does that conflict with what is meant by an emphasis? And then my last point was really, is this applicable to all of the proposals coming forward? Because I think it says development proposals should provide an emphasis. Because when you look at the actual site allocations, which I know we're coming on to, I think 2 of them don't mention family housing or 3 to 4 bedroom homes at all, but 2 of them do. So it appears that the emphasis is on part of it, but not on the 10.1 is the main one, because it's such a high number of homes and it's not mentioned there. So that was George's point about whether it's effective.
Okay, well, the council can answer that. So you may have identified the ongoing problem in every local plan I've ever examined, where in site allocations there'll be a list of requirements, and then you look at another allocation, it's a different list of requirements, and it's not all. Yeah, that might be intentional sometimes, and sometimes it's not intentional, and that's where it becomes problematic. But a council can obviously I'll probably leave that until we get to those allocating. They can explain whether it's no, it should say that, or no, it's deliberately not saying that, and then that would then take you back to PL 10 to see if something needs to change in PL 10. And I think there's going to be a lot of this cross-fertilisation of these issues, and the council may have to, at the end of these discussions, a general action might be, without me telling you, go and make sure these things all tie up. But if pointing these things out is helpful. Ms. Pite, sorry.
Thank you. Just to reinforce and affirm what's been said, our position is that it's about inconsistencies internally with the H&D policies, but also with the London plan policies. But we have been quite explicit in what we think might be useful edits as far as main modifications are concerned in our hearing statement. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Your hearing statement actually raised an interesting point more generally, actually, about the London plan. Because it occurs to me, obviously, the London plan is still part of the development plan. So, again, there's a sort of, and I think it'll be more apparent when we start going through the development management policies, because the allocation's obviously often quite specific, but when you get into the development, there's this sort of, well, in some cases they repeat what's in the London plan, in some cases they don't repeat what's in the London plan, in some cases they may say something slightly different to the London plan, and so it's where how the London plan is implemented. So technically speaking, it shouldn't, I would suggest, have to say what's in the London plan or repeat what's in the London plan, because the London plan is still part of the development plan, it would still apply. But it's where it does do that, but in a slightly different way, does that cause problems? And I think that'll be the kind of thing, say, will probably become more obvious when we get into those specific issues. So technically speaking, the London, you shouldn't have to repeat what's in the London plan, it's still there. But I think where you've pointed out, or where people have pointed out, the slightly different ways it's been addressed or not addressed then. Or whether it's deliberate or not deliberate, and that's question mark. I don't know the answer to those yet, but thank you for that. Any other points? Is there anything you want to come back on? I mean, some of those points Mr. Byrne made in particular, and I think the points about consistent with the London plan as well. We may get onto with the SA when we get into the allocations, because the criteria are very specific there. But anything you want to particularly respond to?
I think just 2 points. So the first relates to whether, again staying on criteria, so whether it's effective insofar as it's identifying the specific needs in the north of the borough. It's perhaps unsurprising that what the criterion is trying to do is identify specific areas within the borough itself. So to the extent that one will always, in an application context, be looking at what sort of needs you're seeking to meet. You're having a criterion that refers to that specific element is not ineffective. It will come out through a planning application ultimately. More importantly, is the second point relating to the emphasis being on providing new family housing, and the point being made by Mr. Byrne that it's unclear as to what is meant by emphasis, because actually that is set out within the plan at H3, part of the written statement, paragraph 8.34, sets out what the emphasis comprises in respect of Chase Park. It's on page 236 of the plan. Sorry, I should have said. 8.34. And so what is missing is a reference within criterion 7, if at all, to H3. But H3, of course, would be taken into account as part of the analysis anyway.
Yeah. So I was thinking about there's no reference to H3. And again, perennial sales already, we've been doing it for half an hour. We've already got the perennial problem of cross-references where there's some cross-references and then there's no cross-reference either. Well, you don't technically, I would say you don't have to cross-reference to H3, but then somebody will inevitably go, well, if you've cross-referenced to H2 and H6, if you're not cross-referenced to H3, there must be a reason for that, and therefore it's not given the same level of priority, and it starts to get a bit confusing, I think, for everyone.
It does. So I think some comfort can be obtained from the fact that there is going to be a master plan in place that is going to be addressing these sorts of issues, and or requiring those various matters to be the subject of further consideration. But as I say, H3 is there, it is clear, and on the face of it would be required to be compliant.
I mean, if it's not in the policy itself, then I suppose making sure there's supporting text, the purpose of the supporting text or reason justification, depending on your vintage. I'm a reason justification person. Is that it explains these. So where a policy in itself might be deemed, I want to say it ambiguous, because if it is, then it's not effective. But if it's referring to an element of judgment, then if the supporting text obviously would at the very least need to explain what that judgment is. So that's where the cross-reference to H3 may come in. Clearly as well, in the course of time, notwithstanding the argument's been put forward for release of Greenbelt, it's not just about family housing, there's other things as well, but obviously family housing is part of that mix. Yeah, that will change over time, and I think H3 accommodates that, doesn't it?
Yes.
So,
yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other? All right, I'm going to move on. Thank you. But there might be a couple. Yeah, some things to think about there. I think if you could make a note that some tidying up.
Thanks. So yes, yeah. That has been noted behind.
And I think we'll issue the issue about family housing, what the SA policies say. I think we'll come on to when we get to the SA policies, but it's worth noting. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to criterion 8. Which is sets out some of the infrastructure requirements, which I'm sure we'll get onto when we talk about delivery. The plan requires a land for a 3-form entry primary school with sufficient capacity to co-locate LEAs and nursery facilities. That's one of those criteria. And then the local parades and employment as undefined employment generating uses. I did say yesterday I raised the issue of no reference to secondary school education. Obviously, you told me that there's sufficient capacity in the area, so we picked up through, well, presumably picked up through normal 106 if there's any need for a contribution. So I guess, again, that's whether or not that needs to be referred to explicitly in a kind of overarching, development will be required to, should go without saying, but the policy says so much. Does it go without saying?
Quite so, yes. And with regard to secondary capacity, the secondary capacity does require contributions to be made. It couldn't be said that there's open capacity within the secondary school system to accommodate this sort of level of secondary school need without there being contributions and without there being upgrades to accommodate the population in question.
I mean, 8 is correct. The opening part of 8, in the wording used, is a bit, I would say, coffee book style rather than planning policy style. It could just say, kind of, your development will be expected to make, proportionate and relevant, whatever the word is, contributions to meeting infrastructure requirements to mitigate the impact of development, including, because these are the things you absolutely know about, but clearly no one's going to say, well, if you don't mention secondary school, you don't mention roads, or you don't mention community facilities, you can't ask for those, because you've got you can ask for anything under the silver requirements that you need to mitigate the impact of development, and B, the plan as a whole, reading the plan as a whole, those things. But there's probably a way you can make 8 slightly more firm and clear that it's an all-encompassing, reference back to, I guess, basic 106 type requirements. That would be, again.
Yes. Yes, sir, and again, that's noted, thank you.
We talked about the primary school need. I won't necessarily pick up on that. My question was: is one enough? But we'll assume that's okay. But it wouldn't necessarily stop you getting contributions from other primary school contributions. A la Cruise Hill, actually, there's an expectation it will deliver a school and other contributions. That's fine. And then the reference to employment-generating uses. I'm not entirely sure what the intention is there. I'm assuming it's not B uses, B2 or B8, so it must be something else. I think a similar question was raised in Cruise Hill, similar sort of relatively vague term, and it was, well, it's actually the jobs that are incorporated in the local parades and that kind of thing, rather than specific sort of employment. So, employment generating uses should be directed towards the local central local parades is sort of, well, yeah, because that's what the employment generating uses are. So it's sort of a pointless statement, but unsound question mark.
Yes, it does. It goes a little bit further insofar as it potentially includes the provision of co-working spaces, which would be, which is referring on the face of it to the B1 type of use, one that could take place within those sorts of areas without affecting the amenities of those already within them. So it's a little wider, but not dramatically.
I don't envisage applicants coming in with applications for B8 uses or B2 uses. That would probably be unlikely, but it may be that again, just a little bit of clarity, Class E or similar. Coma Homes.
Thank you. So I think you were sort of alluding to this point, but it's just to emphasise the need for flexibility, especially in relation to the school point, because I think it is kind of covered in the intro because it says to meet day-to-day needs, but I think it just needs to be a bit more explicit because at the moment it's quite well documented that there's falling birth rates, so we don't actually know if we will need a primary school. Obviously, if we do need a primary school, that's absolutely fine. We're completely open to that, but I just think it needs to be a bit clearer that if it's needed, a primary school will be included. And then quickly, a point about the employment, and I think, again, I don't think the intention is that this is going to be an employment destination, but I think it would be a bit clearer if it maybe said small-scale employment generating uses. Thank you.
I think, for clarity, it might be sensible. The underscore. Oh, sorry, there's another sign going up anyway, so I'll get the Iceni view first before.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, just to expand on that point a little bit, what we are talking about here is a three-form entry school as the kind of the starting point. So there is the opportunity to flex that if less places are required. I think obviously worthwhile bearing in mind that this is a scheme that will deliver 50% affordable housing, and a very large proportion of that will be family homes as well. And so you will have families from the local area moving into those homes. So we would expect a fairly significant level of need for school places in this location. I think the flex probably comes in terms of the number of forms of entry.
Okay. I mean, a similar point I made to your colleague from Landsdown the other day, of course, is that you can't ask for something that doesn't meet the SIL regs. So if there's a change in circumstance over time that requires that, it would be rather pointless to ask for a three-form entry primary school if it was going to be empty, and no doubt the applicants would challenge that. Similarly, it might be a need for something more in time, and the flex might go the other way. So there's always that scope for change. I think it's important for the plan to identify the very significant absolute, as in, yes, there's likely to be a primary school here. There's likely to be, we're going to need a local programme. So whether it needs to be, could include, may include. I mean, the key thing about A is it does say with sufficient capacity to, you could change it to provision of land for a primary school with sufficient capacity to meet the needs of the new community in the same way as it talks about early years, without necessarily saying three-form entry. But even if it says three-form entry, it doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to assess it at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're working on another allocation recently that had two-form entry within it, and then once it came to delivering it, actually what was needed was one form of entry, and there was no issue for that. I think you're right. It's just the flexibility in the wording about meeting needs is probably what's required there.
I don't know if you've got any views on that. I mean, the end of A8 does say to meet day-to-day needs, so it kind of all, it's not, sufficient flex. Anyway, what does the council think about that?
Well, so certainly can understand that there need to be some degree of flexibility. There is a point that that should be borne in mind, which is that it is an indicator of or it lays down a marker, rather, which allows one to understand how the various uses on the site are going to be set out. In short, is there going to be enough space, and making sure there's enough space for a primary school if that's required. And the master planning is taking that into account. And ultimately, of course, as you say, sir, whether or not it is justified on the facts will be dealt with at the appropriate time. When, if it's not required because the evidence indicates it isn't, then it won't be, of course, provided. But they should at least be the indicator of the provision for it in order to go forward.
Okay, I'll give some thought to that, but I think, I think you could probably encompass everything that's been said with it's just changing 8 slightly, the actual opening part of 8 to deal with this. I'll move on to 9. 9. I don't have really anything to say about this one. Again, it's just sort of a, dare I say, another statement of fact. It does refer to the development collectively coming forward in a comprehensive and phased manner, which is a slightly different language to criteria 1 and 2, but it actually is only covering the same, mainly criterion 2. It's only covering the same sort of things. If I was writing the plan, I might say, well, put a line through that, put comprehensive phase manner in criterion 2, and then you've got one less criteria to worry about, but that might be more of an additional modification than a main modification. And I think we've probably talked about Cruise Hill and whether or not it's actually particularly been helpful to have lots of different allocations and so on, but that's perhaps not going to take us anywhere. So, I nothing to say other than I don't think it does a great deal.
No, so I think what the council was seeking to do was make sure and emphasise the need for a comprehensive delivery of the site, so that there couldn't be any doubt about it. But I accept that repeating something in a policy doesn't make it still more emphasised necessarily.
The other thing it doesn't do, and there's nothing anywhere, it doesn't set out what the phasing will be. I think there was a point that was made on Tuesday that, if you're going to say that, it probably needs to indicate, at least in broad terms, to be effective, what that phasing would be. And I imagine it could either be in terms of where you expect the development to come from or direction, or where there are certain, if you like, inviolate things which must be delivered before other things. And I know the country park was used as an example, which we'll come on to, but there are things there which maybe we would expect to see this delivered prior to X, and so that would be effective at the moment, C9 criterion design is not really effective because it's not doing anything. That serves no particular purpose. And I'm a massive believer if you're not in policy serving a purpose. So.
Yeah, so the phasing, it was indicated in part in the master planning document within the framework document, indicating where the development phases would come or how they would come forward. But at the same time, so I take your point that there may be a question over the need for phasing the delivery of the country park and or the bus provision, those sorts of elements that the council is certainly alive to and will be progressing through the development proposals as necessary through the master planning approach. So again, that's coming through the master planning approach, and to set it out now in detail would be something that the council thinks would ultimately be an ineffective policy because it's not sufficiently flexible.
Okay, understood. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, this is, in our view, a very important issue, and it's been glossed over in the current proposals. I mean, the inspector and KC has referred to all of this, and it needs tightening up, we would suggest, or I would suggest. The two things that are of most concern are the actual location of the phased development. One assumes that the council envisages that the development would start on either side of Enfield Road and then moves in a phased manner northwards. That's one aspect of it, but of course that is not clear, and we aren't here to judge the master plan because we don't know what's going to be in the master plan. So it's important, I think, that we have some sort of proper framework within the actual plan document. And the second aspect of this, of course, is the timing of it. There's a reference to 300 units being developed post-2041. Whether that's realistic or not, it's neither here nor there. But there's no indication as to where those extra units are going to go. One assumes again that they would be in the northern sites, but we don't know. And I think residents would be very concerned. This would be one of their major questions about these proposals, and the document doesn't really answer those. Thank you.
Quite. I think obviously the council's position is that that's for to be referred to the master plan. I think something that I'll have to take away is whether I'm content with that view and whether or not I advise in the fullness of time for the policy to be more specific, if that would be necessary to be sound. But I don't know if you've got any particular points you want to come back on that.
No, so we've already said what the position is of the council, that it wouldn't be right in the circumstances to set that out in detail at this stage. And there is going to be the opportunity to provide views on the master plan in any event through the consultation process. With regard to the specifics of delivery, it's right that the master plan, the framework document rather, PLA 4, does envisage development coming from the Enfield Road area first. That's what's been set out as the intent, and if that's contained within the master plan, then it's something that can be scrutinised at that stage, but on any basis it would be a sensible place to start, as it seems that each representative thinks is the case.
Okay, so yeah, I think for me this is that approach that's set out in 9, and to an effect 10 as well as criterion 10 effective, because again there's some other words. I'm going to move on to 10, but criterion 10 is sort of an extension of 9. Again, doesn't really seem to do anything other than repeat what's in other elements, or you could have quite easily subsumed 2, 9, and 10 into one shorter criterion. There is reference in 10 to the master plan set out a more detailed approach to infrastructure requirements. I suppose just taking, again, this sort of general point about deferral to the master plan is, can, in terms of what it says there about the master plan setting out more detailed approach to infrastructure, can actually a master plan do that? Is that actually, would it constitute policy?
So yes, it can do that, and it would in effect constitute policy because it's directing the development as a result of what's said in PL10, because PL10 says that the master plan will be directing how development authorised under PL10 will come forward. And as I say, so you may well think that it's ineffective to have a policy that sets out in detail a phasing approach within the plan itself when you're dealing with the sort of scale of housing. The real question is it possible to bring forward a development acceptably under a phasing policy, or are there any barriers to that that prevent the delivery of that which is going to be the subject of the master plan? And there's nothing to indicate that there are any specific barriers to delivery. And that's really less about the master plan and more about, as a matter of substance, are there barriers to the delivery of this proposal? And there isn't on the face of it.
I think the other way of looking at it as well, though, is at the moment, no barriers. It's a relatively open greenfield site with few constraints on the face of it. But as has been pointed out, the argument for releasing it from the greenbelt is there's a certain justification being made for that, and delivery of certain aspects of infrastructure improvements, public transport improvements, as you've pointed out, the country park, enhancements to the environment, so on and so forth, are all part of that justification. So obviously need to be delivered. And there's an end, in the end of the day, it needs to be delivered. So I always flip things around. So is it that maybe it's not what the policy needs to say has to happen, but what does the policy need to say what you can't, so you can't go beyond a certain threshold. I'm genuinely thinking out loud now. I'm not necessarily saying this is that, but these are the sort of things I'm thinking about. That in order to make sure you achieve what you're set out to achieve, and that the vision doesn't end up being watered down to an extent that it isn't going to be delivered, or it suddenly becomes a piecemeal development where everybody just starts doing their own little thing, and you don't achieve. Does the policy provide sufficient comfort and control to make sure that doesn't happen? Because it may well be that actually not. That's not, starting at Enfield Road and moving might be great, but if just the housing comes forward and you don't get anything else, then you've not achieved the vision. So it's sort of giving you the teeth, council, the teeth to say, well, no, we're not going to do that until that's in place.
Yes. So the simple answer is, at least in terms of the way the policies are drafted, is that there is a sufficient number of indicators as to what needs to happen for the appropriate delivery of the development on the site, and the indicators of the need for phasing to be appropriately dealt with, to protect against the potential for things not to happen, but for development to come forward in a piecemeal way. So that's the principal answer I'd give to that. The second is that if there is a need for any greater degree of specification, then that is something that can be ultimately included within the policy as necessary. So, for example, if it's concluded that there must be the delivery of an element before development commences, for example, then that can, as an example, I say, then that can be inputted. But the sensible position is that I've set it out.
Okay, understood. That's for me to decide. Iceni, Fairview.
Thank you, sir. I'm quite keen on making sure the policy is as efficient as it can be with you. What I like about number 10 at the moment is that there is a wider issue here of Coma Homes being responsible for quite large amounts of infrastructure to be delivered, which we're reliant on them to bring forward so we can bring forward the rest of our site. And what I think is helpful about criterion 10, is the point that it gives a hook for the master plan to say, okay, 10.1 is where the local centre is going. This element of the policy requires phasing and requires comprehensive development, and then that gives a hook for the master plan to then say, all right, this is how the phasing of the infrastructure comes forward, and ensuring we're all in a position where we're clear when different elements can come forward, and then the whole site can be brought forward in a comprehensive way with different developers bringing forward different developments at different times as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. It's just one quick point of clarity. It says the master plan must take forward the design concept set out in the illustrative spatial framework, figure 1.1. I wasn't sure. I think it's referring to 3.12, but it is. I wasn't sure because it's different named.
I think a modification might have picked that up, but certainly thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you. Was that the only point?
Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be a pedant. I genuinely didn't.
No,
wasn't sure.
fair enough. Never suggest you're a pedant, Mr. Byrne. You assume that's okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on then. There's much more. Again, that's one for me. Another one for me to give some thought to. Criterion 11. Yeah. First, my note always starts by, does this serve a purpose? It seems to be basically setting out planning principles, other than perhaps being clear. Again, sorry, I know I'm like a stuck record on this. When we did Cruise Hill, I said, there's so many criteria which say very similar things, and it's hard sometimes to tease out the actual nub of what is the most important element of that, because it says so much of what's already covered elsewhere. So there's a danger of missing, not seeing the wood for the trees with all of this. But it seems to be, Criterion 11 seems to be basically setting out, saying what rather basic planning principles, but other than perhaps being clear about development not prejudicing long-term development, which I think is a good point. You shouldn't be allowing one parcel to prejudice the delivery of another parcel. That's very sensible. I'm not sure what else it adds, and again, it may be that if you were drafting this policy again from scratch, all these good points which are in 2, 9, 10, 11 would all be sort of put together. But yeah.
So yes, that's understood. What one aspect Criterion 11 does seek to do is to make sure that, whilst an application may be coming forward in respect of one or more of the allocated sites, it shouldn't be presumed that those are just isolated parcels, and they have to come forward, as I said on Tuesday, in accordance with the overall master planning approach, which is tied in, of course, with what you just said about not prejudicing the long-term development of the wider placemaking area.
Yeah, I'd say I think it's just, you have to read quite a lot of,
Yes.
I don't want to say guff, but I've said it, to get to the actual part that actually carries the weight. And it is an important point. It probably carried more force if it said it once on splitting up. Anyway, so I'm going to get on a soapbox.
I mean, could 10 and 11 be merged? I mean, would that be helpful? Again, making those previous points about making sure that the infrastructure comes forward at the right time, being key to that.
It may well be. I think again, there's a fine line to be threaded between what is necessary for soundness and what is just improvement. It may well be, just for the uninitiated, obviously, a main modification is where it would alter the implementation and interpretation of a policy. If the council were to look at some of these policies and seek to rationalise them themselves without it changing the meaning, that could be done as additional modifications, which are outside my control or influence, and I would obviously be checking to make sure they didn't go into the realms of main modifications and say no, but I'm sure the council are probably looking at some of these policies on reflection and thinking, yeah, we could have rationalised these a little bit. And yeah, it doesn't necessarily, not always a soundness issue. Sometimes I think it is a soundness issue where it becomes completely impossible to understand what's happening and it's ineffective, but sometimes it's just, yeah, a bit of proofreading.
So maybe they don't want that record of, 54
Well, no, sorry, the 54, well, no, this is 54 criteria when you add them all up, which is, the one in Greater Manchester was 54 before I even got to the sub-clauses. So it's 54 numbered criteria, and then there was all the A, B, C, D, E, so I think it probably came to over 100 criteria, which was a fun day. We did it in a day, though. We did it in a day, and I kind of, quite a lot got struck out, it has to be said. Okay, so thank you. So moving on then to 12, we're moving into the urban design and layout issues. There's quite a few criteria in this. I mean, this is almost a policy in its own right. The number of sub-clauses there are. So I'm going to go through all of my points on these. Mr. Councillor, you've done a lot of sighing, Councillor Smith. It's right in my ear. So, sorry. I appreciate this is quite tedious, but it's, I apologise. I think there's a general point, again, probably coming what we've said about how much of criterion 12 is a bit repetitive of other policies. Looking at, and also in terms of internal sort of duplication, just for example, criterion A and B both refer to things being walkable. Again, I'm not sure to what extent this is a soundness issue. I think it's just could be rationalised. I don't know if you have any views about that kind of thing in terms of soundness.
Just as a generality, sir, you're certainly right that there are lots of elements of the policy that could be taken out because they're covered by other policies within the plan. That said, again, what the council wanted to ensure was that there was enough detail within PL10 to ensure that there couldn't be any doubt around what the master plan should contain. That's the purpose behind this sort of detail. And so whilst they could be differently drafted, it doesn't affect the soundness or the effectiveness of the policy. And so for those two reasons, it wouldn't be an unsound approach.
Okay, I think some of the wording in A, you could argue could be tied up. It's like take a landscape-led approach to urban design. One might argue, what does that mean? There's elements of that, but I think to the degree that there's enough there for people to understand what is meant by that. Similarly, deliver a walkable and permeable neighbourhood. These are phrases that I often you'd see in a DNA statement, as well as perhaps not necessarily a policy, because they're not necessarily coming to an outcome. What is it you're actually seeking to do? What is it you're avoiding? So, but I'm not overly. These are not too problematic. When I come to give my advice at the end, I'm not going to get into. I don't want to get into a big debate, but it may be that these some sort of things are things I may just advise on, if I decide it's necessary. Criterion D, slightly in that realm, but I think there's a potential issue here because Criterion D does say, respond to the topography of the area and the historic and continued presence of the Salmons and Merry Hills Brook. Again, I think that is an area where I don't really know what that means in terms of an outcome. What does respond? My sort of overarching planning brain would kind of understand what you're seeking to, but it doesn't actually tell you what you want to achieve. What are you actually getting out of that response? Is it, protect? What are we doing with D? Are we protecting Salmons Brook and Merry Hills Brook? So it's actually about that's what you want to do. You want to protect and enhance, presumably, not respond to. It always seems a bit vague to me.
Mr. Pye would say.
So I wouldn't disagree with that. I think I'd probably read it slightly differently under the subheading of urban design, but clearly the text could be refined. It's also about the built form, how buildings respond to those assets and respond to the landscape rather than just protection. So I think that's probably what that criteria is trying to also achieve.
But what does that actually, so what does that mean? So in terms of the outcome, when you're saying in a poor DM officer's having to go through this plan and go, right, okay, let's see what have they ticked off and how they've responded to it. So what would you expect a development to respond to a brook?
I hasten to answer, that's almost inviting more words, but possibly not.
It's not something, the number of words isn't the issue, it's the number of useful words which is the issue.
Well, my understanding would be, briefly, that the response to topography would be a response to the movement framework, to respond positively to the existing levels and how development would be laid out within that movement framework. And similarly, in terms of responding to Salmons and Maryhill Brook and the landscape, there would be a distinct difference, for example, sir, in terms of having development which just had rear boundaries onto the brooks, for example, or onto other open space, which is one particular response. So one might say, although it's another word, that positive response of development and how it addresses open space and assets is an important aspect of urban design, i.e. that development doesn't just turn its back on that way. And we've probably all seen examples of development where that's happened, and having a sort of run of ill-considered rear fences onto existing assets, and the importance of landscape here would be a very poor outcome.
Okay, it may well be, and this is where the value of supporting text comes in. It's that kind of thing. That word in the policy might be absolutely fine, as long as, and I'd have to go and reread the supporting text. Anyone can see there's a lot of bits are underlined. But it's that to explain that is the kind of thing you're seeking to avoid. At least that provides some context for the words, I think. So. And I'm being slightly pedantic and semantic about this, because obviously I kind of, after being in this chair for a long time, I do know what respond to means, but I'm trying to think of that in a policy approach that gives you an outcome and gives you some teeth. Coma.
Thank you, sir. I don't know if you want me to...
Sorry, no. Beg your pardon. I'm getting ahead of myself. If you could just wait until I've gone through all of my other points. No, I thought I'd finished, but no, I haven't. I got so excited about D. I forgot I've got E to X to go through, yeah. So E is acknowledge the townscape of the local residential context. Yeah, what does that mean? But anyway. But deliver a more efficient use of land at an overall higher density in a sustainable urban form. Now, obviously, we've already had some criteria, and this is what I think. I'm not necessarily wanting to get into a massive debate about this. I think the action will be for the council, just because there's earlier discussions about it, and this is what I mean. If you're just saying the same thing again, perhaps doesn't matter too much. But but what you've said earlier is quite specific about higher densities, and we said, what does that mean? So there was an action to say what and high, but about being in a certain location. Then you've got this criteria, which is about delivering a more efficient use of land and overall higher density. But so that then means that the overall scheme is at higher density. So that just phrase of higher density has been taken in two different ways. One, it's higher than the average in the earlier criterion, I think. So you've got a standard higher density development by the parades, but this is more. The overall scheme is at higher density. So I think this is where we need some clarity about what it is you're actually meaning in terms of density across the piece. Does that make sense?
It does, sir. And as we talked about on Tuesday, the incorporation of densities, if that's considered appropriate, is something that can be considered, certainly.
I think it would also just, this wording means, so... Yeah.
And I think that additionally, so the anticipation is that that's going to be set out in the master plan. There's a difference, of course, in terms of how one looks at the efficacy of that master plan here, because it's not simply a master plan that's being produced by a developer on the back of a planning application. It's being developed through the conjoined processes of the authority and the other stakeholders. So, in a sense, PL10 needs to be understood with that background in mind, so that the densities are going to play an active.
And it may be that, as I said the other day, it may be about the unintended consequence. So higher density is a relative term, isn't it? So if you're talking about some of your URB sites with, tall buildings, the density is extremely high there. You're not going to be talking about it. So I think it's more about just explaining, well, higher density, and again, it might be a supporting text issue, as much as saying the higher density here is not 500 a hectare or something like that. which is very high. But, it's more in the realms of this. But I think it's just make sure we talk about higher densities in different contexts. It's understood.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
F. Sorry, I'm going to move. F is again more on density. I think it pretty much covers a similar issue to what's in criterion 6. So this is what I mean. This is sort of talking about densities and higher densities. So this is where. So we've gone from E talking about deliver a more efficient use of land at an overall higher density, which gives the impression of higher densities across the piece. Then F, include a range of densities. Well, so a range of densities. A range of densities at a high. So the averages are higher than what? Higher than what? But then within that average, we've got a range of densities. So going from what to what, and it's all very understandable in a kind of context. But when you start trying to just think, well, how do these myriad of criteria tie up together? Individually, they all make sense. But when you try and relate that back to the one literally just before it, doesn't really stack up. I'm just going to whip through this quite quickly because I'm not. I think these are all things you're going to have to. These points I want to make, and
Is it possible to make a comment here, or would you rather?
I'll wait until I've got to the end of 12. I think there's quite a few points. If I go to G, again, more of an observation, I think. Sorry, but if you scrape away quite a lot of the repetitive stuff in G, there are some quite important points about building heights and sensitive edges, and it does provide relatively clear guidance about what's expected, albeit it doesn't specify building heights. And I guess the question is, should it? Or is, I mean, bearing in mind, again, it may not be specific, up to X story, up to X meters, but it might be more about what you're not expecting, because obviously some of your SA policies do refer to this not being a suitable area for tall buildings, for example. So if that's coming through, that might be again, I can't remember off the top of my head whether the SA policies here do say that, in which case it might not be necessary. But again, is it something that you're wanting to avoid here? It's not considered appropriate for buildings of up to 36 metres or tall buildings. So question. I don't know if you think that's an issue that should be addressed.
So it's certainly something that we're intending on making sure is provided for through the master planning process. As to whether it should then be included in the policy. So can we take that away? We've noted what you said, and so as and when, if you decide that it's appropriate to look further at this allocation, we can certainly make amendments to reflect that approach. This is already in train with regard to the.
I think with this policy, I say again, just to reiterate, or without prejudice, I think the action here would be, to take on the initial action will probably be take on board the discussions. Clearly, I think where I've said definitely think that something needs changing, change it. There may be some other which you think, based on the discussion, you think are sensible to change, but and then I would again obviously review that and add my views on those if need be. But I don't want to necessarily say, right, you must change G, you must change I. But on every time, I think some things are worth just raising. On H, so H, where are we? H. But yeah, respect the significance and setting of Trent Park surroundings as assets. Well, that's fine, I suppose. But we talked yesterday, didn't we, about impact, and I think there was a general conclusion that there would potentially be less than substantial harm to some of these assets, but the ways of mitigating it or minimising it. And I suppose I might suggest that respect the significant setting of Trent Park surrounding designated assets is not clear to me what that means in terms of is it respecting that, great, but is it minimising the harm, avoiding the harm? I don't know if this is the appropriate place where it would be referring to the buffer that's referred to in 3.12, for example, if that would be, providing respect the significant setting of Trent Park surrounding by ensuring there is a buffer which reflects 3.12 or reflecting 3.12 or something like that.
Certainly, it's understood, sir, and it's something that can be considered further in terms of how it's dealt with. The reference to respect is one that incorporates and encompasses, of course, the statutory test when one's, the policy test when one's dealing with designated sites.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt if an application came in and the council decided it didn't respect it and resulted in unacceptable harm, it would be relatively understood. Was there anything else you wanted to? You've had a conversation and decided you were right.
Yeah, no, quite
Brian
so.
Clough approach.
It's one of those huddles that we had, and we decided it was all fine.
Okay.
But, yes.
So anyhow,
the overarching point, just to be clear, was that that Mr. Pye wanted to make the point that a lot of this is around the urban design, but of course you're quite right. These are issues that you're raising that we need to take away to consider further.
Yeah, I think, sorry, and it's probably because I'm probably less interested in what heading they're under, because I don't think that's, than I am. And I did say this about Cruise Hill, that unfortunately I think that because the way that the policy has been written under headings, that's where you tend to get the duplication, because it's like, how does this relate to this heading? Well, actually, it's just the point, isn't it? It's the outcome. The other thing, sorry, it just occurred to me, we did talk about the conservation area yesterday as well, so I would imagine H ought to at least include reference to the conservation area as well as the other assets.
Yes, sir.
We talked about I in relation to Cruise Hill, and about this must be accommodated to light changes of 15 years or greater. And I think again queried what all that meant, and I think the basic outcome was it just means be flexible about design. And I think there's a much more clear and effective way of that's what you want of saying it than pegging it to some kind of 15-year time frame, which doesn't really mean anything and so on. So I think I would be something to look at as well. J is positively responding. I won't say much more about that, I think. K, yeah, nothing to say on that. L is basically, I think, again, with similar phrases in Cruise Hill, I think we ascertained this was effectively a cross-reference to your climate change policies rather than something specific about this without actually having a cross-reference. So, again, I don't know if... I know there's a debate to be had about local heat networks, which I don't want to get into today, because if this is purely effectively a cross-reference to your policies on heat networks, then the appropriate time is to have that discussion there. And if anything were to change, then obviously it'll flow back to this policy.
That's very helpful. So I was going to deal with that, but yes, that would be a sensible place to look at it, and then we could set out our position and, as necessary, work back.
I think Cruise Hill. If it was something about very specific, like rest of the borough heat networks aren't an issue, but they are here, then now would be the time. My impression is that this is purely just reflecting what's in those policies anyway, rather than being a specific issue here. It's like this is just it's not a locally distinctive requirement. It's a citywide.
My understanding is that it fits within that general policy, the general approach that we're adopting. If it's any different, then I'll be told, no doubt.
I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to those discussions on climate change and efficiency policies. Either they're really straightforward. Okay, quite a few points. So I've got to the end of my points on 12. Coma homes.
Thank you. It was just in relation to D, F and G. I think there's a little bit of contradiction there. We have set this out in our representations, but we completely agree with D. If I don't admit that there perhaps is some ambiguity, but in relation to responding to the topography, we kind of read that as that in terms of the heights responding to the topography. However, then when you go into F and G, that seems to state that higher density should be along Enfield Road, which again, don't disagree with that. And that G then goes on to say building heights should reduce further away from the local centre. But in our sort of work that we've put forward from the architect, and we have been exploring these discussions through the master plan, we think that there is potential for heights within the site, because that's where there's some lower topography, so it could take the additional height without so many impacts on the landscape. So we have been exploring those discussions, but I think that the way it's worded at the moment, that might preclude that opportunity.
Okay, I'm not sure it would, because the point, it says respond to that, so it doesn't say you can't have a building of a certain, if you're talking about...
It's more G, where it says
G,
heights should reduce further away from the local centre and the main public transport corridors, which would conflict with D, which D gives that flexibility, but G takes it away.
Okay, I guess the other point there is the extent to which this is prejudging the master plan, or which it needs to I mean, obviously, this policy should be driving the master plan, clearly, but if there are issues which are... again, my simple way of thinking about policy is what are you trying to achieve? So the outcome would be not having unacceptable harm to the character appearance, the watercourses, the heritage. It's about harm, but also creating or if either avoiding harm or creating something of high quality, and whether or not you have to be specific about this stage about building heights and things, because it's something you can actually assess when an application comes in, when you're delivering the master plan. I don't know, because it's about what outcome are you seeking to achieve, rather than necessarily being specific about where the lower it might be, and also you could argue, well, actually, just what I was saying about higher densities, higher than what? Lower, it's lower buildings, but lower than what? If you start off at 30 stories, then, a 25-storey building is lower. But if you're starting off at 3 stories, then it's, bungalows. So I suppose there's an impression there with both the higher the densities and the building heights. And I talked about the building heights, it's not really clear where we're starting from, or what we're necessarily seeking to achieve. That could be, again, all tally. But sorry, I'm going off on one about, is there an inconsistency between D, G and F, I think is the main point. And then I'll move on, Mr. Lang.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a very minor observation to 12D, which did spark some discussion about the meaning of that. And I did wonder whether respect rather than respond might make it a bit clearer.
Thank you. May well be the case, yeah. And respect is referred to in H as well, so there's an internal consistency there. One for the council, I think, to think about. Yeah. I would also, I think respect actually also infers an outcome. Respond is a process. Respect might be an outcome. I don't know. I mean, again, we'd have a long and very interesting, in my mind, debate about all these words. But Mr. West.
Thank you, sir. It's going back to the policy of protecting the setting of Trent Park, which is obviously important to us. I think Historic England commented on this at an earlier stage, and they had obviously their concerns. My just understanding of this whole policy is the narrow buffers that we've got at the northwest of the site really do nothing to respond to the setting and significance of what is a registered historic park. I'm not advocating this, but if you were looking at boundaries, you'd actually draw a line along Merry Hills Brook, and you'd say that's a much clearer definition of the green belt than the way in which the plan is set out at the moment. So in terms of protecting the setting of Trent Park, I'm not sure that the policies actually do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to repeat what people have been saying about densities, apart from saying that it is a crucial issue and the current wording is vague in the extreme, and that would be very worrying for the simple reason that this particular site is to the north of a suburban area of semi-detached properties. We all know that those 30 properties are very low density because they are low rise and have gardens and so on. And there will be great concern by residents, I think, to moving from a suburban character to an inner London character. And the wording here gives every opportunity for developers to do precisely that. Of course, we don't know what the master plan says. That's been said over and over again. But we will be worried because we don't know what the master plan will say. To add a bit of context to that, the site allocation topic paper does actually give proposed numbers of homes to each of the sites in this allocation. And it can be seen that the sites on the one site on either side of Enfield Road is assumed to be able to accommodate 2,130 homes. The other sites are far, far lower, 640 to 890. Now, the council must have made all sorts of density assumptions to arrive at those figures, given that they know the areas, but nothing is said about that. And it would be very helpful to reassure residents to have perhaps maxima numbers. It may be those numbers, I don't know, which would at least constrain developers as to how high and how dense they're going to make their proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
So, yes, a few points arising from what's been said. Ms Mason's point around what's said to be the preclusive approach in G of building heights should reduce further away from the local centre, and that actually there should be some greater degree of flexibility because of that particular issue. If, of course, so you think it's an appropriate point, or if you think that it's a compelling argument, then it can simply say, in general, building heights should. If you feel the need to do that, because of course should allows for exceptions to be adopted. But it's important, and this deals also with Councillor Smith's arguments around the need for specification. It's important to bear in mind that PL10 didn't just come out of the ether. There's a deal of work being produced that has led to the conclusions within all the identified criteria in PL10. And the framework document sets that out very clearly as to what the reasoning is behind each of the conclusions that are set out, to the extent that they are set out. And where it's said that buildings should reduce further away from the local centre, that actually can be seen in the framework document. And building heights are specifically set out and considered within it. So you'll see page 47 PDF. And whilst I hear what Councillor Smith says, actually, if you look in that document, you can see how the densities have been arrived at. You can see how the numbers have been arrived at. It's all clearly set out. And so those conclusions that have been reached here are, let's say in PL10, are conclusions that have a justification behind them.
Yeah, I mean, they may have a justification, but obviously it's whether or not that is, there's things in that document which ought to be in the plan and not deferred to something else. I suppose that's the point in terms of effectiveness. So again, it's, well, if it's PL4 document? Yes, PL4. PLA4 is the, is sort of driving, has driven the criteria in PL10, then, within reason of understanding there's still a master plan to be delivered, and there's obviously always I's to dot and T's to cross, and, broadly, there may be areas of flexibility within that. It's still presumably setting the bounds for what you expect. And so my thought process is going to be, well, does the policy reflect those bounds and actually give you, again, it's about teeth, isn't it? Giving you the teeth to say, to avoid the unintended consequences by having wording which is perhaps not specific enough or clear enough or firm enough, that then somebody doesn't come in with a 30-storey building or something, which would be, and it may well be obviously in the plan as a whole, you could resist that clearly, and it might not respect or respond to all these other things, but the policy standards doesn't say you can't have a 30-storey building. That's just so there's higher buildings, taller buildings here, higher densities there. It's quite vague. So it doesn't refer to the PLA4 either, does it? So.
No, so I'll check that.
But it probably shouldn't, because it's not a policy document.
I was going to say that it would, it may be that it's identified as part of the written statement as less of a part of the policy. But I go back to where we were, which is that the approach that's been adopted is one that follows through the master plan process, but not simply a master plan process produced by developers.
Okay, I will. That's for me. You've made your point. You made your point. The points have been made. I'll take those away. That's one for me to come back on, I think. Right, it's a natural time for break because 13's quite a lengthy one as well.
I was just going to very briefly respond to some of the other comments that were made.
Oh, sorry.
But I'm very happy to...
Beg pardon. Thought you finished.
I'm very happy to postpone that. No. Mr. Lack's point about respect, that's understood. Of course, there are other ways of describing it. Conserve and enhance is or yes, quite so. Preserve and enhance. So it's obviously capable of being looked at further if you require it. So the point about not responding to Trent Park, Mr. West's point, I dealt with this on Tuesday with regard to the degree to which there is, in fact, visibility from the core areas of Trent Park anyway. But it's not right to say that there isn't a response contained to the extent that it was being suggested. And I don't think actually Mr. West went that far, but to the extent that it's suggested that not enough has been done to respond, there is, of course, a significant area of woodland that you've referred to already, sir, and it may be necessary to refer to that as one of the boundaries that, or one of the aspects that should be delivered as part of the policy. That's all I say in response.
Thank you. I'm mindful of, again, what EnPlan, your representative from EnPlan said about the buffers as well, and what, it might be, again, while mindful that 3.12 is indicative and so on, and phrases like adequate and sufficient can be equally problematic. It's sufficient to do what? So I think if you say an adequate buffer, if that's what the 3.12, and presumably all the work's going to do, so there should be some kind of buffer, although it needs to be fixed at some point. The policy could say an adequate buffer. That on its own wouldn't necessarily mean anything, but adequate buffer to. So an adequate buffer to ensure that Trent Park is respected or something.
Yes, quite so. So I mean, what we do have is a specific reference to 3.12 in overall terms at the beginning of the policy, which of course indicates the need for that, but it can be made more specific if necessary.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll take a break now then for 20 minutes. We'll come back at 20 past. We'll move and we'll try and get through the remaining 4 criteria, which actually translates to about 30 criteria. All right, so 20 past 11. Thank you. Okay, I know we've got a couple of people not back. I did say 20 past, didn't I? I did? Yeah, good. It's just a distinct lack of respect then, that's all it is. Well, I'll just wait. There's no point starting if there's so many empty seats. Sorry, everybody's back.
Sorry, if I was late.
Oh no, Councillor Smith's on his way. I'll just 30 more seconds. Right, okay, we'll continue then, moving on to criterion 13, which is under the heading of green and blue infrastructure. I think we know what the main topic conversation is, but still go through things chronologically. I think there is a general point again here about how much this policy or this criterion repeats others. I won't go into that again. I'll just come to a view whether or not it's problematic in my own time. Under criterion A, this is quite clear. Must protect and enhance green space and valuable ecological areas within the site, including the sink, etc., etc. These features must be incorporated within publicly accessible green space and corridors. So, just to confirm, does that correspond to 3.12 and what is actually proposed in the area? And I suppose this is not quite the same as in Cruise Hill. I think we did talk about this. The only area that might be subject to development is the area to the east with I'm going to call it Arnold. I know it's not part of Arnold House, but that link. And then there's also the playing field proposals, which we'll come on to when we get into SA. But is there do those sort of underlying proposals for that area actually are they consistent with what A is saying about protection?
So yes, they are. There is, of course, a question mark arising from the fact that there is going to be, at least on the face of the proposals, the potential for access through one or more of those sink locations. But the overarching issue is whether they are protected and enhanced. And that would incorporate potential access ways through, but with the ultimate conclusion that it does nevertheless protect the sinks in their totality, because it's focusing, of course, on the sinks themselves. One question, I think, is whether it does need to, whether sink properly describes the situation. I think it does describe the situation correctly. I was wondering whether it needed to refer to sinks rather than sink. But that's a point that can be picked up.
I think it is sinks, isn't it? Because I
think it is.
I think it's sinks. Yeah, it should be sinks. Yeah. Because actually, yeah. Technically speaking, I suppose as written, it's only the Royal Enfield rifle site which is of concern, which is not correct, is it? So I think there's an issue there to remove any scope for doubt. Okay, thank you. As before, I'm going to ask all my questions about 13, then we'll get into that, and I may have some questions for Coma in particular about criterion C, at least, or points the child put to you. You may not be able to answer. You might be for Coma to answer, if that makes sense. In B, I say some of this reads again a little bit like marketing speak than policy. I do obviously understand the sentiment behind it, but is the phrase providing an abundance of opportunities a clear and unambiguous approach, would we say? What does an abundance? Again, it's the kind of thing I might expect in a coffee table book, telling you, or in your promotional material. We will provide an abundance of things, but I don't know if it necessarily tells the developer what they're expected to do.
So, noted. It's a phrase that could be made more specific in terms of abundance of opportunities. So we'll have to take that away, I think, as to how we can better indicate, or more clearly indicate how it's going to be benefited.
And again, I'm not going to think too much about it. Obviously, this is about. I haven't totted up how many times I have to say reference to sustainable active modes of travel are referred to in this policy, because I've got better things to do. But it's a lot. So it's just another point about whether under additional modifications some scope for rationalisation. All right. So C. This talks about the facilitating a natural extension of Trent Country Park into the northern part of the area. It talks a bit about that, obviously, in terms of greenbelt. It was mainly in terms of greenbelt compensatory improvements, and it may well be something we'll pick up again when we get to delivery, because obviously it's part of, it's part of whether or not that can be delivered, I think, is the issue. Is the on the back of what the council said on Tuesday about it's still the council's intention to deliver a country park, and that a country park should be delivered, there seems to be a slight change in, I say, emphasis between now, such as, well, actually, we think we can deliver a country park while maintaining an element of agricultural use, and I'll come on to why that agricultural use has to be even a factor. But are the council, and I don't, there's nothing in your hearing statement specifically about, there might be something in statements of common ground, which are not necessarily always that clear, but there's nothing in the hearing statement or document E61 which suggests a modification to criterion C, which would, in effect, remove any references to things like retaining a natural parkland character, which obviously retaining a natural parkland character might not be compatible with the continued use of the area for agricultural uses, incorporating woodland, trees and hedgerows, wetland and grassland habitat, etc., etc. Is the council, on the back of discussions with COMA, now suggesting a change to that criterion?
No, my understanding is not. The clear intent, as I said on Tuesday, is that there is going to be the provision of the country park. It's how it's going to be proposed that has the potential for some flexibility within it. But as I also said on Tuesday, the overarching aim is to make sure that there is the country park, and that should take priority and precedence over the existence of a working farm.
And this might be outside what you're aware of. It might be something to ask the site manager. But is that land? I suppose I may have been under slight misapprehension or not necessarily registered the point. Obviously, you get situations where a developer may well be aware of a situation on land and be saying, well, actually, this land isn't available from our knowledge of the area and so on. And in this case, it might have been a landowner, a farmer, not being a willing participant, and therefore that's a problem. But is this land under the control of one of the developers in the partnership, if you want to call it that?
Yes. That's certainly my understanding. I say that very clearly. I'll be told if I'm wrong about that, no doubt, by COMA. By Ms Mason, I should say.
So why then, from the council's perspective, and I understand, I'm just putting it out there now, maybe people want to help me with it, but from your understanding of this, then why, in a situation whereby you've had several years of developing this proposal, the country park as set out in criterion 13 and all the other work, and what I think in the minds of people would be what a country park is, would be, I think it would be fair to say, not necessarily combined with a working farm. I don't think that's unfair to say, or there's no suggestion that in the policy or anything that's what it would be. It's in the control of a willing landowner because it's part of this partnership, and effectively, I'm told that this is all part of a comprehensive scheme and that everyone's on board and we're all working together towards this, and we had a discussion about this on Tuesday, but we're all working towards. So why, from council's perspective, would it now be this potential change in position where land is going to be continued as a working farm, albeit it's under the control of a developer who is supposedly part of the scheme? What purpose is there in maintaining that as a working farm? Well,
in terms of the purpose for the operational elements and the purpose behind that, that's something very much for COMA, rather than ourselves. For our part, the only question is whether there's the ability to deliver a country park. And a country park, for example, with having sheep grazing within an area that people are able to enjoy. So you know that there are different forms of country park. Some are much more naturalistic than others. The Trent Park is obviously a much more formal country park, given its nature. In other areas, as I say, so you know that there's a much more free-roaming and naturalised approach to the delivery of the country park, which would have the ability to allow for livestock to be grazed on land, for example. So it's that awareness that enabled the council to reach the conclusion that it's possible to combine the two. But very much repeat what I said, which is that it's possible to do that. Ultimately, the question is whether that does come to fruition through the master plan process.
I suppose the concerns which are bound to be out there, and whether or not that's a soundness issue for me is for me to determine. But it's twofold. One is obviously that if there's no particular change in character as a result of, you can call it a country park and you can have public footpaths running through it and you can call it what you like. But if there's no particular change in character or something, and it remains largely as it is, perhaps with enhanced public rights of way and so on, what is then stopping? If there's no particular change, then what is stopping this in the Enfield local plan review of X years coming forward? I think obviously that speaks back to the boundary issues and the forcefulness or defensibility of those boundaries. That is it basically just going to, because there is going to be no change in character to that area, albeit in name, then it doesn't stop in the fullness of time that coming forward. So is it I suppose, is it effective? I suppose, and then of course there is the side issue, which is, well, and we did talk about this, you may not want to say any more about it, is the extent to which things that you've put in here about woodland, trees, hedgerows, wetland and grassland habitat, which are things that, there might be situations where you can co-locate or have elements of a country park which are agricultural, but 13C does suggest some change in character, some enhancement. So if there's no enhancement and there's no change in character and we just call it a country park, then A, is it achieving what the plan set out to achieve anyway in terms of mitigation and improvement, but also B, is it actually providing any comfort that that is a defensible boundary and that we're not just going to roll forward in years to come. You might say that's nothing to do with me, but it is, because you have to think about the boundaries and the permanency of those boundaries.
Yes, certainly so. And the critical part of your question is, or the conditional part of your conditional part of your question relates to whether there is going to be a change of character. And the council envisages, as I say, the delivery of a country park with the various elements that have been identified within the policy. And it's that's the subject of the consideration as to whether it's a sound approach, and that's what the council wants to see. And it's clear that on the face of the policy, it is anticipating a change in character insofar as C sets out what should be provided for. And that is also supported by what's contained within figure 3.12, if only because when one looks at the woodland boundary to Trent Park, one can see that that's basically taking one of the main fields that's remaining in agricultural use for woodland purposes. And as I said, this is something that will come through the master plan. And I take your points that there's a whole process that the master plan is going through, of which the council is playing a fulsome role. Ultimately, of course, if one can always look to what the situation ultimately might be, which is there being no agreement around the master plan. In those circumstances, PL10 becomes ineffective because it is entirely based upon the approval, the agreement, and the bringing forward of that master plan. So it's in all of the interests of those parties playing a part, including the developers, to ensure that those aims that are contained within PL10 are met. So the council is very clear about that, and well, obviously it will be a matter for Comer Homes to seek to persuade you otherwise, but that's our position.
Okay. There's obviously there's two aspects to this. I said on Tuesday. There's it's an odd thing because obviously the council is saying, well, our policy's sound, and I don't this is a massive objection to the principle of, notwithstanding the objections to the site as a whole, but the concept of a country park might well be seen as welcome. But it is about delivery. We might come on to that to a certain degree. I mean, maybe Comer can help me in this. I don't rather than going through all my points while we're talking about it. And I had this conversation, you weren't here, I don't think, but I had this conversation with Landsdown. Landsdown, with respect, was putting up some issues about, which might suggest they weren't necessarily signed up to the overall picture and vision. And I suggest, well, if you're, this is all about removing land from the greenbelt, and you want to be part of it, so you sign up to the vision. Why not? I mean, and I say, I could understand it slightly more if this was a case of, well, we don't control the land. There's a farmer on the land who doesn't want to release their land. So there's a whole process to go. But if you're in control of the land and you're part of this consortium, if you like, not informal consortium, then why would you not be seeking to deliver or help facilitate the delivery of what the policy requires?
I think Comer Homes is seeking to deliver, but I think what we've said is, well, there's two sides to it. One, I guess the first point is we don't necessarily think extending the country park makes the plan unsound, or either way, makes it sound or unsound. I don't think it hinges on that point. And then secondly, if you find that it does need to be an extension of the country park in order to find the plan sound, we don't think that it is incompatible with the working farm. We can still provide public access, and as we've said, and as I think my colleague Neil said on Tuesday, there are examples where working farms are accessible to the public. They can't access every aspect of it, but they can walk through the farm, and we think that that is compatible with an extension to the country park. And likewise, the same as the road. Again, it wouldn't be ideal having a road north to south through the farm, but again, we can make it work. I think it's worth saying that the reason why we'd like to keep it as a working farm is that it's a viable farm, and there are tenants in there at the moment, so that would be the aspiration. And like I say, but we understand that there needs to be more footpaths across it.
There's more to it than footpaths, though, isn't it? If you look at C13, Criterion 13, there's more to delivering the country park as being consistent with the policy and sticking a few footpaths in it.
I think the natural parkland we object to, and we would like to see a change in that wording. I think that's the real sticking point, and that would be something that would be difficult to achieve with the working farm.
Out of interest, is any other parts of the area which are working farm which are going to be delivered for housing?
Not.
So what's the use currently then of the remainder of the... I mean, you might not in Comer Homes as ownership, but presumably some of the land is agricultural, isn't it, largely?
So it's agricultural, and then I think that there probably will be some open space around it, but there's this sort of key boundary to the farm is agricultural at the moment.
So your position is then that the exceptional circumstances exist without the extension to Country Park. That's obviously for me, yeah, but it's still fundamental to council's vision, isn't it? And the council are arguing, it's the council's position that the delivery of the Country Park is not only about providing mitigation for the harm to losing green belt or losing open space. It's also about providing enhancement, which is fair enough. So what do you say then about the planning balance then? That if the country park were either not to be delivered or to be effectively significantly watered down from what this policy suggests? Because I'm still not getting the impression that Coma are saying you can have an argument all day long about natural parkland character, but I've not heard anything about incorporating woodland, trees and hedgerows, wetland and grassland habitats, amenity green spaces, play areas and drainage attenuation. I've not heard any, well, drainage attenuation might just be mitigated, perhaps not a country park issue, but those are them. I'm not hearing that Coma are all in favour of that, provided we've got some fields. So I'm getting, all I've heard from Coma is, well, we'll provide some public rights of way. So again, that's not really changing the character of the area, is it? It's not providing a country park, it's providing some public rights of way, which is completely different, isn't it? So why, I suppose, why don't Coma want to be part of that approach, having been part of this scheme for several years and presumably be in discussions about it and all in favour of promoting it? I mean, what purpose is there in seeking to resist that element?
I think that obviously there's been an awful lot of discussion about compensation and compensatory, what's required in terms of offsetting. And I guess we don't see that this is required to offset in terms of the release from the Greenbelt, that there are other measures, whether they be financial and obviously all the other benefits that are coming from the scheme, improvements to attenuation being one of the key ones in this scheme, around the Merryhill brooks and the other brooks. So I guess that's one point. And then the other point is I think there are probably potentials for landscape improvements around the farm, not necessarily woodland per se, because that really would conflict with the farm. And I guess being completely open, we would like to keep it as a farm. We've said that. And there are things that we can do that perhaps other measures, landscape measures, etc., but woodland really would conflict unless it's around the edges to soften.
In terms of keeping, I mean, obviously, this is a local plan. Local plans change the use of land, don't they, or at least facilitate the change of use of land. So and that's what the council are seeking to do. I mean, all things being equal, they might have, quite content generally to see farmland remain as farmland. But as part of, they've decided that this is in order to help and create an overall acceptable form of development, a sustainable form of development, and a good, in inverted commas, form of development, they want to see something specific in the vision there. And it goes beyond just mitigating. It's not just about mitigating the harm. It's about adding value, isn't it, to the area, to the borough. Is it fair to say that your vision for that land would not deliver the same degree of benefit?
I don't think it would be exactly the same degree of benefit because it wouldn't be entirely open, which I think is maybe where the council are coming from. But it's not to say it won't be more open, it just won't be entirely open.
And if I conclude that the policy is sound, and that the expectation of a country park as set out in paragraph 13 is a sound policy and approach, Coma obviously accept the fact that would, if it's not delivered, then that would obviously call into question the entire scheme getting planning, if not allocated, because it might be a sound allocation, but not call into question the scheme getting planning permission.
We understand that we'd have to have discussions within the master plan document, and then potentially there could be conflicts with if we came to the planning application stage, which is why to avoid ambiguity, we would prefer to get it addressed now. But I appreciate that obviously.
Well, there's no ambiguity. I would say there's no ambiguity. The council are pretty clear what they expect. Yeah. I mean, obviously you're saying it can't be delivered. It can't be. The other side of this is the only constraint to delivery the desire to keep it as a working farm. There's no financial constraints to delivery. There's no viability constraints to delivery or ownership constraints. It's purely we have a preference for this to be a working farm.
I think in terms of viability, obviously we'll get onto that later, that hasn't been completely ironed out, although we agree that overall the scheme is likely to be viable. But it is mainly down to it being a working farm.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about how many other working farms are being identified as part of these plans, and being why this particular working farm is of more importance than any other. In terms of delivery, I mean, we're not talking about, this is about delivering the whole, isn't it? So it's not about taking each parcel. I was trying to say that it's not about taking each parcel and saying what's best for that thing. It's about what is best for delivering the whole 3,700 dwellings in what is portrayed as a comprehensive, coordinated form of development where everyone's supposed to be working. I suppose I get slightly nervous about the fact, in terms of delivery, that I'm told by all and sundry that we're all working together, it's going to be wonderful, and we're going to have this master plan, it's all great. And then I've got landowners at the table telling me, well, actually, no, we don't like that. We're not signed up to this vision. We're not signed up to that approach, and we will effectively seek to resist it. And so it's giving me a mixed message, isn't it? Really.
I can see that from your perspective. I think we are fine with the country park. Obviously, in the ideal world, we'd prefer it not to be an extension of the country park. But we see that it can be made to be compatible. But obviously there's probably levels of how it is made into a country park. There's probably we might have a different approach or interpretation of how it can be made to be a country park. Because as I said...
What about my point about character? So, if you're, you can call anything a country park. You draw a red line around the site and say this is a country park, but if it's effectively the same character it is now, how would anybody, in terms of defensible greenbelt boundaries, that's obviously one thing that a concern has been raised to me, that by not delivering the country park, it's twofold. You've got a double whammy. You're not delivering the benefits that we were told we were going to be getting and promised, and then by the same token, we no longer have a defensible greenbelt boundary, and that basically the country park that might, a functioning country park might provide that buffer from, in future pressure to extend even further into the greenbelt up to presumably Hadley Road. So is Coma Homes of the view that what you're proposing or what you're proposing doesn't happen could actually still maintain that defensible boundary, and that there's not going to be pressure because that's the point of changing the greenbelt boundary. The expectation in national policy is that there's not automatically then pressure the next time the plan's drawn up to go over that boundary you just drew the last time, and you're not constantly nibbling away at it. So the country park clearly has a role in doing that, doesn't it? If you've got something that's there that actually changes the character of that area as a function for recreation and so on, and as all of these things about woodland and everything else, that's clearly going to change the nature of the area so that it's creating that defensible boundary. If it's basically we're just going to continue with a farm, and yes, we'll open up some boundaries and there might be a bush route goes through it and so on and so forth, but actually it's still going to be a farm. There's no real defensible boundary there anymore, is there? Because all there is at the moment is a track. So there'd be no change in character between the track and what's the other side of the track. I think the purpose was, actually, and I think it's one of the criteria next is creating and enhancing those boundaries. And the country park, I would have thought, was part of that. So is your approach going to weaken that?
We would argue not, and that there would still be a defensible boundary, and that obviously through the application we would have to work with the council to ensure that there was a clear defensible boundary, but we think that can be done alongside the farm.
Okay, I don't think we'll get much further with that. We may well come back to it unless there's anything else you want to say about it while we're on C.
I don't think so, just that I think Neil emphasised the point on Tuesday that obviously the existing country park does have areas that aren't open to the public, and that would be the same with this farm, but we appreciate that it needs to be opened up more, but it would still be a working farm.
I think, sorry, I'm like a dog with a bone on this, but even those areas which were not open to the public have a particular function. I think there was talking about certain, private facilities. There's a function there, isn't there? There's like a role those areas play, which is very different to agricultural fields, which have, there's no discernible difference or the housing all gets built, and anyone who's been in the area, for a long time will look to the north of the track at the edge of the housing and go, well, it's exactly, we've delivered this country park, and supposedly, but there's no change. And then, so where's the inherent benefit of that? And I think it's got to be, in terms of the planning balance, I would say, just logic dictates that the vision I get, albeit, it's a vision which is flexible and is master planned, so the vision I get from paragraph C, 13C, is very, very different to what the vision you're telling me about. And so even if you can incorporate a farm with improved access and public rights of way and so on and so forth, that's not going to deliver the same degree of benefit, both in terms of recreation or biodiversity or everything, than what the policy as set out envisages. So that's going to alter the planning balance, isn't it?
We would say that you don't necessarily need that level of compensatory benefits in line with the MPPF of 2023, which says offset, so it doesn't have to be like for like. But I take your point that there is a difference in terms of how we see it and what that says about natural parkland. But as I was told on Tuesday, the country park idea isn't just about, it contributes to the compensatory improvements, but I don't think it's just about that. I wasn't told it was purely about greenbelt improvement, greenbelt compensation. I think it was also about general general public open space provision, general recreation provision, general improvements to biodiversity. It was adding the value over and above that. So obviously it got a greenbelt compensatory improvement aspect to it, but it was beyond that. That's why I didn't go into it too much on Tuesday, because I thought, well, actually it's got a role beyond that. And to me, it seems quite a fundamental. If you read the policies as a whole, it keeps coming back to the country park. It's not something that's just been a bit of a tag on, or like, must provide sufficient open space to mitigate the harm. It's a crucial part of the vision, and the crucial part of the vision, according to Cope, is going to be, as far as you're concerned, I think is watered down. So that's, for me, I have to take your views on board, but that will inevitably, even if the country park can't be delivered in the vision, in the way the council envisaged it, then I think that's inevitably got to have an effect on the planning balance. It may not change the overall planning balance, but it will have an effect on the planning balance, won't it? I appreciate that. I don't want to feel like I just keep repeating the same point, but we do feel that the farm can be compatible with a country park and the extension of the country park. But I do take the point that obviously it won't be exactly as envisaged in C, which says natural park.
Okay, I'll leave that there then, for now. Okay, thank you. Any other points on country park before I move on to D? Slide.
Yes, I think that was a very interesting discussion. I would simply observe that there was an earlier plan for Chase Park at Regulation 18 in which development was proposed on the working farm. So it's interesting to see how Coma have now decided that the farm has value to be retained.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, regulation, well, it is before me, but it's not the plan I'm examining. So, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. Just to say that the plan itself picks up the point of there being a deficit in the area of access to open space. And just to pick up on that point I made on Tuesday, that there is quite a lot of open space and recreational space with the equestrian centre being lost. So just to sort of ground the point that it is needed to help offset those deficits that are already there, and to create the country park space needed for the new homes.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't suggesting any belittling of that requirement. I thought my view, and Mr. Reid will correct me if I'm wrong, is that it was always intended to both do that, perform that role, but also go beyond that role and provide, not just purely, it was to enhance as well as to mitigate.
I think we're in sort of quite a lot of agreement with the council.
It's a strange thing, isn't it? That, all without understanding your underlying premise that it's odd we've got this sort of agreement here, but a disagreement there. But it's particularly odd that the disagreement comes from someone who's seeking to deliver the site, which I find.
Well, quite so. And our topic paper was very clear. 6.6, page 30, PDF, PLA 2, PLA 1, I think, PLA 2. it was very clear that we were envisaging as part of the justification for the release, the delivery of the country park. And I indicated also on Tuesday that the council's committed, if necessary, to achieve that process by the means that I've already alerted to.
There is an interesting thing there, of course. As I was driving back to my hotel on Tuesday, when I was thinking about these things, I do think about these things when I'm not here, believe it or not. The slightly strange situation of a council CPOing the land of a developer, which is actually part of the development of the remainder of the site. I mean, I don't know how that would stack up in reality, but you know, it would be an unusual situation, wouldn't it? But not necessarily impossible, but you know, unusual.
Yes, quite unusual, but certainly not something that would be incapable of being done under the legislation.
I didn't spot Iceni's comment there. So.
Sorry, Sarah. I was just going to add, so just as I understand it, your concerns around this in terms of the planning balance would be in terms of a loss of ability to establish defensible greenbelt boundary and character of the country park. Is that correct?
My concern is whether or not whether or not what is envisaged in this policy can be delivered.
Yeah.
And if it's not delivered as per the policy, what the consequences of that are.
Yeah.
And both in terms of the planning balance, but also on the ground, if you like.
Okay. All right. I mean, just you kind of made that point pretty firmly that, you know, what's in the policy will be what's expected to be delivered, and then there's obviously the mechanism for negotiations through the master plan. I think on just on those 2 points on defensible boundary and character, there obviously will be the ability for the master plan to shape defensible boundaries on the ground and the character of the country park to an extent. But as you say, at the end of the day, the council is the ultimate decision maker here, with the ability to A, develop that master plan as appropriate, and B, determine the planning application.
Which is the case of every application. And every allocation is subject to. So you can say, well, in principle, this is acceptable, provided you meet all these criteria. And there are occasions when allocations can't meet all the criteria and planning permission is refused. And people might say, well, it's an allocated site, I can be refused. But that's actually that's the system working, isn't it? When, in a way, that you've gone through the criteria, it doesn't meet your expectations. But of course, here we've got a higher bar than that, because the starting point is the first page is removing it from the greenbelt. So it's not quite as straightforward on perhaps other sites where you might, well, it doesn't happen, it doesn't have any consequence, you review it and you move on. This is obviously removing it from the greenbelt. So it is a higher bar of certainty, I think, about the planning balance that's being put to me and what the exceptional circumstances are and what is made up, what makes up those exceptional circumstances. I fully accept that the country park is not the only reason that's being put forward for this site to be removed from the greenbelt. What I'm saying is that it's part of that, and you know, the weight given to that might differ depending on what is deliverable or what is expected.
Yeah, I guess on that character point as well, it will depend how the working farm is accommodated within the country park, won't it, as well? You know, that there are numerous examples of working farms and, you know, country parks working together and those being appropriate. I think the key format for how that's delivered is through the master plan, isn't it? That's where you'll really get down into the detail of what the character of that country park will look like if there's a working farm within it.
Yeah, policy doesn't say anything about a working farm. The policy talks about natural. What does it talk about? Natural parkland character. It talks about woodland. I'm going over in surrounding circles here. It doesn't say anything about a working farm. And what I would suggest in 13C, notwithstanding what Mr. Reid said and what everybody said about this, if you take 13C literally, I don't think it would provide much scope for the accommodation of a working farm. Now that's for me, again, so that would be a soundness issue for me. If I considered that, well, that's a reasonable outcome, then it might be that 13C has to be altered to address that outcome. But I don't think at the moment, there's an incompatibility in my mind between what I'm being told by the landowner and what the policy says. And that's for me to take away and determine what the effect, what consequences, if any, of that are. But I'm going to move on. Sorry, right, 13, we're still on 13. D and E are both, I haven't got a huge amount to say about these. They're both shoulds. That's why I say the only question is whether they should be musts. But then if I say they're musts, then somebody might say, well, they should be shoulds, so I don't know. But, you know, appropriate buffers to existing woodland in D and create a range of new open spaces, that sounds to me, again, like it's about delivering the vision and delivering the protection, so should sounds a bit weaker than must. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand that, sir. And there was the point that was made previously, I think in respect of Cruise Hill, that in relation to any ancient woodland, there's standing guidance on the part of Natural England that there needs to be a buffer provided.
And I think just as a matter of just an interesting way where you can have a debate about what is an appropriate buffer, and people might say, well, that's not sufficiently clear. I think this is where it works here, because it's an appropriate buffer to protect and enhance biodiversity. So when making a planning judgment about what is the appropriate buffer, you understand what it's there to achieve. So it's what is appropriate to achieve that. Sometimes policies will say an appropriate or sufficient, but without explaining to what end. That's where it becomes ambiguous, I think. So just in case at another point in this process I say I don't like the phrase appropriate, that doesn't mean it'll be because it depends on the context and what the tail piece says. Because no doubt someone will go, well, it's Mr. Lee, you said that. Any pedants in the room. Just going through, E. So just on E, sorry, that should be must. It talks about then a range of open space, including a hilltop view park at the highest point of the placemaking area, providing local views, etc., etc., etc. Does, just for my understanding of the geography of the site and everything else, does what the discussions we've been having about the farm have any bearing on E? Can that be delivered? You know, this sort of hilltop view park at the highest point of the placemaking area, is that outside what would be considered the country park? Just for clarity.
Thanks, Sue. Yes, I mean, I'm referring to 3.12 in PLA 4, which is illustrative, but you'll note at number 4, I think. So one would assume that that particular point is a high point. So if something like that was created, that could be done, but notwithstanding, not fully understanding what might be meant by how those fields might be used and the extent of what a working farm or a business might be. But in theory, yes, it could. I was just going to say that in terms of that being an illustrative plan, of course, that the reference to should as that being an opportunity to create something of that nature is probably more relevant in respect of E, the first part of E.
Yeah, I suppose it would be must create a range of open spaces because that's what it would be expected anyway. So that's must. But then I guess the hilltop view park is more of a should. So it might be must create a range of new places. This could include rather than perhaps. On F, I have nothing particular. I think, again, it really repeats other things. G refers to the country park again. So I don't necessarily want, obviously, anything that comes out of that, any discussion may well flow into G, but provide a high-quality play spaces, a variety of scales and sizes through a combination of designated form of playable space, fine. But then including natural play within the country park. So if, that suggests the discussion we've been having that there's the council might want to achieve that, as a very laudable aim. There's a question mark over whether that would be deliverable in the midst of a working farm, and whether or not those two things are compatible.
Yes, our position, again, not that, we certainly don't want to prevent any of those elements in order to acknowledge a working farm. And indeed, wording can be made quite clear. If say, you decide that it's appropriate to make reference to a working farm, it can be made clear that they nevertheless have to provide those elements. So we have indicated what we think about that.
Thank you. H is about SUDs. I think this is it's got some local distinctiveness to it, so that's fine. But I think obviously it would refer back, if not specifically, obviously indirectly, to the SUDS, general SUDS policies, where there might be caveats about where SUDS is appropriate and so on and so forth. I don't think we need to worry too much about that. So nothing particularly on that. I think national policy might suggest it should be a must than a should, but there's also it depends on the scheme, so I'm not too worried about that. HI, nothing on. Oh well, I suppose it says should provide growing spaces, including community orchards and allotments. Provide trees on all streets where appropriate and within public space, well, wherever appropriate and public space is fine. I suppose the growing spaces, community orchards, is that part of, it's not necessarily for the policy, just my understanding, is that going to be part of the general open space provision, which is referred to elsewhere? So again, whether or not these things need to be quite a little bit more, clear about as part, it might be, again, thinking about tweaking the policy to say, provide open space and recreation facilities, which would include open, play natural, whatever it is, the formal play areas, allotments, and space. So all these things are tied back to the same starting point, which is delivering a requisite amount of open space and recreation, rather than having them all split up in different things and not quite sure how they relate to each other. J. This is in Cruise Hill. I can't remember if I discussed it or not, but it's obviously, probably goes without saying, but fine. I've got nothing particularly to say there. And K must deliver 20% BNG. I know there are issues around that, but again, I think that's effectively a cross-reference back to your BNG policy. So I think rather than get into a big debate over 20% now, we'll discuss that when we talk about BG3, is it? I can't remember. And then obviously if there's something that comes out of that discussion, then it will flow back into these. I don't want to get, because if this was, it's 10% everywhere else, but 20% here, the time would be to talk about it here, but I think it's 20% across the board, isn't it? So there's no necessarily to get into that too much. Okay, that's all my comments on 13. Any comments on 13, Iceni, Mr.?
Sorry, if you're going to defer it to another session, the discussion on 20% BNG, if I could be allowed to make a statement to that's fine, and we can move on. It's just.
Well, yeah, I think there's no point. It's a bit like where it's a standard. There's no point getting into a big debate about it, because we're going to have that debate again at some point when we talk about the relevant policy. So rather than discuss it, I don't want to have the BNG, 20% BNG discussion now, because if I agree with everything you say and it goes down to 10%, because you'll no doubt tell me that's what national policy requires and the statute requires, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If I agree with that there, then there's a whole raft of people who might want to come and talk to me about that in the fullness of time, and we'll have the debate again. So there's no point, really.
Yeah, I get that. You want to do it at the right time. I just have not prepared a hearing statement for that specific session.
Well, it's all right, because there isn't one yet.
Sorry?
There isn't one yet.
Oh, isn't it?
So don't worry about that. Nobody. In fact, nobody has, because I haven't issued the MIQs for that yet. So yeah, any other points on 13, Mr. Lack?
Yeah, just a minor point. I'm probably alone, but I got thoroughly confused about the terminology of the country park and the Hilltop View Park, thinking that they were one and the same thing, and of course they're not. And one of the reasons for that confusion partly arises from the fact that the illustrative framework 312 does not actually mark the Hilltop View Park. It only marks the open spaces. So I don't know whether anybody else has been confused by this, but it seemed to me that perhaps some clarity could be provided on that.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a few comments about H, which is about flooding, because I think the document is sort of underplaying this. I've been a councillor for a long time, and one of the big issues that we've had to face as a council has been the flooding in eastern Enfield. As we know, there are three streams. There are two streams in this site, Merry Hills and Salmonsbrook. There's also one further south, Pimsbrook. And the issue has been for the council is that, and this is prior to the introduction of SUD schemes, which is a slightly separate issue, has been that during the winter in particular, these particular streams, the flows through them have increased very substantially. And they haven't necessarily flooded this particular site, but they have flooded downstream in eastern Enfield. And the council has spent a great deal of money over the years trying to mitigate this particular problem. Now, in terms, and of course the council has had some control over the works to, for example, Salmonsbrook, and they are introducing a new project which in a slightly different way is attempting to do the same thing. Now, if this goes ahead and it becomes within the ownership, or is within the ownership of a developer or a different landowner, it seems to me that the policy needs to be very clear about how this issue will be addressed in future, because it's not going to go away. And it can't just be left on the assumption that SUD schemes will reduce this problem. I mean, we know, for example, Comer Homes only a few weeks ago dug a big, deep ditch on its southern boundary of its site near the end of Trentwood Park side. So it's about 50 yards of ditch to improve drainage and reduce flooding. So it is certainly an issue, and Comer Homes are aware of it and are trying to do something about it, understandably. What I'm coming to is that this particular paragraph probably needs to be beefed up in some way as to who is going to be responsible for carrying on these sorts of works and reducing this problem were we to have a very rainy winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to come back on there?
So the flooding issues are going to be dealt with, of course, in the usual way. They have been considered through the SFRA work, so I won't go back over that. The hilltop view point that Mr. Lack raises, noted in respect of figure 312, the hilltop view is identified in the framework, the spatial framework, page 43. It's in the northeastern corner of the site. You'll see, so the viewpoint is identified, and then in the key on the page before, the reference is made to the hilltop view. I take Mr. Lack's point that it's not in 312. It can be amended to include that.
Yeah, I think it will come back to this issue. We've talked about it in relation to densities and numbers and so on, and whether or not some of the things that are in that spatial framework, which the council might rely on, are better placed in policy or the plan to make it, so there's not a paper chase for a start, but also to make it abundantly clear what's expected.
Quite so, and given that there's a reference to the Hilltop View Park, it would make sense for there to be a specific identification of that on 312.
Agreed. Okay, so that's action for you. Okay, I'm going to move on then to criterion 14. We're into movement and connectivity requirements. This specifically refers to the ambition of 75% sustainable transport mode share, which I think, well, I'm not sort of necessarily, might not. So what? Well, I don't think Cruise Hill actually has the same. Doesn't set out the same. Now, it might be a perfectly good reason for that, but I suppose if nothing else, it's pretty clear at least what the council is expecting. I'm sure, and I don't necessarily want to get into the debate again about whether or not it's realistic to achieve that, because that's fundamental to what we've been talking about. So I think it's just, but it's clear what your objective is there and clear what you're expecting. The effectiveness, I suppose, of all of the measures you've got in the remainder of these criteria, whether it helps you achieve that. But I suppose the only thing from the policy says, I know that it says that what's being asked is for development proposals to set out how the ambition will be achieved, rather than achieve the ambition. But maybe that's, again, pedantry on my part too.
Certainly a change can be made to make that clear. Yeah. The intention is to achieve what you've just identified.
Yeah, so far you've avoided my rant about demonstrate how, a phrase that I cannot abide in policy, but is not necessarily unsound, but is everywhere nowadays. And that's not the policy. It's not a policy, it's a process, it's an action, it's not the outcome. So it would be the same here. I mean, really what you're saying is development should achieve the ambition of 75% sustainable modes of transport. Might be a should than a must. Because obviously you can't force people to get on a bus, can you? But you can provide the framework within which people can at least do it if they want to. There is here as well, and this is where we first get into the thorny issue of the London Plan car and parking standards will be achieved. So this is where again, it's a different approach here to Cruise Hill, which I don't think ever really says that overtly. I think it just sort of talks about limited parking. And we talked about that, but this is actually very overt. You will apply London Plan parking standards and this is where the whole chicken and egg thing is. Currently it's PTAL, in most of it's PTAL 001. So and it was TfL's concern that, to an extent, that that would mean 1.5 spaces per dwelling, which is very high, and not really what would be in keeping with the vision for a new sustainable neighbourhood. So and from what all we've discussed over the last couple of weeks, my feeling is that actually it's not what you want to achieve here. It wouldn't be the parking standard for PTAL 001. It would be something more stringent than that. Is that fair?
So yes, the agreed position within the Statement of Common Ground is that car-light principles will be applied in respect of Chase Park. And the car-light principle is that it will be less than the maximum car parking standard that is provided for in respect of the relevant area as defined by the PTAL. So that's the aim. And of course, the wording of the policy needs to reflect that.
Action there to modify that to reflect. Well, obviously, some people may have comments about this, but all things being equal, depending on what I hear from other people, that would seem a logical action to make it absolutely clear. The London Plan, as I understand it, does provide scope for that, because I think in T6 it does say, it talks about car-free generally, or car-light, where in areas which are to be or can be made sustainable. There's a slight, then it sets out standards which doesn't quite tally. Far be out to get into the soundness of the London Plan. But there's an element of, they don't quite tally up, but I think the London Plan does provide scope for councils to set either, I guess, plan-wide stringent or different standards, and by logical extension where you've got something specific to say, well, this is where we want to go beyond parking standards. And I think, obviously it does need to be very clear to stave off any suggestion that it's going to be 1.5 spaces per dwelling. So,
Absolutely. So we're mindful of the discussions we've had with TfL. We want to achieve what they're aiming us to achieve by way of that issue, if nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think actually just the next line. So it talks about London Plan car and cycle parking standards will be achieved, and then the next day development should provide limited residential parking to promote active travel. Well, I guess my question would have been, well, before we had all the discussion, well, actually, 1.5 spaces per dwelling, which is what is implied, wouldn't necessarily correlate to limited parking, would it, in the London Plan? So those things are slight. So I think there's a way of obviously combining, writing it in such a way that combines those ideas and makes it very clear what limited means. Okay. Anything on 14? Mr. Lack? You might want to if you're going to say something, put your sign up before you get to it, and then you know.
I wasn't sure how far you were going to get, sir, before you went back asking for questions. I would simply observe sort of musing on the idea that was floated by Mr. West about moving the Greenbelt boundary back to the Merry Hills Brook, in that it would then alter the PTAL rating of the remaining development area and alleviate some of the problems that have been highlighted in evidence put before you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think the objective, obviously, as has been reflected on before, is that the PTAL rating of 0 or 1 for the remainder of the site is a bit of a moot point, because of course it's going to be 0 or 1 because there's nothing there, and that's not the intention. Obviously, once something is there, it would no longer. The ambition is to bring it out of those areas into something much more reflective of a sustainable location. So, yes, Mr. Boone.
Thank you, sir. It's just a very quick point, and it might be just our misunderstanding, but the policy favours on-street parking, and the policy EL2, the plan policy T23E says the council strongly favours off-street parking. To ensure the development requires to not create a barrier to introduce conflicts of active travel. So it might be purposeful to say, I suppose this one has to be on street to draw that comparison, but it felt like a potential contradiction in terms of justification for different types of parking.
Yeah, some clarity on that wouldn't be helpful, actually. So there's a point more on the SA ones as well, where there's a lot of changes being put forward on most of the SA policy, think about parking, and they're often currently worded to say limited parking, or whatever the phrase is, depending on the thing, and then they have this sort of discussion about off-street or on-street parking interspersed with trees and all this. And in the proposed modifications, that wording isn't there anymore, but it's also not been crossed out. So we're only made to do it once, but there's a sort of thing. What is the issue generally about on-street versus off-street parking? Is it something you have got a preference for, and is it clear throughout?
I'm looking behind me to see. I know that I let Mr. Cole off the hook this morning because I wasn't anticipating we'd get to this until this afternoon, because I thought that might come up in the context of, but that's not in terms of PL10. I thought it was going to come up under SA1 through 4.
We can make it up through SA1 because I think it's a similar form of words.
That would be preferable.
Yeah,
so,
as long as I mean, the issue isn't going to be lost on the fact that because I think there's, again, the whole thing about why have you said it in the SA policies when the PL10, that's a bit of a side issue, but the issue of parking is picked up again there. So, yeah.
So I think I know the answer, but if I say the answer, that I think there's a risk that it might not be the right answer.
Yeah. In fact, all this text about residential podium parking must not be created along stretches of inactive building frontage and blah blah blah. There's sort of discussions about all that in the SA policies as well, and as I say, the E6.1 puts forward modifications to practically all the policies in that respect, but it doesn't show. There's an issue with E6.1, as we know, that some of the modifications don't show the modification. They just show the new wording, but not necessarily tell me what's being deleted. And so I'm not entirely sure whether you're now deleting all that stuff out on street parking, which would suggest you actually you're ambivalent or agnostic to it, or what. It's unusual, again, I suppose in my mind, it's quite unusual for councils to be promoting on-street parking, because you want to avoid that, but I guess if it's in more designed and not ad hoc, as you sort of see it around and out.
Yes. It is in part because of the way in which the development framework has, or the framework document, has evolved. But rather than, as I say, me perhaps somewhat cumbersomely trying to deal with it, can I ask that we deal with that as part of the 10.1 and then keep that in mind and revert to it as necessary?
Mr. Bernard, absolutely. I'm sure you're okay with that. Yeah. Councillor Smith, if you want to see you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I mean, if we're going to talk about it later on, that's fine. But just this issue of on-street versus off-street is, in fact, extremely important as far as the local plan's concerned, because off-street parking will reduce density. Developers will much prefer to have on-street parking because they can squeeze in more properties. The council will probably want that outcome as well, which is why they've talked about on-street parking. That needs to be clear. There can't be any definition. But of course, if you have on-street parking, that means that there has to be strict parking controls, particularly if you're talking about a car light scheme, which means that various sections of the new roads would not permit parking. Someone has to be responsible for managing those schemes and monitoring them and so on. I assume the council is not expecting to do that role, but perhaps it is, I don't know. But nevertheless, none of this is sort of referred to, and perhaps, and not perhaps, but definitely something should be said about this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I suppose I don't know what the council intends in terms of management. Obviously, criterion 13J gets into that issue in relation to ballooning infrastructure, whether it's a more general point about these. But I don't know how the council will generally deal with this sort of thing. So.
Yes, I think we'll deal with it then. Again, the question of adoption of the relevant roads is something that he can most readily deal with.
Okay, that's fine. It won't be forgotten. Anything else on where was I? 14? No? Good. 15 then covers some familiar issues. I think A is, again, sorry, I always say don't repeat yourself, and all I do is repeat myself. It's the effect of repeating all the criteria, and I have nothing to say about that. B, I think in the same sort of boat. I think by the time you've got to criterion 15, if you're not aware that you've got to deliver active travel and cycle tracks and buses, then, well, you've not been reading it properly. C, there are two elements to C. The first is about improving public transport corridors. Nothing to particularly say about this principle, but reference to working closely with TfL. Again, it's not really policy, is it? Because that is planning.
We will do that anyway.
You will do, exactly, but actually, who is working closely with TfL? Because if it's the council working in partnership with TfL, fine. But I suppose by the time we got into these criteria, it's about the developer, and the developer's not. I mean, yes, the developer would naturally, no doubt, consult with TfL and want to be where we're relevant to. We'll be in negotiation with them and making sure their proposals are not going to be objected to. But there's no requirement on a developer to work in partnership with TfL. So it seems like that would be an unjustified part of the policy, because it's not entirely clear. I mean, sometimes these policies are obviously very clear. This is the council's action. The council will do this, but these are sort of the DM side of things, aren't they? So it seems to me that it's more you're trying to get the developer to work in partnership with TfL, which is not. It's not how it works, is it? Yes, there have to be Section 106, Section 278, whatever mechanisms apply. TfL, no doubt, is consultee. Their views would be put forward to whichever planning control committee, I imagine, and given significant weight to. But in partnership is a formal thing, and I think that probably should come out.
Thank you, sir. I agreed.
There is obviously no issue at all with the aim of living within 400 metres of bus stop, and again, that is it's worded differently in Cruise Hill, but the objective, I think it's spinning it the other way around. Presumably, it's not about we want to achieve the aim of Londoners living within 400 metres of a bus stop. It would be all new housing would be within 400 metres, or bus stops. We want bus stops every 400 metres, or whatever phrase it would be, to ensure that it's not. You know what I mean? It's again, it's about being delivering an outcome rather than a process and an aim. You know, it seems quite straightforward. You should be able to, at least in theory, ensure that every house is within 400 metres of a bus stop if you're building in this way. So I think that's the, you know, so being clear about the outcome. And then D, this is where we're getting into general transport issues, I think, and it refers, I think, to physical constraints. Oh yeah, well, so this is all the discussion about new dedicated lanes where physical constraints allow this to become a yes. So yeah, so we've talked about that. I don't need to talk about that any longer. I think it's, yeah, that's fine. Understood now from the discussion on Tuesday. Criterion E talks about appropriate improvements in off-site walking and cycling, which obviously seems logical to connectivity of the wider area. But I think this is one of those areas where the IDP talks about this as being desirable rather than necessity. So is there a little bit of a conflict there? If you're talking about off-site improvements, if they're only desirable, then is it justified to have criterion 15E expect them?
I need to go back to the IDP. If I may just have a moment to just check that off. So you were referring then to, I think, the walking and cycling element? Yes. Yes.
Yes, so on page 50, it talks about upgrades to walking and cycling routes beyond development is desirable.
Yes.
But obviously the policy would suggest that's not desirable, it's a requirement.
True, so it does.
So if it's only desirable, is it justified to ask for that, or is it the IDP is wrong and it's actually a requirement and an important slash, what was the two? They're important or essential?
Essential, so yes. Yes, the IDP is clear that it is identifying it as desirable. For fear of testing your patience with regard to Mr. Cole, it may be that Mr. Cole does have something further that he can add to that. But on the face of it, given desirable is identified, there wouldn't be a justification for having that as a requirement within the criteria, just as a matter of logic.
It may be may. It may turn out to be may require improvements, off-site improvements, or words to that effect. I don't know. But obviously all of this is always going to be subject to TA and
Absolutely.
Transport Statement.
Yes,
we can pick it up in delivery because there's no doubt there'll be a question mark about essential versus desirable criteria. So again, I can backfill.
Yes, there certainly wouldn't. Yes, when I say there wouldn't be a justification for that criterion, I mean as a requirement, as you say, so as opposed to saying.
Yeah, I suppose my question really is more about, it's not necessarily the policy, more about understanding whether it is essential or desirable, and we can.
Yes, that's why I thought that Mr. Cole may best be placed.
But it will always be dependent, I think, on what the actual scheme is, won't it, really? And 15F, I think, again, he's just repeating stuff from elsewhere, reducing the need for longer distance travel via the creation of local centres, local parades and local amenities within 5 and 10 minute walking catchments. Again, I guess you could argue that's slightly adding a bit of flavour to some of the other discussions about local parades and local centres, and whether or not that refers to walking distances and things, but fine, I'm not going to quibble too much about that. I think one thing that might be missing from this element is any reference, specific reference, and here it's one of those, well, do you need to because it's covered by the plan as a whole, but specific reference to on and off-site mitigation for transport impacts. So there's an awful lot about active travel and public transport improvements and all good stuff like that, but actual general, delivering, the bread and butter, if you like, of development will be provided to mitigate any transport impacts. Again, it's covered, no doubt covered in a myriad of locations throughout the plan, but it is a specific, if you're talking about PLT, one of the things it's going to have to do, isn't it, is do that, and things have been identified already, haven't they, which would be likely that any development would have to contribute to. And developers in the room might throw their hands up in horror, but I don't think there's any expectation that, I think they'd understand that would be an requirement anyway, whether it's in the policy or not, but there are so many things like that in the policy that it sort of strikes me as being a bit of an omission.
Yes, certainly provision can be made for that. Yes.
Again, I can't remember. It may be that we talked about this under Cruise Hill, or there's a phrase in Cruise Hill which covers that, and it's not here, and that's why it jumped out at me, or it jumped out at me here and not at Cruise Hill. So, I think some of these things are slightly a bit of cross-fertilisation. Anything from anyone on 15? Mr. Byrne, is that new? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Just a very quick point on 15D. It says where physical constraints allow this to be accommodated. I wasn't sure what physical constraints constituted. So does that, for example, include mature trees on Enfield Road? Are they physical constraints or not? I wasn't. People may just accept that as a term that they understood, but I wasn't sure. And then the second part was on E, the second half of E. A corridor-wide strategy will be required to deliver bus, walking and cycling enhancements along Enfield Road. And I think that there's, that's quite a big thing as I understand it, and it seemed quite a small amount of information for what is a very substantial change, which I think is being proposed there, which is the kilometre-long road widening, I think, and going to 4 and 5 lanes in places. And it just seemed that was, I don't want to add to it, but it seemed like where there is so much detail on so much, this felt like a very big thing with no detail.
What would you think it should say then?
I think the clarity, are they able to remove all the trees along Enfield Road and the hedgerows or not? Is that, I guess that's the point, and that's what I'm heading towards, because if that is allowed, it feels like it should be part of policy, but it then should also be part of the considerations in terms, potentially, I'm guessing, of things like biodiversity net gain and losses and potentially compensation even as well in terms of people's experiences of the green belt. Yeah. There's no requirement there for a. Well, I guess modelling will be picked up elsewhere. It just feels. I'm sorry to fumble, so it just feels like a very, very big thing that's hidden away in. I'm not sure saying, implying purposefully hidden away, but it's very significant for the community.
I mean, sometimes the policy can be quite brief because it's very clear. You will deliver this, but it may be that the supporting text would provide some meat to the bones of what that might entail. The policy, in terms of your point on mature trees, criterion 13A does say must protect and enhance green space and valuable ecological areas within the site, including the sinks, high quality hedgerows and woodland corridors. It doesn't, in fairness, refer to individual mature trees. So that's maybe something, I don't know if the council might want to to come back on, and whether, you know, there's the expectation there would be some impact on trees. I think if there is, then it's probably reasonable to make that clear to the developer, or to, well, the council might be the person implementing the corridor, but with the money from the developer. What is expected, I suppose, in terms of, well, you know, we have taken into account the loss of those trees, and it legitimately, whatever you might disagree, but a planning balance is that we think that is worth it, and there would be a debate about that, but at least it would be understood, it was getting close to lunch, understood what was expected, and and some of that might also come out of the fact, I mean, there's a point at which, again, I'm musing out loud again, but there's a point at which obviously the master plan will kick in, but the parameters and understood what the outcome is. Sorry, I'm rambling. Mr. Lack.
Yeah, just picking up on that point that was raised by Mr. Byrne. By Mr. Byrne. You asked about what modification might be needed. I would simply say that we need to delete the references to the new dedicated lanes, because we do think that there are serious physical constraints that would accommodate them. And even if they're accommodated in part of the roadway, they can't be accommodated throughout the entire length of the A110. And so you're just creating bottlenecks where the dedicated lanes must end. So I don't think it's effective as drafted, and I would suggest removing references to it.
Okay, thank you. Any views on that? Again, I don't know whether we might want to, these things, I've obviously been quicker than in the past, and therefore your expectations of me were lacking in where we'd get to. But are these all things that Mr. Cole needs to, I mean, not so much the trees issue, but it might be because obviously the physical constraint, but are these all things that Mr. Cole needs to respond to?
You may need to, but I think, deal with a couple of those points, so if that helps. The first of which relates to the corridor. And of course, the detail of the corridor detail of the corridor designs is going to come through the master plan. But to the extent that one's trying to understand at the moment whether it's effective insofar as it's capable of being, excuse me, provided for. The evidence indicates that it can be provided for by way of the framework. And the policy itself allows for protection or other improvement of those areas at 13F, because it says that the proposals must improve green links both for active travel and biodiversity corridors, including providing east-west and north-south publicly accessible green corridors, etc. And I accept that it's the area that is proposed beyond the existing road will have both buses and cycle and walking facilities, so it's only partially for active travel, but it's certainly possible under F to make clear that green linkage will apply in respect of the east-west corridor, the corridor strategy along Enfield Road. And as to the point made by Mr. Lack about a bottleneck, that's not accepted by the council. In fact, the whole purpose of ensuring the bus provision is to enable buses to access freely and in priority. So the strategy, the council's position is an appropriate one, but Mr. Cole can deal with that in more detail as necessary, if you want to have that.
Okay. Maybe references in the SA policy. We can use these as hooks just to come back to some of these discussions. Just one point on the mature trees about along Enfield Road and hedgerow, if that is also relevant. Has that been factored into? So there's obviously there's two types of physical constraint. Literally, there's no room to do it, whatever you do, or obviously there's hedgerow and trees. Has that been factored, that the hedgerow and trees are potentially affected by this? And whether, if that's been factored in, I understand that, but does that then have anything for the policy to make that clear? because obviously you've got parts of the policy which talk about retaining, albeit not mature trees, but logical extension of what you're seeking to achieve, retaining and enhancing those, and then there's that, again, that juxtaposition of, do you need to be clear about apart from here? You know what I mean? So
I do, sir. And the framework document indicates in part that there'll be simply trees along the corridor, but there are other depictions, illustrative drawings, that indicate the continuation of hedgerows. So on the face of it, there's the ability to have one or the other, but I'll take some instructions over lunch just to confirm that. But if there's the ability to take one step or the other, then it would be right to indicate that there should be the potential for retention of, or the potential for retention of hedgerows should be investigated through the master plan process.
Councillor Smith, sorry. I know you're probably responding to Mr. Reid, but it's always generally better if you can make your points before the council say it, so I don't have to keep going back to them.
No, I do appreciate that. It's complicated business, isn't it? But it's just a point of information, really. Just to expand on what Mr. Lax said, the problem with Enfield Road is that a good part of it, about a third of it, from the Enfield side, called Slades Hill, has housing on both sides. It's not just the trees, it's the housing that makes it difficult. And then when you go past that, there are stretches of open countryside where the road could be narrowed, but there are also stretches of housing. So I don't know whether the proposal is that some of this housing is going to be demolished or something, none of which is practical at all, I would suggest. But having a clear run of a wide road that would allow buses and extra cars and so on is going to be, in practical terms, rather difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the policy probably reflects, I mean, what is a physical constraint is probably something to debate, but I think the policy reflects, by saying subject to physical constraints, it recognises that there are going to be areas where you can't do this. So I think that's probably understood to a degree. But anyway, thank you. Is there anything you want to come back on there?
No, so it's been factored into the design. One can see that through the framework document. I don't know whether Councillor Smith has had an opportunity to read the framework document, but it is in there.
No, I haven't, but I do know Enfield Road and I do travel down it regularly. I know how congested it is already.
Well, let's not go back into that.
But we won't go into that, I know.
I think I understand the views. Right, so move on to criterion 16. I'm clearly ready for lunch. Social and community infrastructure requirements. So criterion 16, I think, is the question here is the approach to infrastructure delivery consistent with the statutory requirements for section 106, sort of a general point. And whether or not, we talked about things about equalisation and proportionate and so on, and I talked about whether that should be in criterion 2, I referred to, but actually criterion maybe here is either also the area where it should be addressed or is adequately addressed. I mean, basically, is the expectation of criterion 16, still compliant in its approach?
So yes, is the answer to that question. The council says because for the reasons I set out previously, the indications are as to what would be required within criterion 16. Ultimately, if it comes to pass that in the end particular issues or particular matters are not required for the development as a whole, for example, the primary school, then in those circumstances they couldn't be required. But this is what is expected, and it would be right in the circumstances in order to have an effective policy that at least sets out the aims for them to be specified.
I mean, this kind of goes, again, the bit I've underlined here about development must provide necessary social and physical infrastructure. Again, so actually, there was a point I was talking about earlier, wasn't I, where where the plan needs to be clear about this more generally. I think it was criterion 8. So again, we're kind of into the overlapping elements of some of these policies, because I said, well, maybe criterion 8 is the place where you, and albeit I've made all these notes, sometimes I'll say I can't remember exactly everything I'm coming to, that's my notes for. That the parts about criterion 8 where it talks about the school and so on, I said, well, maybe this is where you need to say more generally, but actually criterion 16 is sort of trying to do that job as well, somewhat.
Yes,
irritatingly.
there is repetition.
But here, again, this is where you get the different part, which is it does talk about the ahead of or in tandem with housing delivery. And we've talked about this already, about how the plan might, and I knew when Enfield Society yesterday, NPlan's representative was talking about this, I was convinced there was something in the policy which talked about this exact point. I couldn't quite put my hand on it where it was. But so the policy sort of alludes to this idea, doesn't it, throughout, in a kind of slightly non-committal or non-definitive way about ensuring certain things come at certain times, but without necessarily providing that absolute clarity. Do you think that provides a sufficient hook to, if you were to say, well, actually, sorry to pick on the country park, but the country park or the bus route or the bus improvements need to be delivered before, 200 dwellings are in place or 500 dwellings are in place or whatever, then you've got that policy hook to be able to deal with that through a planning application.
It does have the ability to be sufficiently strong to enable the delivery of particular items, those that are specified in particular. So, for example, the facilities and services being located within 10 minutes of walking distance of new homes embedded in a community support active and sustainable travel. That follows on from what's said at paragraph 6, at the start of paragraph 16. What it doesn't do is refer to the provision specifically of the country park. It does deal with, at 17, with green and blue infrastructure, but not the country park, so that it has the ability to incorporate it in general terms, because it says that which is necessary, but isn't sufficiently specific to make it clear that the country park will be delivered in advance of a certain number of houses. That said, of course, that can be done. It's very easy for that to be done, frankly.
Yeah. So the policy here, again, has got some interesting and important points about facilities and services should be located in the 10-minute walking catchment of new homes. If you look at 15F, that talks about local amenities within 5 and 10 minutes walking catchment. So you've got this constant sort of, you're all seeking to achieve the same ends, but with slightly different ways of wording it. I dare say that there'll come a point at which all of that does have an effectiveness issue, because it's all, so is it a 5 and 10 minute walking catchment for a local centre, as in 15F, or is it a 10-minute walking catchment, as in 16? It's that kind of thing where, and then in other areas you talk about different criteria for the local catchments and local parades. So, an element of consistency would be helpful.
Yes, that consistency is, the need for consistency between a 5, 10 and 10 is very clear, sir. Thank you.
I mean, obviously, you could say, well, within 10 minutes is a 5 and 10 minute walking catchment, but why keep saying it would be my would be my thing.
I'm not sure that you can even, as a matter of logic, possibly be both within 5 and 10 minutes, but.
Yeah. And people might think, Mr. Lee, you're being incredibly pedantic about this, but of course the words do matter when dealing with plan applications, and you're trying to make sure you're getting what you want out of it. And dare I say that there are people who are trying to get what they want out of it, and you will use whichever words that suit their ends to the,
Well, So yes, the council wants to ensure that we have an effective policy that is sound and make clear to all those involved what position we are taking. So, absolutely.
So we've got some preamble, and then we've got the key infrastructure requirements include provision of. So again, sorry, it's another list of key infrastructure requirements. We've already had some lists of key infrastructure requirements, but we've got a mixed-use local centre. Yeah, okay. B, a new 3-form entry primary school in close proximity. So we've got it's a second stab bite of the cherry of the 3-form entry primary school. I'm sure Iceni's comments or Comer's comments from before still stand about flexibility and so on. But this obviously does set out where that school would be, whereas I think criterion 8 just says we want a new primary school. So this is, again, adding a bit of meat to the bones, I suppose. One thing I do want to pick up on is where it says, and I guess the site location might be when we get into SA 10.1, when it says it again, or which one it is, but it might be an issue now. The specification and location for primary school is to be agreed with LBA education officers. Well, yeah, but it's not policy, is it? That's for the council. That's part of the development management process and would come through when planning control committee grants planning permission for it or not. You know, these sort of unnecessary words. I think that needs to come out much in the same way as about in partnership with TfL. You're giving effectively Enfield's education officers the power of planning control committee, because it has to be an agreement with them. Well, that's not how it works, is it? So that needs to come out. Of course, there'll be liaison with those officers, but they're not in control. I think in terms of playing fields, still on B, obviously no issue with the reference to playing fields. I do like the soft outdoor play areas, playing fields. I mean, I'm slightly at a loss to say why couldn't it just be playing fields, but never mind, that's not a soundness issue, it's just I'm reading far too much stuff issue. Soft outdoor play areas, playing fields, should be located within public accessible open space adjacent to what? So within the sink, subject to appropriately compensatory ecological enhancements. I've got an issue about this when we get into obviously similar word in the SA policy, but is that actually compliant with sink, if you like, policy, national policy on habitats? You're jumping immediately to compensatory improvements being needed, but actually there's a whole avoidance and so on before we get to there. So I am slightly concerned, without necessarily being on site. I've not necessarily gone into that sink, or the extent to which I can go in that sink, to see what character it is. But obviously there'll be a question mark over whether it's automatically acceptable for a playing field to go in there if it requires compensatory improvements. One would assume you would actually be better off avoiding the sink altogether and providing playing fields elsewhere.
Yes, that might be one option, certainly, and also, as you say, so the need for mitigation, because mitigation on site is to be preferred over compensatory enhancements, and I expect that reference to compensatory is perhaps broader than it should be, and was meaning to refer to mitigation and compensation, or compensation, or perhaps just mitigation. But there is the initial point as to whether it's necessary in the first instance to deliver it on that site. The ostensible position is that if it is necessary, it can be delivered with appropriate mitigation in any event, given what's proposed. But to answer your point, there does need to be some clarity around that wording.
Without necessarily I've been, as I said, I think on Tuesday, I've been and familiarised myself, but I've not gone into every nook and cranny and looked at it. And you know, there may be situations where playing fields or soft outdoor play areas can coexist with a sink quite happily, and it might not be a problem. In others, it might not be. And I would suggest that my gut feeling is that the policy should at least create some kind of... I know you've done a lot of work on this already, but the policy should be perhaps not encouraging development, which effectively is development, within a sink as the starting point, I am quite uncomfortable about such things, because obviously the first port of call for national policy is to avoid it.
Yes, and indeed, it's certainly expected that there'll be consideration as to whether it's necessary in the first place. And I should say that on the face of the evidence, it's possible to do that given its current use as a field at the present time. It's really about what happens on its boundaries.
I suppose that I'm thinking about it should be subject to some assessment of harm, should it, somewhere along the line. It's not you jump straight to mitigation and compensation. Well, actually, what is the harm going to be? And that harm should be avoided if at all costs before you start mitigating and compensating for it. So maybe just a mechanism in place to be able to say, well, actually, no, don't think playing fields are suitable there. In principle, you should go somewhere else before jumping to what can we do? Oh, it's going to be harmful. What can we do to mitigate that harm? Well, actually, we shouldn't be having the harm in the first place, should we, is the point. If you can do it without harm, great, do it without harm, but... Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that, sir. And there is an incompatibility between what's said within that paragraph of the criterion and 312, which is referring to it only as being a potential off-site playing field.
I think possibly something there. If everyone agree, we've only got a couple more things to talk about, so we can get through this and then have lunch, and I'll just talk to you all about where we think we are and whether we'll get done today, but hopefully we will. We're ahead of the game, I think we were with Cruise Hill, but yeah, we'll see how people feel. There is precedent for being slightly late, but I don't like to force people. We'll do what we can. So anyway, so yeah, if we can just have we may as well get this sorted. I've got 2 more criteria and then stop. So thank you. I think there's potentially action there. Again, we talked about secondary school and whether you need to mention it or how you mention it, whether it's here or in criterion 8, or but maybe it's all co-op under the catch-all of providing social and physical infrastructure. So yeah, it's a catch-all term. So that's fine. And again, I think criterion C seems a bit of a catch-all criterion. Includes reference to many potential requirements, multi-generational infrastructure, community infrastructure, playable landscapes, flexible community hall space, meeting places, early years provision, and health care services located in the local centre and local parades or within the residential area. Community and healthcare facilities should be provided within early phases of development to ensure the needs of the population. Now, that's quite, again, there's a little bit there of providing that guidance we've been talking about. So you could say it's ambiguous in terms of what the earlier phases are, but at least it gives you a hook, I think. I suppose the point about C are these examples of, so is what I was talking about earlier, you would be expected to deliver social and community infrastructure, which may include defining, so at least you've highlighted that, but it would obviously be dependent on the nature of any scheme, what capacity is in the area, so on and so forth, without necessarily absolutely making it, everybody must provide, healthcare services at the time of application coming. It might be that isn't necessary, for example. So is that more, C is more, these are examples of rather than absolutes?
Yes, they're examples of, so yes.
May need slightly, because it says, if you look at C, 16, the last sentence, key infrastructure requirements include the provision of, which is not, so it would suggest that all of those things are absolutes, where I think reading them, they're probably more along the lines of, we'll have, these are the things you might have to do once we've assessed the need. But anyway, you might just want to tweak that word, I think. And D, again, D's 2 locations for local parades serving the North and West. I don't know if that's different to the local centre. It is different to the local centre. Local parades and local centres are different. Yes, I know. You've got to deliver a local parade somewhere within 10 metres of walking. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So again, it's not adding anything new, but I'm not going to jump up and down too much on it. And E, I think E is just saying what's been said before. So I don't think again, I've got nothing to say. Any points on any other points on 16, Mr. Sullivan?
Super quick, sir, and I fully expect you to refer me to the answer you gave 2 hours ago on this, but it seems very logical that you'd merge together 8, 9, 10 and 16, so additional modifications point. But again, just to re-stress that point, that it really will need some kind of recognition of the fact that you have one developer delivering the infrastructure for numerous other parties, so it really is important that there's the hook or the signpost for the timing of that infrastructure to be brought forward in the master plan, not in the local plan. But as long as the signpost, then I think that covers it from a soundness perspective.
Quite. I mean, you sort of said it's probably 2, 8, 16. There's probably, lots of these. I think there will come a point, frankly, where there's so much. I can live with a certain amount of repetition and duplication, but then there comes a point when there's so much that it does become ineffective, and which, I think it might become a main mod rather than an additional mod. I think it just needed a good old proofread. Any more points on 16? No, sorry. So very quickly on 17, because I don't think I've got anything particularly to say on 17. Actually, this is a point, I think, to an extent, what Councillor Smith was talking about. This is establish a strong community proposal will need, proposal will need to set out long-term governance and stewardship arrangements of the social and community infrastructure, including blue and green infrastructure and community development activities appropriate to the creation of new community. Plan obligations sought to secure long-term funding and maintenance and stewardship of assets where necessary. That's, again, you've got an element of that in other policies, the blue and green infrastructure, but it's sort of, I have nothing particularly to say about it. I might question the need for such a policy because it's in the law and all of that, but it's, I have nothing particularly to say. So I don't know if you've got any views. Just on it's, having reflected on these discussions, any views on its effectiveness or soundness?
Well, thank you, sir. Yes, it does make provision for, or indicates the need for there to be long-term governance, and that's the important aspect to take from 17, which would need to be somewhere in the policy in order to ensure that the Section 106s do actually put that in place. That's my only observation on it, though, sir.
Any comments on that at all? No. Right. Okay. So we've gone through the policy. I think I had some notes I've made on the supporting text are probably all related back to what I've talked about, so I don't need to go through that. There may be consequential changes to the supporting text clearly as we go through. Before I break for lunch, are there any points in terms of what the criteria do or don't say for PL10? I know obviously there's points people might speak about the principles, but we've talked about all those. So is there anything that, just in terms of what might be missing, which hasn't already been discussed? No? Good. Right, on that basis then, it's 1:10. I propose we will have an hour because I think we've done quite well. We've got as far, we've not got as many... yeah. Well, I need a break. And then we've got 4 allocation policies, and then delivery to talk about. I am hopeful that if we start at 2:10, we will get through it by the normal close of play. If we do end up having to go slightly over that, is everybody content with that rather than coming back tomorrow? The people on this side who were here for Cruise Hill have already got the veterans of that, but I always want to make sure. So, but we'll try to obviously avoid that if we can and get through as quickly as possible. So, yeah, okay. I heard that. Okay. Right, yes, if there's any danger that we're not going to be in a position to deal with the things you've obviously come to talk about, we'll move them around so you can because you have the misfortune of sitting here until about 6:30 last time, didn't you? Which is I'm sure it was. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we'll break now. We'll come back at 2:10. Thank you, everyone. On to the allocations, unless anything's arisen during lunch that I need to be made aware of. I'm assuming not. Okay. Okay, then, so I'm going to then start looking at the 10.1 to 10.4 sites. Just a few general points about this, particularly those of you who have been here for previous discussions about individual allocations and maybe here for others. Obviously, I've said before, there's about 100 of these. So at some point, a discussion that might take place at site 100 might actually be kind of, a new person's there, raised something new that hasn't been discussed before, might be relevant to site 1. But, so ultimately, if something isn't discussed today or has been discussed at student sites, not here, it doesn't, it's probably going to take into, and it might be that my advice at the end of the day it covers things that we haven't necessarily discussed today because something's been picked up elsewhere or vice versa, and so on. Basically, things evolve, I suppose, is a shorter way of saying it. There's also a few things I'm not necessarily going to get into today on the main because they've been sort of talked about in general before. That's about things like the principle of the heritage considerations and the RAG rating, not necessarily the RAG rating themselves, whether they should be green or orange or blue, but just the principle of those being in the plan and whether they're helpful or not. We've talked about that. We've had a general discussion about whether there's any practical differentiation or difference between the infrastructure requirements and the design principles, and and there isn't. There's no particular reason for the distinction. So that may or may not be important at various times. And then obviously the policies talk. There's a lot of musts and shoulds and various musts and shoulds. I'm not unless everyone wants to pick out some of these specifically and say that's very much definitely should be a should or a must. These may be things that I reflect on with having the benefit of all of these discussions over the course of the next few weeks, and perhaps advise on where I think it is important. Or the council obviously can reflect on it themselves and suggest to me after these discussions we actually think it should be a should versus a must or one. So we don't necessarily get too bogged down in that. These sorts of things have been discussed before. In terms of the way I want to play this, with Cruise Hill, because there's multiple allocations, rather than go through every criterion and open it up, I asked all of my questions on each site, which covers the issues around any matters of principle, might exist, the requirements, and so on, and mods, and then opened it up. I might try to do that again, albeit I am mindful that the number of questions reduces as I go through because it's the same points being picked up again and again. But there is quite a lot on 10.1, so it may be that I do take a break and open it up so we don't get fatigue. But some of those are sort of broad matters of principle, really, that cover the whole thing. So maybe it's not just about 10.1. We'll see how it goes. That's all right. So with no further ado, on 10.1, which is obviously land at Chase Park South. I want to talk just a little about the scale. It talks about 2,130 new homes. And then the policy for 10.1 contains a considerable amount of the new... it contains a considerable amount of the new housing proposed, I think it's already been alluded to today. It appears that, and I think I'm right in saying that the tables for all 4 sites, actually, that suggest that all of the housing is coming forward in the plan period. Which isn't reflective of PL10 or the trajectory. So you may want to, when we get onto that sort of point, if there's any corrections to that. And as well as the housing, this area is expected to provide retail and community uses, strategic green infrastructure, including playing pitches, and it appears to be the location for the primary school, preferred location for primary school as well. And 10.1 also includes part of, if not all of, the Royal Enfield sink. And as well as being, well, I say, a part of the Trent Park Conservation Area straddles it, but it's also in the setting of quite a lot of those things. So there's a lot going on in 10.1, to be fair, isn't there? There's a lot to be said about it. We've already talked about these issues around the inset map. I don't need to go into that again. I think we've agreed there'll have to be an amendment there to reflect the inset map correctly. and it was something that I picked up on Tuesday, and it is an inset map issue. I think you were going to come back to me on this point about this. You know, we've got this. Sorry, again, I'll show you this area that protrudes down, which is still marked off as green, and then this area which is outside the area marked off as green. I think you're right in saying you were going to go and just check what the position was on those.
Yes, so I was, and so I can't give a definitive answer at the moment, but the expectation is, as I said previously, that is not going to remain in the green belt, but I will just recheck that.
I mean, my assumption, but I think it's just, yeah, well, there's an action there to ensure accuracy, I suppose.
Yes.
I know there are other actions and other mods you've put forward about these inset maps and the fact, you know, with the different keys and so on and so forth, that all needs to be addressed in the round. Just looking at scale, first and foremost then, 2,130 dwellings on 61 hectares of land would equate to a gross density of 35 dwellings per hectare, which is quite low, obviously, compared to some other areas, but 35 dwellings per hectare is obviously not always considered low. It's obviously what might be standard for family housing and the like in many places. But then a large chunk, when you take out the sink, when you take out the areas for the school and local parade and so on and so forth, then obviously that could take up quite a sizable area of land. And we did talk about this, and you did point me in the direction of PLA4, but it's once you take out, well, I suppose, you know, what is the view on the likely net density to get to 2,130, and whether that is in keeping with the sort of a broad vision for how this area will come forward, particularly with that, you know, emphasis, as the policy says, on family homes. Does it all marry up?
The answer is that it does marry up insofar as the point has been dealt with in the framework, insofar as it identifies the areas where there'll be either 3 to 4 stories, 4 to 5 stories, 3 to 4, and 2 to 3 stories on page 47 of the document. But it also then goes into detail with regard to the specific densities that are anticipated in relation to those areas at various potential densities on page 46, and an overall density analysis at page 45, which forgive me, not a density on page 45, a general area of development, but the densities are identified within the within page 46. And when one takes into account those, bearing in mind the approach that's ultimately adopted, the council's ostensible position as set out in the topic papers, is that one is able to deliver as part of that family housing to the proportions that have been identified.
So just looking at the table on page 46 of PLA4, just picking out some areas at random. If I take the area south of Enfield Road, because that's sort of obviously we can demark that quite easily. The proposed average density of 87.5 dwellings per hectare. In my simple mind, that seems relatively high. It's relatively high compared to some places, but it's still relative. It's the high, and it's the highest, equally the highest density across the piece. So, would that be an area where you wouldn't necessarily? Is family? I mean, it's an average density. I accept that, but so it could be areas of higher density there as well as slightly lower. But I suppose I'm just trying to think about, envisage what form all of this takes and whether it is actually. I mean, maybe the developers in the room can provide some comfort about that as well, and some of their experiences, whether that's actually.
Mr. Pye will be able to I think, assist with that.
Thanks, sir. You'll see later on in the document that there are some indicative typologies as well. So there's a little bit of initial research was undertaken at the time, and you're right, sir, but there are examples elsewhere of different forms of family housing, of larger sized apartments would also fall into that category as well as terrace or different forms of housing. So all I would say about the and you'll also bear in mind, I think earlier in the spatial framework, that sets out some indicative forms and heights, which doesn't include what might be defined as a tall building, but certainly includes 4 to 5 stories onto Enfield Road in this part. So the combination of form, height, typology, and RO2, I think, so that particular parcel is quite a relatively small parcel amongst the larger scheme. So it's sometimes a little bit misleading in that if you just draw a line around that particular bit, it looks rather high, but if you aggregate that with the adjacent parcels, you'll see that then it becomes a lesser figure. So, and as was said, the overall net density for the figure is around 0.67, but that might be a little bit higher in that particular parcel, but it would aggregate across that part of the framework. Yeah.
So overall, about 67, I think it says, grams per hectare. A point that was made earlier, and to be fair, I suppose I could have picked this up in the general PL10 discussion, but as long as it gets picked up, I don't think it's too important. And it actually does matter, I think, for the individual plots. Is a point that was made this morning was that the existing character of that area is lower, perhaps lower density type housing. So, albeit this would be obviously a new settlement, effectively, or would it be able to sufficiently and not sufficiently, appropriately integrate into the character of the existing area?
Yes, sir. I think it would, and notwithstanding the debate we had this morning on the precision of wording and some of those criterion, I think you'll have got a flavour as to that design process and that ongoing master planning process needs to consider those things very carefully. So the policy sets out the way that could be done, subject to refinement, possibly. And then the spatial framework and then the current ongoing master plan process would investigate those opportunities further. In my experience, and again, come back to some of the information within the spatial framework, there's already some very useful information there in terms of forms and heights of buildings, which would contain the form of development in its kind of overall sense, to make sure that the impact of built form and its relationship with open space would be suitable in arrangement, but also suitable in future appearance and juxtaposition with the existing development. And I think it's very much acknowledged, sir, that for efficiency of use of land and delivery and meeting need, as with most sites these days, that it's very difficult to reproduce often forms of development from another time, in that it would be a more inefficient use. So I think that there definitely are ways that can be done, and it can be a very successful development.
Thank you. I think actually my point here, this obviously SA10.1 is the area which would integrate or interact most closely, I think, with the existing built form as well. So I think that's why it particularly is a reason to raise that.
I'd also say, so sorry, that no doubt you'll have seen it as you travel along any of the main thoroughfares. You'll get a variety of buildings and built form, and the A110 is not dissimilar in that respect. But you haven't got to go too far to see different forms of development over a period of time that have kind of responded to it, and that's what could be done in this case.
Thank you. I've not quite got onto the policy. I'm just looking at the scale. I'm also looking at the land. Well, I think we've ascertained actually in the terms of the tables in Appendix C, the land use requirement is policy. some of the other stuff isn't policy, and then the infrastructure requirements and design principles are policy. So the land use requirement is policy. So approximately, I'll establish this now, I may as well. Some of the land use requirements in these tables, in particular when I was looking through the PL allocations for next week, it flits between, and I must admit, I know we've dealt with some of these already, it hadn't quite registered with me that in some cases the numbers are in the land use requirement, in some cases they're not. And I think as a matter of principle, I'm going to suggest that to be effective, and if land use requirements are policy, then they should have the numbers where they're known. Obviously, if it's sort of complementary employment or then that's fine. But if it's going to be a certain amount of dwellings, a minimum of, up to whatever, or it's going to be a certain amount of employment floor space, minimum of, I think LUR it should be in the land use requirement. So a general action on that, not necessarily relevant to this one. Did it occur to while we're talking about it, may as well raise it. But there is a slight quirk in this one. There's two quirks in this one. One is that it refers to affordable accommodation, which is fine. Affordable housing applies to everywhere, but that's the only time it's mentioned in the entire plan, I think. Well, so far of the allocations I've managed to prep, I don't think it's referred to anywhere else. So again, it's that sort of, well, okay, of course affordable housing is required. Why is it mentioned here and not everywhere else? Is it you don't mention it here and rely on the fact you've got a borough-wide policy for it, or do you mention it everywhere? But it's better, I think, to have one approach and agreed. And the point, obviously, it's been raised before, which is that this is the only or one of very few areas where there's specific provision for or specific requirement for older persons accommodation, and it appeared that might be due to what the site promoter has been. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there seems to be a sort of corollary there between what the site promoter might have been pushing forward, and so the councillors, if you like, gone along with that. I think it's a good idea, rather than any particular reason in terms of delivery that this area has been identified over others.
Yes, I don't think there is any particular, save for it being on the south of the site. But beyond that, I was just about to check whether there was anything further in the framework, but beyond that I wouldn't be able to assist further.
Yeah, so is there any particular reason it's other than some kind of assessment carried out that said this is a real, older people's accommodation is a thing we want to deliver on site, which I think is referred to obliquely in PL10, and this is definitely the place we've done it because we think this is the most appropriate place, or is it, obviously it's been promoted for that and therefore.
Yes, so I can't find anything that indicates it's the former at this stage. So it may be that those who sit alongside us can assist with that.
Okay. I just want to understand the premise there. Okay. I'll get through infrastructure requirements on the question, and then I'll stop and open it up just there because it's a logical place to stop, and then I'll go on to the design principles. In terms of infrastructure, part 2 of the infrastructure requirements, and actually part C of the design principles, requires the provision of the primary school. It says in infrastructure requirements, provide a primary school. So is it expected here that, and I'm just looking at what C says, and C says must provide a primary school. We had, if you remember, again under Cruise Hill, we had this sort of debate about some of the language used about this kind of issue, where it might be that the school or a facility goes in a particular parcel, but obviously wouldn't necessarily be delivered. And I think in Cruise Hill, actually, to be fair, it talked about provide land for and deliver, which was actually the thing that caused a bit of a problem, because it implied that the developer a plot was required to deliver the school. Provide actually might well be the more, well, in the plot, this is where the school would be provided, and it's not quite saying who was delivering it, and then obviously you defer back to PL10. I don't know, so it may well be a sort of long way of saying is provide the right way of addressing this.
Well, so in terms of the wording, I think it does provide the appropriate framework, because it is intended that, at least under 312, that this parcel is going to provide for this primary school. So it'd be difficult to frame some other requirement that was still more clear.
I say, I think in Cruise Hill, it said provide one. Well, there was various conflicting criteria, but it effectively said in the equivalent plot to this, of where the school would go, it would say provide land for. And I was all, okay, but who's delivering it? And then it was, in other ways, it was provide land for and deliver, or words to that effect. And I think it was just trying to make sure that the site promoter in that particular case was very keen to not think that it's it's they have to deliver this. It's more about, okay, this might be where the school goes, and we might provide the land for that, but it's not. Then we are also footing the bill. So that might just be provide is actually a more suitable word than what was discussed elsewhere.
I think so. It might have even got to the stage in the debate that we had.
It might have been provided. Yeah.
Yes, I think we did get to the stage of debating it around what was said under Chase Park, and got to the position that actually using the word provide was better.
So I think it was provide appropriate land and financial contribution towards.
Might be it.
I think.
Yeah.
Which
yeah. Well, it may be that. I think it's about absolute clarity, isn't it? I mean, obviously, it gets down to the policy requires at school. That's one thing. Well, actually, yeah, I don't think I've got any other points on parts 1 to 6, because I think most of them are probably picked up under the design requirements. So the things I probably want to talk about in the design requirements, it might be a case of rationalising them. But I think everything there is sort of probably what's set out in PL10 to one degree or another. So, any comments? Firstly, about obviously the things any comments on the things I've just been discussing, which are the scale density, whatever the land use requirement sets out, and then infrastructure requirements, and then I'll move on to design principles. So I'll start with Coma, I think. Thanks.
Just a couple of points. We have again put this in our reps, but in terms of the housing numbers, we've always said that from our estimations, we think the site can deliver a greater number. So we think that that number should say minimum. At the moment, it says approximate. And then it's a similar point that we made in relation to PL10 earlier, is just about in relation to providing the primary school. Yes, there may be one required, but I think it should say, at the moment it just says provide, it should say something like provide, brackets, if required, just for consistency.
It could say, if I consider that's appropriate, where necessary, or where demonstrated to be necessary, or words to that effect. These sorts of words are in other plans, of course, but it's okay. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Sorry, you're still up. Thank you. Okay, we'll walk this way then. Iceni.
Yes, thank you, sir. So just going back to that point around density, you had me scurrying for a minute there when I heard 87.5 dwellings per hectare, because that sounded high to me. So looking at the table, that 87.5 dwellings per hectare relates to what fronts onto the road, and then you have a lower density moving back, and that reflects the fact that we're looking to deliver flats and houses as well. It's that mix, and look, you can tell even at 60 odd dwellings per hectare, you've got quite a tight urban grain there, and some smaller houses as well as the apartment. And where I'm getting to on this is, I know that my colleague here is saying actually we think minimum would be a good idea. From a perspective of land south of Enfield Road, I think we'd rather keep it as approximate so that we've got the flexibility to work within to make sure we can still deliver those houses, and that once you start pushing on a minimum figure, are you starting to just look at apartments and then just losing that ability to deliver the exceptional circumstances case? So I'd be keen to keep approximate so that we've got that flexibility to deliver what we need to.
I think that's an interesting point you've raised there about the exceptional circumstances case. Notwithstanding the fact I understand the exceptional circumstances case is more subtle than just it delivers family homes, but there's other elements to that as well. But yes, I mean, I suppose if it's yes, it can deliver more because we can deliver nothing but flats, then again, it's about the vision, isn't it? And does it tie into the vision? And so the vision needs to be pretty clear, I think, at some point, what it is. And obviously the reference in PL10 to emphasis on family homes and things of that nature, which gives some hook. But fine. Sorry, I did just pick those plots at random when I just sort of looked at them. But yeah, thank you for that. It is interesting. So approximate versus minimum. Okay. What is approximate? That's the other endless debate. I've had a local plan examination where people will say, what approximate, is it 10% more, 10% less? Is it what does approximate mean as well? So you can have all kinds of debates about that. But yeah, minimum would obviously hold you to a certain figure, which makes it more difficult.
Yeah, and like I said, so obviously the developers are going to want to optimise the site, but we are in a location where family housing, not just being part of the exceptional circumstances case, but from a commercial perspective, is really what Fairview wants to deliver, because there's such a high demand for it. So just being able to have that flexibility and having the mix and the balance, that's what I'm more comfortable with. And I've made the other points again, so I won't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, did you have another point you want to make?
I just wanted to go back on that point, and I don't want to do a tit for tat kind of thing, but it's just the point, obviously, the Coma Homes land is a larger site. Yeah. So I think there is more to be worked through in terms of the process, in terms of what it can be deliverable on that site. The site to the south is smaller, so it is more constrained naturally. So there is a limit to what can be delivered on that site. So I think there is needs to be a bit more flex within the whole wider allocation, because we need to go through that master plan process about what is acceptable within that vision. And I think that still needs to come out in terms of the wider site.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, you'll have to remind me. London...
LDF, sir, yes,
LDF,
thank you.
Sorry.
So it might have been my hearing aid playing up, but it was a point that you made right at the start of this afternoon's session regarding the diagram at SA 10.1, where I thought where we got to on Tuesday was that land opposite Jolly Farmers was to be excluded from the greenbelt, and there's a removed from the greenbelt, and the colour, the light green colour reflects that. But I thought that I heard just now that there was a question that might not be the case.
No, I think it was me to confirm, and I think, sorry, putting words in Mr. Reid's mouth. I think Mr. Reid effectively said that on Tuesday was the case, but would confirm. That was the thinking, I think. So it wasn't absolutely confirmed. There's a logic to it, and even if it wasn't the case, I might have to reflect on, well, would it be appropriate to have a sliver of greenbelt completely severed from everywhere else? If that might not be logical in any case. The other question I asked about on Tuesday, and it was more like sort of, I don't actually know the answer to this myself, is how metropolitan open land is identified. Because obviously a metropolitan open land, it's a very different thing, but it's covered by greenbelt policy, isn't it, to all intents and purposes? So, and it is areas which are not contiguous with the greenbelt. And so I think my question was, there's no suggestion it was the case, I just want to make sure that this wouldn't be retained as sort of MOL, because it was suddenly, so i.e. Greenbelt policy was retained, but through MOL, because it's no longer contiguous with the rest of the Greenbelt. I may well have been creating an issue that didn't exist, but that's just me. So I don't think anything's changed though from Tuesday.
Thanks, sir. And obviously, what I said on Tuesday stands as far as we're concerned, which put in the rep as well in terms of the difficulties of providing infrastructure, even hard green infrastructure, if you get my drift. As per SANG applications, can be challenging in the Greenbelt or metropolitan open land, and obviously the issue of leaving an isolated pocket which doesn't serve any purposes.
Yeah, I think actually the metropolitan open land is a bit of a red herring, but it's just me trying to understand how that is actually created. It's just through the London plan. So yeah, that's probably me setting hairs running that didn't need to, really. And Mr. Lack, thank you.
Yes, I'd like to pick up on the discussion that we've heard in the last few minutes regarding the ability for this site to integrate into the character of the existing area. I did make reference to this in my one of my points on Tuesday, where I drew reference to the fact that there is a contribution being made in Greenbelt purposes to the land south of Enfield Road between distinctly different characters of current development. And if you look at the diagram on page 46 of the placemaking framework, you can see that there are two areas, R01 and R03, which front onto the existing arts and crafts developments known as South Lodge Estate. R01 has the highest density at 87.5 and R03 at 62.5. And I would argue that this is not appropriate for adjoining the South Lodge Estate. Mr. Sullivan made a reference to how the densities are high on the Enfield Road and then reduce backwards, but in fact R01 folds round onto the back of Lowther Drive, and R03, which also fronts onto Lowther Drive, is the second highest density that's proposed in the development.
Thank you. Mr. West?
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure if this is the correct place to raise it, but it is part of SA 10.1. It's the Slades Hill gun emplacement. I'm pleased that that obviously has been left out of the proposed development area in terms of leaving it as open space and recognising its heritage value, because it is on the local list. The reason I draw attention to it, it is on high land. It's quite difficult to see at the moment because it's heavily wooded, that whole area. And it is also on a bit of private land. But if you get onto that, you realise that it is at a high point, which is why it was chosen in World War II as the largest gun emplacement in North London to stop really enemy jets coming up the Lee and then turning west and to hit London from the north. So it was a very important strategic point. It is on a hill, and it just highlights the whole topography of the site, which shelves gently upwards and comes back to the difficulties of walking and cycling across the whole area. That was my point.
Thank you. And Miss Pike.
If I may, I'm still a little exercised by older people's accommodation. Whether or not it's a sort of generically accepted thing like affordability, or whether it's promoted, which we heard from Landsdown yesterday, and although we're saddened by the loss of the Equestrian Centre, it's nevertheless a very appropriate site, we feel, for older people's accommodation. If the appearance of something about older people's accommodation in the site allocation relates to promoted sites, then I'm not sure whether we're to assume that the absence of comments means there's an absence of promotion, or whether that's yet to come through the master planning and dialogue between the local authority, the council and developers, or whether it's about what's said in the local housing needs assessment, which is quotes substantially from both the MPPF and the guidance, which is that the strategic policy-making authorities determine the size, type, tenure or whether, as in the guidance, is the size, location and quality. And I'm, we're thinking of location because it's quite hard for us to understand how location is determined, really. Possibly doesn't matter if we understand or not, but it would be nice to understand.
It may not. As I said the other day, obviously, yeah, the plans being, yes, fine. So just to clarify, in terms of, notwithstanding your other points, no particular objection to the equestrian, well, it's not the equestrian, it's not specified as the equestrian centre, but if we assume, for the sake of argument, the equestrian centre is where it was envisaged some older people's houses to go, there's no problem with that. It's more the fact that it's not referred to anywhere else and there's a general lack of, yeah, it's why here. Why here might be great, might notwithstanding all the other issues, but why here is fine, but if here, then why not anywhere else in areas of potentially similar suitability or other guidance on numbers or amount of, I think if I'm understanding that correctly.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Mr. Byrne, and you can remind people to put their boards down when you've spoken, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to say, I think Mr. Pye referred to the spatial strategy pages 46 to 48, and this is where they set out the density and give a few examples. Just to say that if you work through those densities, you end up with 40% family housing. If you take the figures in their precedents. I know there's a lot going on in that, and there's a lot of rough measures, but I just wanted to, we thought it might be helpful because we worked through those just to see, we picked up on that those were quite high densities for delivering family-sized homes. It's page 46 that comes from. Because 6 of the plots within there are 87.5 dwellings per hectare and 5 are 62.5. So you get to about, if you work those through into what that will mean roughly in terms of family-sized homes. And of course that matters because this is such a big site. So then there's a lot of catching up to do, if you like, for the other allocations. They'd have to be, I'm not sure they could do it on 100%. I have to work that out, but is a lot of heavy lifting to do for the other sites.
Cheers. Yes, thank you. I hadn't realised until this afternoon that the two halves of this particular site, SA 10-1, are owned the northern part by Comer Homes and the southern part by Fairview. I assume that is correct from what people have been saying. And that's very significant, really, in terms of what we're discussing, because the two, although they are considered to be one site, they are quite different in character. The northern site is surrounded by, at the moment, would be surrounded by greenfields or other housing to be developed at some point in the future. But the southern site, of course, is surrounded by 3-bed semis, of which there are probably hundreds, if not thousands. Now, if you treat the site as one, and you treat it without being in any way explicit about densities or affordability, or the level of family housing, you're not going to be, you're going to leave the door open to developers to follow providing maximum density properties on both sites, and that is not going to be a satisfactory outcome in our view. If looking at it independently, one might, at that site, one might think, well, the obvious thing to do is to have the higher rise, higher density properties on the northern site and have the lower density properties on the southern site, which are surrounded by semi-detached properties. The way this is written, none of that is clear, and that is not likely to be the outcome. In fact, it's going to be perfectly possible to have a great deal of high-rise property on the southern site as well as the northern site. And I think that, I don't know whether that's something the council will be comfortable with, but it would help, I would have thought, to have much more guidance about how these two sites, which are effectively different sites on either side of Enfield Road, are treated within the local plan.
Thank you. There's no others, but I'm going to guess the council's answer to that is with the master plan would sort it out. But that's not to say that there isn't a point there, particularly when you hear, obviously, whether it's an effectiveness issue, I suppose. I've heard from the two developers, if you like, or two or three. There's three potential developers here who are all pushing, sorry, it's a horrible word, is it? Promoting potentially slightly different approaches, and may have slightly different characters, whether or not, and it's not as if, I'm not necessarily saying that parcels of land should be by land ownership, because that's got its own other issues, but there are some quite small parcels. So why the parcels have been identified as they have might be quite interesting to understand, because if there are very different characters, one would assume actually that the reason the parcels are separate like this is partly because of either the characters are sufficiently similar, or they're likely what you're going to deliver is sufficiently similar. But there just seems to be some potential divergence between the north of Enfield Road and the south of Enfield Road, different character, different outcomes. Even if part of SA 10.1, would there be any merit in, notwithstanding the master plan, reflecting on that? Question to council and the promoters, I guess. The extent to which it's again soundness is always there, but if there's a potential effectiveness problem.
Mr. Pye is going to deal with some of those matters.
Thank you, sir. I was just kind of moving on a little bit in which might be helpful to a degree, in the page 47 of the spatial framework, which probably starts to give that an idea of, at relatively high level, of course, of what potentially those kind of forms and heights of development might be. And I think I'd probably say, and like most things through planning, and particularly master planning process, it's a case of balance and exploring the potential of that. I think the point about character and what kind of holds, though, if you like, the opposing sides of Enfield Road together is probably Enfield Road itself, in terms of how development should be consistent and address that street. So at the moment, clearly there isn't development, and assuming there would be development on either side of it, that's important too, as well as looking at relationship with the development which is already there on the western, southern, and eastern side. So I would suggest that, certainly from a design process, that some consistency and consideration of the character of what you might say is the primary road through this part of Enfield, which is the A110, is quite important as well. And street hierarchy, as part of that design process, is also another consideration which, in my experience, leads to informing the form of development which should address primary streets, lower order streets. You would expect a correlation between that. And I think that's what the spatial framework begins to do, albeit at relatively high level. And quite rightly, sir, I would expect then the current master planning process to look into some of those issues further and address some of the points that have been made, and we'd expect that to, to try and balance some of those issues.
Okay, just on, I suppose, looking forward onto the design principle. I'm not getting into that, but just make the point that criterion E does refer to different types of density and locations. So high density development, including taller buildings, up to 5 stories, should be focused around the A111 Enfield Road, and the new local centre. Buildings 3 to 4 stories should be located in the interior, etc., etc. I suppose what it's not necessarily doing there is reflecting on, and it may be maybe your point is it doesn't need to, but and that's just again for me to take away. But it doesn't reflect on the different characters either side of Enfield Road. Yes, there might be a need to ensure some degree of consistency, but then, if you're starting with a blank sheet on the northern side of Enfield Road, that might lend to a different built form to where you haven't got a blank sheet on the south side of Enfield Road. Whether or not, as an addenda to E or that kind of thing, that might be where those sort of ideas are picked up. But maybe that's just, I'm probably jumping ahead a bit there, but your view may well be no, it's fine, sir, because the master plans going to deal with that, and there's enough policy hooks in place to ensure those concerns that have been highlighted are not going to come to fruition.
I think there are, sir, and I think that would be the case. I think it'd be very difficult to, by virtue of adding more and more details, try and design something before it goes through that considered process. So, and I think, you know, not for debate this afternoon, but there are more aspects of character than just looking at potential height and form of development, which I think would be very important. I think the master plan process would allow that. My final point, just on reflection, is that, you know, 4 to 5 stories is not high-rise development or whatever other terms might be used. It's important contextually, but it's not what we would consider to be a tall building. But, you know, again, that comes then into further detail consideration.
Okay. I suppose it depends whether 4 to 5 stories is considered high-rise. Yes, there might be technical definitions there, but if you live in an area where it's predominantly bungalows, then a 5-story building is going to have a very different impact than if it's predominantly already. But I take the point. And I take the point, obviously, in terms of DE6 and tall building policy. We're not talking. Not talking about those sorts of taller buildings, are we? You know, so. Okay, thank you. That picks up most of the points about you know, the character issues. The family housing. Okay, we might just deal with that when we come to talk the other side about, you know, how does that fit into, you know, the numbers there, unless you want to say something specific.
I did want to just mention that. So I think it's fair to note that, as Mr. Byrne did, that there are a lot of assumptions that go into the assessment of the sort of numbers that Mr. Byrne's suggesting with regard to family housing. And you can see so that at higher densities in the examples that are provided, that those higher densities still provide significant numbers of 3-bed and 4-bedroom units, but a lot of that is assumed to be the actual provision that would go on the site for Mr. Byrne to arrive at his conclusion. And it would be somewhat surprising if a site, greenfield site like this, that is admittedly increasing densities of this sort of scale can't provide for the sort of levels of family housing that are being anticipated. Indeed, for the areas that are to the north, the 2 to 3 story areas, those are at a density of 45, I think. This is, of course, moving beyond SA 10.1, but those areas R13, R14, R15, for example. If one is even adopting the sorts of precedential approach that Mr. Byrne suggests, some of the examples show that one's getting up to 86% family units on 50 DPH. So there's going to be scope, and it would be surprising if there weren't scope on a development of that scale.
Okay, thank you. I mean, PLA4 and the other are helpful to inform as to what is the heart of the possible and how you've gone about justifying some of this, because these aren't policy. These aren't, and that's what I'm saying. So, you know, if there are aspects of this document that need to be in the policy to give you the hooks and to make it effective, that might be the case. But you know, it doesn't have. You know, it's not. There's no suggestion at the moment that development on fronting Enfield Road has to be 87.5 dwellings per hectare. You know, it's something which would be assessed, and that's, I guess, where phrases like approximate come into it versus minima, and versus up to, and all those sorts of wonderful things. I'm not. I'd be loath to say optimise because I think it's possibly the worst phrase. But what does that mean? But I think that is national policy, of course. Optimising is in national policy. Dare I know? I'm not going to get into whether I'm criticising national policy. Obviously. Okay, that's probably take me as far as I can go on those. I'm going to, oh, sorry, you did make one point there on that?
Just crossing out the word optimise from what I was about to say, sir. But yes, just to go to that point on around density, you're 100% right. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be exactly 87.5 dwellings per hectare. And also this point around, oh, that means it's going to be 40% family housing. We certainly don't recognise that point. There are a number of ways of delivering high density family housing. It's not just apartments, you know. Masonettes, for example, can be utilised. And just on that other point that you were making as well about seeing different visions between the north and the south, I think it comes down to the fact, I think we're in agreement here in terms of the approach that we're less comfortable with a figure that says minimum because we've got a smaller site area, whereas Comer Homes have got a much larger site area, much greater ability to move things around and still hit those kind of objectives in terms of family homes. But at the end of the day, we are all signed up to this approach of the master plan, and what's fed into that is we've provided our own master plans, and then that's been taken away from the council and fed into further versions to work up. And at the end of the day, we will all have to deliver that kind of approach that is being proposed at the moment in order to be have our applications approved at the end of the day.
Quite. And I suppose the other slight on the if one assumes that even though you're all signed up to the master plan, each landowner is going to be producing applications on their own. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean the case. I suppose you could do it together, but the likelihood is, I'm going to assume you'd be doing your process, signing up to the master plan. So, of course, whoever gets in first, there'll be a residual number, won't there? So if you're delivering fingering there 200 of the 2,130, then that tells Comer Homes what they've got to deliver, and to an extent vice versa. Easier for Comer Homes, I would suggest, because they've got, as you say, a wider area of land than you have. But but it would all be coordinated through the master plan, I'm sure. So shouldn't be a problem. Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on. I'm going to move over to unless the council want anything else to say. I want to try and whip through all my questions on development requirements. Hopefully, as I say, this first one will be more talkative, and we'll be able to get through the others a bit quicker. So I have nothing on A particularly. It's an overarching sort of requirement. B, again, nothing particularly else. Again, it seems to relate to what you've talked about in PL10. We've got general points about whether you needed to say all this, but I'm not going to go into that again. C is the primary school. Just on that, as I've already said, the specification to be agreed with LBE education officers would need to come out. Yes. And then we've got the point I said about off-site provision of soft outdoor play. In this policy, soft outdoor play isn't playing field. Soft outdoor play is grassed sports pitches, which is, I would suggest, different again. But anyway, and habitat areas are acceptable subject to safe working arrangements and may be provided in the sink. Again, that's not the way it's worded elsewhere. The problem, as I keep saying, with repeating yourself unnecessarily, arguably, is that you end up repeating yourself in a way which is inconsistent, and that isn't. But irrespective of all that, C, I think, needs to reflect what we were talking about earlier about the hierarchy, if you like, of effects on sink, yes, and assessment of harm and so on and so forth before basically saying it's acceptable. I think there's a stage to get to there. So I think there's action there on C, or actions on C, to bring everything into line. Any comment on that at all? No,
thank you very much. I agree.
Okay, good.
That does need to be worked.
Good. D. Sorry, I know I'm working through. I was going to get through this quickly, and you can come back on these points. D. Should facilitate the character of Enfield Road to be transformed from a highways-dominated space to a street fronted by new residential. I suppose my question is, what does, in this context, facilitate mean? Is it just not transform the frontage of?
Yes, or enable perhaps, but transform would be enough. So yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to go back on C because it just occurred to me. I read it out, but I didn't somehow have a point. habitat areas is one thing, but the acceptable subject to safe working arrangements. And again, I wasn't quite sure what that means. I assume that's something to do with safeguarding, rather than wearing hard hats or something. I don't know.
Yes, no, I think it's that.
There's teachers running around with the high-vis jackets on or something. But again, I suspect that's not needed, really. But anyway, sorry, that was just there. E, we've already talked about E. It's quite specific. It's quite prescriptive. And we've already talked about how the provision of 5-storey development fits into the vision. You've probably nothing further to say on that. Again, I guess I can take what you've said away, and if I've got any issues, I can return to those. I think
The aim was to ensure protection visually by restricting it to 5 stories.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There's always this, and we had this on some of the other sites, didn't we? When you say up to a number, everybody just it's a natural assumption that it's going to be 5 stories, and it might not be. It might be. It's just what you're really saying is no more than 5 stories, in order to presumably again no more than 5 stories to protect the character and appearance of the area, which is a different. Which yes, I mean I'm not saying what you've written there is not sound. I'm just saying why it possibly gets hackles raised. And we will definitely come on to that a lot next week, I suspect, when there's a lot of policies that talk about buildings of up to 80-something metres or something are acceptable. Doesn't mean to say there will be buildings of 80 metres. But I think I've covered, that's again for me to take away. I think I've talked about that, so I'm not too fussed about that. No, sorry, I am fussed about it. I've got other questions about it. No, in fact, Councillor Smith preempted my question. I didn't even realise I'd written this question down, which was, is there something to be said about the character, something to be said about the different character about North and South, but you've covered that point, so I don't need to do that. G, I'm jumping to F, I have nothing to particularly say. At the moment, G should respond to the setting of Trent Country Park. I think we've talked about that this morning. Again, I think that is probably, I think the wording in PL10 is respect, or rather we suggest it might be respect. But I think obviously there's more to be said there about respond to when it comes to heritage assets. Obviously we've got national and local policies about the effect on heritage assets, and respond to is probably not, while we might all understand it, it's not what the policy is. It's about protecting, enhancing, or conserving, enhancing, or yeah, so I think G probably needs some work. And it might well be that when I give advice on what I think should be said about buffers, that might obviously also be reflected in G, because that's obviously where the issue is being picked up. Or you may indeed want to refer to buffers, again. Or 3.12 or whatever, whatever the expectation is of how you're going to protect or respond to heritage. And I know we had a slight discussion this morning about this is about urban design and landscape or whatever, and not about heritage protection, but it's all about heritage protection because fundamentally is that's a starting point. H, nothing to say. I, must provide a heritage park. I'm not sure. Is that referred to in PL? Is that referred to differently in PL10? Is that what we were talking about in terms of the view park? No, is that different again?
It's different. It's down in the southeastern corners.
Yeah. So that's not referred to in PL10, I don't think, is it?
I think it may be
in
the section dealing with green infrastructure.
Sorry if perhaps didn't jump out at me.
Yes, I think it's in 13E. Heritage Park to include the former Slades Hill Military Camp and Battery.
I do beg your pardon. Yes, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I was fixated about the hilltop view part and whether or not it's related to the country park rather than the second part. So beg your pardon there.
We confused you with that in order to...
Exactly.
Get that one.
I'm easily confused. Okay, fine. And again, in I will just say, it again refers back to this provision of grassed playing fields and play space adjacent to the school, which I think is a third way of referring to playing fields. But still doesn't get to the nub of the point, which is whether or not it's suitable in a sink anyway. Just a slight digression, slight aside. I was trying to work out what stage 3 might entail, and I've obviously read all these policies. I noted they were trying to work out times of 15 different design policies. And I congratulate the council for identifying 15 different ways of addressing design and character. That's quite an achievement.
I'm sure you look forward to the justification for each of those policies.
Exactly. And this is why it takes some time, unfortunately. And part of that is, of course, if you can come up with 3 different ways of referring to playing fields in two policies, that's why we end up with a lot of different stuff. But again, so there's a point there, obviously, you need to address, I think, just for consistency. J isn't adding a great deal to what's already there, but it picks up on some points of PL10 about active travel and public transport and the like. So nothing particularly there. K is about view corridors and so on. And I think there I was just wanting to, again, is there any potential conflict between talking about what J requires in terms of view corridors and so on, and what the policy also then says about 5-storey buildings and density and so on? Or is it all achievable?
From the framework, it is achievable, and these are elements that reflect that. That's the ostensible position of the council.
Okay, and then L, I've done L, so K is about community corridors. L is about active frontages. We had a bit of a discussion, didn't we, about what an active frontage is when it's not a shop, and that might just be me being very, and it may well be very much understood amongst urban designers and what an active frontage means when it comes to residential development.
Yes, I think we dealt with that under Land at Junction 24.
Yeah, I think it was about the idea that it's not about parking and, turning its back to, it'll be about, front doors and windows facing outwards, and presumably if there are front gardens or whatever, it's not about closing off the front. Okay, it's yeah, so that's fine. I think to me. So that's. I mean, I've whipped through some of those. There's obviously some actions on those. It might be more when we talk about other things which are related to this. Just one thing I think I'm missing from any specific reference to develop in terms of what this policy says and what's maybe picked up in other parts of PL10 or picked up in other SA policies I've seen. So again, just thinking about all this, how you've dealt with it elsewhere. There's no particular relevant any reference to the sink, other than in terms of playing fields, or sinks, I should say, other than in terms of playing fields, and now in terms of ensuring development, in terms of protection of the sinks. There's a bit about Trent Country Park maybe and stuff, but I'm not necessarily sure I've spotted everything. It talks about the sink. It talks about the Heritage Park being part of the sink, maybe, but it doesn't. What I'm talking about is like a general point of view where it would be, the sink's allocated. Again, but there's no intention for any development to take place in the sink. Development will be not allowed in the sink. as in no housing in the sink, but also just obviously referring to the fact that the sink would need to be protected and enhanced, or whatever the words are in PL10. It's just that link between the two and providing some clarity. And I don't raise that because, again, boring myself with this, the plan as a whole will cover these issues, but it's because in other parts of the document, those sorts of things are picked up, and so it's just why here and not there. The other thing isn't referred to is parking, which is quite unusual given what we've talked about. Again, if you look at the PL, most of the other SA policies, particularly those relating to the placemaking areas, parking is referred to every time. Again, PL10 talks about parking, you may not need to, but it is something that is addressed in the policy. So I don't know if you've got any view on how on that approach.
Well, it certainly can be reiterated in the ways that we talked about. So not only in PL10, but under the SA policies as well. There's no reason why it couldn't be added in. So that brings me to one point, which I'm going to seek your indulgence in, and that's to ask Mr. Cole to deal with some of those transportation issues that were raised this morning, because Mr. Cole has difficulties after 3:40 today.
Okay.
And I was hoping that we might be able to fit him in.
Is he here?
To deal. He is sitting behind some.
Oh, he's here.
Yes, he is in the corner.
Hiding.
So I wonder if perhaps, so if, with your permission, if...
Yeah, well, it does. I suppose it's particularly relevant to this plot because of the Enfield Road.
Quite so.
Yeah, if you just want to pick up, if you've remembered the issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I've got a list of them, and hopefully that will pick off everything that had been raised. The first of which, good afternoon, Mr. Cole. Nice to see you again. The first of which relates to the focus on on-street parking as opposed to off-street parking, and whether there's any particular transportation reason why one would focus on street parking.
Thank you for allowing me to come forward. It's childcare issues. There are a number of reasons why you would have a preference. It should be stated it's a preference. It doesn't say must in the policy. You can think about it in terms of things like reduced land use. Obviously, parking is quite considerable land use, and therefore, if you're providing off-street parking, it does mean that land use could actually be used for other purposes, whether it be green space, play, whatever it is, that sort of thing. You can think about it in terms of surveillance and security as well. Probably the most important from a transport perspective, and therefore my perspective, is kind of improving the walkability and of streetscape. If you've got off-street parking, you need a crossover or you need a junction. Providing on-street parking, therefore, means that you can provide a continuous walking, cycling route to be able to go on. It does also enable you to kind of start thinking about addressing some of the parking demand by having it on street. I would say that you are reducing the number of parking spaces. It goes back to the point I made the other day about parking light. And I think if you were to allow off-street parking, there is the potential that could go unfettered. It could go higher because of the amount of space that tends to be available for those. And then I think there's also an element of kind of just thinking about the aesthetics of it. A large car park is not particularly attractive. Keeping it on street, I think, is a way of considering it. But I do appreciate that is a subjective matter. So, yeah.
So that, unless you had any other questions around that, I was going to move on to something that was related to that, actually, which was a question arising in respect of how there'd be enforcement of the on-street position, and whether there would be the ability to enforce a position with regard to on-street parking on the development, at least as a matter of principle. Mr. Cole, if you can deal with that.
On-street enforcement is a fairly normal process. Obviously, you can think about CPZs is one potential option. That, of course, does depend upon whether the roads will be adopted, and no formal decision has been made at that point. But even if they're not, then there is the ability for private enforcement. But I think the council would usually prefer to go down the adopted route, but that is something that would need to be considered alongside the developer a lot further down the road than we are now.
Thank you very much. So my next question relates to the IDP, and the IDP indicates in relation to potential off-site connections for walking and cycling, indicates that is a desirable priority rather than anything higher, either important or essential. And what I was wanting to understand from you, Mr. Cole, was what your view of the importance of that particular requirement is.
I think that should be upgraded. I think it should be seen as probably essential. We spoke the other day about we're already looking at walking and cycling routes and the designs of those, notwithstanding the comments made about the gradient. But I do think that is an important part of the being able to provide active and sustainable transport infrastructure, and therefore I think it should actually be upgraded to essential.
And as you know, the viability assessment has taken into account desirable elements in any event. So we'll come on to that, no doubt, with Mr. Drummond-Hayes. Do you have any questions arising from that?
There was a point, I don't know if it's a point, Mr. Cole, you may have addressed it, is about this, the physical ability to, I think you talked about this generally on Tuesday, actually, the physical ability to deliver dedicated bus lanes, whether there's anything else, but maybe you've satisfied.
That's what I was going to come on to, actually, so yes, so those.
So I think I did address this point to some extent on Tuesday. Currently there is not significant bus delay. In fact, it's not showing us bus delay in this particular section of Enfield Road. Therefore, any bus lane provision would need to be considered around the junctions into and out of the site and whether that does create any delay. And therefore, there would be the consideration, therefore, to need to put in potentially some bus priority. That could be in the form of bus lanes. It could be actually in the form of other elements as well. But that will come out through the master planning exercise, through the modelling and so on. I think it is unlikely that you would need bus lanes along the full length of this route. But it would be something that comes out of the modelling at a later stage.
Thank you. And the policy, I think, doesn't require it. I don't think it requires it. It's a potential. I think it should. Thank you. Thank you. It's actually just a point about SA 10.1, as well as the parking, as well as not mentioning parking. I think I'm right in saying, well, I made a note to this effect anyway, that it does mention cycling and walking and so on, but it doesn't. It talks about the internal layout being permeable for public transport. I'm not sure it says anything, again, does it need to, is the question mark, about public transport in and of itself, and contributing to improvements of public transport or providing permeability for public transport. We talked a bit, buses may be able to divert into and around, or presumably would have to make it a sustainable location, divert in and around, and whether that's something that this, again, it's always that, I'm sort of, dancing a grey area between what does PL10 say and what do these policies say, and, often it's, I'd probably not lose any sleep about not mentioning it, other than that when I look at 10.2, it might say something along those lines, so.
I was only going to say, I referred to the evidence before in terms of, I think that there should be provision for buses to be able to come off the Enfield Road and maybe rejoin, and also to allow for through routes. I think, again, I spoke on Tuesday about the potential for a bus gate in order to ensure that there isn't through traffic, but that would therefore allow the bus still to go from north to south through the route once that is required.
Moment criterion J doesn't reiterate the point about the need for access along the corridor as opposed to through the site itself. So that's something that can be certainly provided.
Maybe. I don't know if it's needed or not necessarily, but I do know. But I'm more conscious of the fact that, dare I say, the rod that has been made for the council's back by having two policies covering largely the same things means that it does make that relation between those two policies, we need to make sure they actually tie up as close as possible. And the only other thing I've got on 10.1, actually, well, in terms of the correct design principles, is no mention of flooding as well. And again, I think our areas obviously of flood risk in this area. You've got the general points in PL10, but one would assume here it would be about avoiding areas of flood risk or mitigating them, and that would be important to make it very clear to people that you're not expecting development in flood zone 2 and 3. Yeah, so I think an action there to that effect. If you will indulge me, and thank you, Mr. Scott. Sorry, I haven't got any more questions for you at the moment about that. And I've realised if you need to go, then go. But
all I wondered was this: that I didn't know whether anybody had any questions or that or any issues that comes up in relation to 10.1, the design principles that focus on transportation, that Mr. Cole may need to wait here for. If there is such a point, then
okay, all right, that's a good point. I've got one point about delivery, but I know you said general we've got delivery, but I want to know what you're expecting in the plan period for this area and timing. But it's a fair point. That might take 5 minutes. So I'll open it up first on the design principles, and then Mr. Coles can answer any questions if they do come up, and then we can move on. So Coma Homes first, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was just a point again to do with terminology, really. And if you go back to the infrastructure requirements, it says development should in relation to the school, and then under the design principles it says must provide a primary school, and it's again similarly if necessary or some kind of wording just for consistency.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good point. Mr. Lack.
Right, thank you. I've got, first of all, a comment on C, which I know you've raised the question of the sink. I brought up on Tuesday the preliminary ecology assessment for Vicarage Farm, which in that context I dealt with the broader site, but there is a particular reference in that report to this particular sink site, and you can find that on page 49 of that document. And it looked at the pressures on that sink site from the proposed uses, which included would result in trampling, soil eutrophication and compaction and erosion. And it's important to note that this site is not only designated for playing area, but it actually includes an area of open space, quite a large area of open space proposed by the plan. And so there will be considerable pressure on the sink, not just from that play area. The Tyler Grange sink report, document PLA 16, also looked at this area, which is a Borough Grade 1 sink, and it concluded that it was unlikely that any suitable compensation and mitigation could be implemented to mitigate for the losses within the sink from development. And importantly, Tyler Grange did not assess the recreational pressures that would result from the proposed change through these allocations. Policy C, as you've pointed out, sir, calls for these safe working arrangements, which we conclude just don't exist. It's also important to note that under the land use requirements, there is a reference to enhancements of the sink, and we believe that that is not going to be effective. Under K, it refers to the view corridor, the east-west view corridor, which includes the Merry Hills Way public right-of-way, which is runs to the north of the brook. This is no ordinary public right-of-way. This was actually claimed in 2008 by local residents who had been walking over that route for at least 20 years, and a claim was made to the local authority, which was eventually signed off in 2018. It's a very valued access to open space, which we note from the London plan, that open space should be protected and enhanced, and it includes, interestingly, private land. And so I think if the development goes ahead, then these view corridors really do need to be developed and produced in an effective way. And I think the way it's currently worded, that is not the case. And I would suggest that we need to know what the size of that corridor is going to be in particular. And I would suggest, I know you don't like this, sir, but I nonetheless think that in order to not become a tunnel, that corridor needs to be at least 100 metres wide to the urban edge in order to maintain the effectiveness of that public right-of-way.
Thank you. And Mr. Moon.
Thank you, sir. Just coming back to some of these things which appear in other SA10 allocations. SA 10.2 says development should carefully consider overlooking issues of existing properties, but that's not in SA 10.1, and I would have thought there were particular potential issues with the land south of Enfield Road, so that difference doesn't seem consistent. In terms of what's being delivered on land south of Enfield Road, I understand from Mr. Sullivan's comments that it's going to be more family housing and also family housing within higher densities as well. With that in mind, there doesn't seem to be any kind of particular green space being offered and worked out for land south of Enfield Road, as far as I've seen, and apologies if I've got that wrong, but I think the intention is for people to cross Enfield Road, which could be 4 lanes plus a coastal lane by that point, to go to the green space on the other side of the road. If this is an issue, so I would suggest there may be a potential to improve access to Boxers Lake and Boxers Park to the south. And it maybe if that became policy, that would help, although it would also be potentially helpful to have more land actually, to know there was land being offered for play space on the actual plot south of Enfield Road. I appreciate it on the placemaking area as a whole, on the allocation as a whole, there is. And I think that was it, because I think all my other points are about parking, but I think we're talking about that later, aren't we?
Well, while we've got Mr. Cole, perhaps you ought to mention parking. I mean,
I don't think there is any parking requirements within.
No, well, I mentioned that.
You mentioned that,
Yeah,
and I wondered therefore given the higher density that is expected here, what is the parking requirement roughly in terms of a number?
Well, the number would be coming from PL10, I suspect, or it would be because PL10 will set the overarching approach.
Yeah.
Most of the other SA policies have words like limited or stuff, which obviously the council have suggested changing to minimise. Sometimes it's car free, sometimes it's car light. I think the point is something needs to be said about parking. The council have accepted that.
Yes.
They can perhaps say exactly what it would be, but I suspect they might need to go away and think about that because they might not have an answer for that immediately. But it would be borne out just logically of the overall master plan, one would assume, and it will depend on how many dwellings there are and what the nature of those dwellings are, and so on and so forth. So it's again about policy hooks, isn't it, as much as anything?
Exactly that. Yeah, that was my
policy needs. I agree. This SA 10.1 needs a hook.
Yeah. Great. Thank
if
you.
Nothing else. And then Iceni, Fairview.
Sorry, just very quickly to come back on that point around open space or not. So there is a green corridor through the middle of the site, and then sort of a pocket park to the sort of the southern corner of land south of Enfield Road. Mr. Byrne is correct. It's not denoted on the plan that there's a play space, but there would be plenty of additional room to put facilities in there of that kind. And, obviously that'd be something to work through in the master plan.
Yeah. Because the policy as a whole, again, if you look about as you've pointed out, actually, the plan as a whole, the plan as a whole will require open space provision associated with housing. PL10 requires that in broad terms, and probably SA10, if I go and unpick the very small writing word by word, will probably have some approach to that. And again, I understand that what will happen is, because it will say provide open space in these areas, there's a sort of concern that means then where it doesn't say anything, it's not going to happen. And I think that's something that will come out of these discussions a lot, because I think that's the way the policy has been written. That's not just here, that's everywhere, because everyone has the same concern. But I always default to the plan must be read as a whole, and so there would be expectation of that. Whether or not there's any merit in being explicit in order to ensure effectiveness and shall we say, clarity and unambiguity, then that might be something the council can respond to. Yeah. I don't think there's any specific, other than parking, I don't think there's anything specific there. So you may, I don't know, you...
I think you answered the parking point on my behalf, so thank you very much.
Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I've got to get into trouble for doing that. But yeah, okay. Any other points you want to come back on?
No, so as we said, we've committed to Carlight, and Carlight has its own principle approach within the London plan, so that's followed. Just one point, I think, from Mr. Lack's comments on the sink. I think he said that it was indicated in the Tyler Grange report that there shouldn't be development. That it said there shouldn't be development on the sink, if you recall that. In fact, 8.4 of the Tyler Grange conclusion is that in principle development could be forgive me, I'll read that again. In principle, development could be undertaken. I know that doesn't make sense, but that's what it says. Within Cruise Hill Golf Course and Glasgow Stud Borough sink, Grade 1 sink, provided that the mitigation hierarchy is followed and that any development doesn't impact the function of the sink or result in the degeneration of the habitats and species populations present within the sinks. And those are Cruise Hill.
Yes, yes. Sorry, you've scared me there. We've got about 2 weeks.
Yeah. Given the size of Royal Enfield site and woodland at Vicarage Farm Borough Grade 1 sink, it is unlikely any suitable compensation and mitigation could be implemented to mitigate for losses within the sink from development. So it didn't rule out the potential. It said that it was unlikely. And it depends, of course, very much on what was being proposed and considered. And that's not two things arise from that. One, that, of course, Tyler Grange was looking at development, and we've already dealt with that in the context of the playing field. And the second is in relation to the access ways. It's, of course, the scale of it you're aware of. And the question is whether or not there'd be suitable compensation and mitigation. And that's the issue. So rather a long-winded answer to get to the point that it wasn't being ruled out by Tyler Grange and was capable, subject to mitigation and compensation, to be provided.
I think all this goes back to my general point, though, about the sinks, where it talks about, there was my general point about there's no sort of general provision in SA 10.1 about protecting/enhancing the sink. And so that link back to what's in the land use requirement and link back to what's in PL10 and link back to national policy. But also this point I've made a few times about the assumption shouldn't be necessarily that the things that the open space or playing fields that you want to, you're currently thinking about, you should go in the sink, is a given until some form of assessment of harm and planning balance about that harm has been determined before you jump to, well, it's okay then. So I think there's a gateway.
Exactly so, sir. And the national policy allows for that gateway to be passed through in the event that it's found ultimately the balance is in favour.
But I don't think the evidence is there at the moment to say that a gateway has been passed now, because we don't know what the nature of the park or scale of the park or scale of the playing fields are going to be, because we don't know how big the school's going to be, and so on and so forth. So.
Quite so. The only question is whether, as a matter of principle, it would be capable, as a matter of judgment, of being overcome. And when one sees what's being proposed, it couldn't sensibly be said that it's incapable, through proper design, of being adequately mitigated.
I think it needs to be a subject to. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I'm just going to very quickly. We were doing well. It's my fault we've probably hit a bit of a brick wall, but. We'll come on to this, obviously, when we talk about delivery, but I just wanted to, while we talk about it, while we're here, the numbers for 10.1. I'm trying to understand, where obviously you've got the policy which says 2,550, I think it is in the plan period, and but when you then go to the SA policy, it's hard to understand, I think, unless I'm missing something, where the non-planned period delivery is not, where delivery is not occurring, sorry.
Yes, it's not helpful in circumstances where it's simply a capacity figure rather than saying how that's going to be delivered, to then have time frames that ultimately don't give an indication one way or the other of what the numbers are. The overall delivery position has been set out, as you know, in the note that was provided to you, the revised figure. That's a global figure relating to the site as a whole.
So you've not drilled down to, well, I think a point was made earlier, again, it all comes back to phasing, and some of this might be obviously determined, but, that you might only deliver X of SA 10.1 in the plan period versus Y in 10.2. You just looked at it globally and think what you might be able to deliver year on year.
Yes, it is that, with a little more granularity in that there were or have been, of course, discussions with the developers, and they may be able to assist with that, as to their expectation of the ability to deliver on the sites themselves. Okay. And what have informed that.
What I'll probably do, so I don't go around in circles on this, I'll leave that there, and when we talk about delivery, we'll look at it globally. If there's no, I suppose the answer to the question, there's no level of granularity that the plan needs to identify at the moment. So I think, okay, we'll talk about whether the figures, your revised figures, are realistic later. So we get moved on. That brings us, sorry, I think I will leave that actually. I'm not going to ask for comments on that. We'll pick it up later. So I'm going to take a short break now till 4, and then we'll come back, and I will hope to whip through the next 3 very quickly, because we've covered all those issues, hopefully, and then spend about 10 minutes talking about delivery. So yeah, 4 o'clock. So everyone back at 4 o'clock, thank you. Everyone, it's 4, so we'll move on to SA 10.2, which is Arnold House. I left my questions upstairs. No, sorry, beg your pardon. All right. So SA 10.2 is quite a small plot, as you know, and we've talked about this plot already in some terms on Tuesday in particular. It's a small plot which is largely made up of a sink, and then to the east there is some brownfield land, I believe, which falls outside the greenbelt, but small park falls outside the greenbelt. It's identified for approximately 95 new homes / units of care, with potential additional residential capacity in the western part of the site, subject to sink and TPO constraints. Come on to that, because that's different to what's said everywhere else, and different to discussions we've been having about sink and development and everything else. So we'll come on to that wording. But first and foremost, I understand from some of the evidence that I've had, and the update, I think I'm right in saying it's the updated note I got on delivery, refers to a permission. Actually, it was discussed. It was mentioned on Tuesday. The discussion of a permission on Arnold House for 95, I believe 95 bed care home. So it's obviously fits into the policy quite nicely. So I might take it then subject to what. It's two things. One is that permission being implemented? I think I wasn't quite clear whether it's been implemented or not. That's the first point. Has it started? Do we know?
I understand, sir, that the site is currently subject to a non-material amendment application, which is largely concerned with internal reconfiguration.
Okay.
It's currently under consideration.
Okay. So it's not started yet. Fine. Okay.
Could I just add? I mean, I believe demolition has started.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you. So, one question, of course, is to all intents and purposes, in terms of delivery, assuming that is, let's say, assume it's implemented, then there's nothing else for this plot to deliver other than potential link through. Is that so? It would effectively have met its objectives.
Yes.
Yes, sorry. There is, and I assume, confusing myself with my note there, but now I'll see what I mean. On the land use requirements, it says approximately 95 new homes, etc. Then potential additional residential capacity in the western part of the site subject to sink and TPO constraints. We'll come on to that shortly. But then in the implementation table, which is not policy, but it's still, I guess, supporting text, it's got 95 new homes, units of care at some point, but then approximate estimated non-resident capacity, Class E, a local centre providing a flexible mix of uses to include retail and community use. One assumes that's error. Because there's no retail proposed in that plot, surely.
So I anticipate that's right. It may be that Mr. Biggs can help on that, but that is my understanding. Can I just check that?
Okay, I'll carry. Shall I carry? You're happy for me to carry on? Okay. It would seem, on the face of it, that if there's not a lot of land left, irrespective of the permission to deliver retail and community uses, even if there's some land to the west that could assist, but that's not what's in the land use requirements either. So, if there is the expectation of retail and community uses, then it's not in the land use requirements. So there's an error there, or there's an effect, ambiguity issue. This and we've already talked. I'm not going to before I come on to this sink business. We've already talked about that there's some of the land here should be removed from the green belt. We've talked about. I'm not necessarily talking about that, but obviously I've got a view. I may come to a view on that, as I have, potentially other areas where there's no intention to develop. But I'm not going to talk about that much more anyway. So this issue about the land use requirements referring to potential additional capacity to the west, subject to sink and TPO constraints. But when you then look at A of the development requirements, on design principles, it says must be restricted to the site currently occupied by Arnold House Care Home and the land directly to the rear of this. The heavily wooded areas should not be developed, but could deliver green infrastructure requirements. So it's obvious there, unless I'm missing something, there's a clear conflict there between the land use requirements and A. So can we get some clarity on what actually is the expectation for this? Sorry, that's the first time I've done that this week. I was doing it all the time last time.
Yes, so I've just been looking at the framework. That's why I've been quiet. And when one looks at how Arnold House, that part of the site has been considered in the framework, it identifies R20, which is the relevant parcel, as being for the 95 capacity, with then an access route through, and that is what it's been considering. So, and I wonder whether there may be an error insofar as it was then looking to a parcel actually outside of 10.2 and has just confused the indication of potential capacity beyond it. That it was, just to be clear about it, if you look at the 10.2 map, and you see where it's SA 10.3 is identified, there's the white area just over the brook. I query whether that had inadvertently been included within the allocation, but on the face of it, on the face of the framework at least, one can't see how that can accommodate the local centre and additional development all on the part of the site that's to include a 95-bed care home.
No, and the framework also doesn't suggest any, when you consider the narrowness of that site and the fact that majority would be retained as greenbelt. So if you think, well, you can't possibly be saying under additional capacity, can't possibly be talking about the area that's retained as a greenbelt. So you're talking about an extremely narrow sliver of land, which also has to provide a link through. One would assume that's not the expectation.
Well, quite so, and also there's specific intention at A for the heavily wooded areas not to be developed, which of course is everything to the north of the access way.
And also, I've been told categorically on several occasions that there's no intention other than for open spaces and the like, or maybe access routes to deliver development in a thing. And I dare say I would be concerned about a policy which talked about the potential for residential capacity subject to sink and TPO constraint. Obviously, yeah, well, yes, obviously everything would be sink, but it would seem rather positive about developing in areas of, where the rest of the policy is like, retaining trees, and, it's not necessarily, I would say, good practice to be saying, well, TPOs, particularly as part of master plan, you've been dealing with, it just seems like this sort of thing you would have dealt with. So anyway, I won't labour that too much, but I'm going to take it on the basis that, the land site promoter may have a different view, but currently I would seem that would be needed to be removed. We've talked about the sink coming out. Talked about that. I'll do the same as last time and just deal with the infrastructure requirements before I open it up, and then before I go into, although there are fewer issues. Obviously, all of the policies talk about contribute to the strategic infrastructure requirements for the CPPAs. I'm not, fine. We might look at the wording of those. Two, I think, is the point about the link, and again the vehicular link to the western boundary. I think was pointed out by Mr. Cole that wasn't an absolute necessity. It might be something that could be possible. I know, and the site Mr. Biggs, I think, pointed out there might be alternatives to that, which are outside, I think, the allocation or different, so on. But it's not necessarily an actual. And I think Mr. Cole particularly said that it wasn't a fundamental requirement to have a vehicle link through the grid, because obviously it's a vehicle link through a sink, which is a different order of things to a pedestrian link or a cycle route. I think talking about running a road through it is a different order of impact, and one I would be slightly nervous about, I think.
So, yes, but there are 2 points, I think, or 1 point perhaps most importantly, to consider when looking at that sink issue, and it concerns the area that does propose the access route through. You'll see in the detailed analysis, and just getting that to hand now, but that is area M2 on the M2, which indicates that it is mixed scrub dominated by bramble, goat willow and common nettle, and so isn't consistent with the more important areas of designation to the north. Still, it is of local ecological importance, but isn't identified as of county ecological importance.
I think we talked about development in sinks with Cruise Hill, and there's a different sort of order of things. The council's argued that it's all about the benefits of that, if you like, of being assessed, and there's a planning balance and taking it. I think the scale of what's being talked about here is obviously significantly less. But as with my other points about playing fields on other sinks and everything else, if it's not a necessity, if your highways people are not saying it's an absolute necessity to have an access onto the Ridgeway, it may be, again, whether it's prejudging the suitability of that running through the sink and prejudging the effect of that on the thing. And it may well be that once the master plan's been worked through and an application coming, you say, well, actually, no, it's an absolute necessity. The harm is not, can be, the benefits outweigh the harm, but at the moment, I'm not sure if that is the case, because I was told the other day that it's not absolutely necessary to do that, and and there might be alternatives, and one would just assume that on principle, if there are alternatives which avoid harm to a sink, then that would be preferable to an approach which does harm a sink, even one which may be of slightly lower value.
Yes, no, agreed. So in the point 2 can readily say it could provide for active travel, because as you say, so providing for active travel is an order of magnitude perhaps lower than vehicular access, and then say if necessary for highway transportation purposes, to provide a vehicular link. So it makes it conditional.
Thanks. I think that might be subject to, obviously, what the people may say. Certainly sounds sensible to me. And then we have the bridge, and I think actually, so 3 talks about provide at least one walking and cycling bridge crossing Salmon's Brook as part of the active travel routes. Again, I suppose it's the provide element of this, isn't it? Because I suppose to a extent, and Mr. Biggs can inform me, is that if this plot, and I think I was right in saying that there's the Arnold House is sort of separate to the other site roads, so there's separate ownerships or whatever. There's not, unless the developer who owns or the site land promoters who own the western part of 10.2 also have interests elsewhere. Not a lot in it for them at the moment in terms of provide.
The western or the eastern.
Sorry, the western. Unless so at the moment, in terms of, I suppose it's a very mercenary thing, why would they be providing a bridge? Because there's nothing else for them. There's no development, is there? Because Arnold House is being developed. There's no other scope, really, it seems, for anything else to come forward in housing terms or other forms of development. So the entire purpose of this plot then becomes about providing, which is not necessarily not valuable in terms of the overall placemaking, but it's about providing access through to the Ridgeway and active travel links and so on, or maybe even vehicular. So in terms of who's providing that bridge or providing that link, or the landowner or site promoter, that I said, well, we're being expected to deliver this, but we're not getting anything out of it. But I mean, Mr. Biggs could perhaps explain how this might work. But you can see what I mean. There's no mechanism for them to. The master plan has to provide it, isn't it? The scheme as a whole has to provide it.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, it probably is where provide might well be the appropriate form of words. I suppose I'm just trying to think. Well, is it going to be deliverable or delivered when the plot in which it's going to be delivered is only there as a sort of facilitating area, isn't it, really?
Yes, sir. It would then be a question as to whether or not it would come forward through any of the equalisation processes, which would again be a matter for the master plan.
Am I allowed to say ransom strip?
I don't know the answer to that question. So I think
would it be a ransom strip, effectively?
Well, it may be. Often people refer to it as a Stokes from Cambridge position. But as to whether it would truly be a ransom strip would depend on the circumstances and the reason for the reason for the access. But even if it were,
as a matter
of simply as a matter of developability, that just comes down to what the figure may be ultimately.
But you're content that it's not requiring the people who, if you like, control that parcel to deliver the bridge. It's the plan. The scheme delivers the bridge, and there's a mechanism to ensure that is the case. Okay, fine. Okay. Any points on what we've covered so far? I'll start with Mr. Biggs. Obviously, he's been sitting very patiently all day. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, listening to all the discussion on particularly the southern part of the parcel that I'm promoting, I think I'd sort of obviously just focus on that in terms of sort of what I'll be discussing. Obviously, it was highlighted about the that southern part to the rear of Arnold House is, I would say, more predominantly scrubland. The trees are, or the more sort of the protected trees are identified around the outside. So our position has been in part promoting obviously that land for housing. In terms of the point about connections and even the route through, it's only been very recently that we've been approached by the master planning team for the council to discuss the point about equalisation and potential connections. I mean, I would say on behalf of the landowners, we're not, sort of against connections or anything like that. It's, obviously, as you say, part of the placemaking, but we've only just been engaged by the council to discuss about those connections. We've promoted and made representations on our piece of land for the last 5-6 years, if not longer. So. Possibly longer than that, 10 years. So really, it's. I hear what you say as well about the wording in that policy. Obviously, we saw the potential reference. I suppose in our minds, in terms of potential residential capacity, one in that you raised the point. What is in it for the landowners in respect of no development or route through there. But, obviously we've seen the wording in there and the ability, I know you sort of say sinks are protected and there's the hierarchy approach, but, we obviously would like to explore that, as things progress, but, and that might be through the master planning process, as you've mentioned before.
So are you content then with what it says in the land use requirement about additional capacity subject to, I know I said that I was uncomfortable with that wording, but that was subject to me hearing what other people might say. would that satisfy you, or would that be something you'd be satisfied with? Because obviously it doesn't give you any comfort that it will be acceptable for housing. It's still a potential subjective, isn't it? So
it's not the best wording in the world for us by any means, but yeah, I mean, in terms of the position in the local plan at the moment, that is something that is allowing us to discuss with the council sort of the opportunity to get the link through there that is identified in the other, you know, within the plan, the 3.12. And you know, will engage with us to discuss what could be achieved as a sort of part of the placemaking strategy.
I mean, it's extremely narrow constraint, just physically, isn't it? So, do you have a sense of the numbers that you'd be looking at in the area, if you like, that isn't greenbelt? I know you may have representation, so you'd like to see that greenbelt rolled back even further. But in terms of what the plan is at the moment, is it actually? If I was to say, well, actually, the greenbelt boundary is what the greenbelt boundary is, and you know, just say put the sink to one side for a moment and say, well, actually, okay, it talks about potential capacity. Is it actually a deliverable plot anyway, given its constraint?
So the area directly behind Arnold House and stretching across to the west boundary of the SA 10.2 is 1.73 hectares. So it's not quite as tight as I think you're suggesting, sir. And bearing in mind that Arnold House has just got permission for 95, admittedly a care home of 95 units, that's quite a considerable development, and the site that the area of the land that I'm talking about is, you know, sort of a larger area than the Arnold House. So I beg to disagree with your comment that it's a thin slither of land.
Okay. Okay. So okay, that's fine. Well, the main question really was that this is actually this is feasible to deliver something there if those constraints were overcome.
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, Mr. Lack.
Yes, first of all, sir, I'd like to thank you for raising the conflict that has arisen in this policy between land use requirement 2 and design principle A. We haven't got onto the design principle, so I won't make any comments about that. But on this land use requirement, the groups that I represent are concerned about it being retained in its current form, and we would suggest that the wording is changed to retain and respect the wooded area to the western part of the site, TPOs and sink, to make it clear that there is to be no development permitted. I would also just reflect a little bit on the idea that was suggested by Mr. West this morning about limiting development to the south of the Merry Hills Brook, because if that was done, a lot of these problems that we've been raising would simply disappear, because there'd be no need for a road connection at Arnold House and the associated infrastructure that we've been discussing.
Okay. Obviously, we talked about Greenbelt on Tuesday, so I don't want to keep going back to that well at the moment. Mr. West, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you probably covered the point, actually, but I just wanted to go back to the fact. I know Arnold House well because it used to be a Leonard Cheshire home and I was a volunteer there. But it is really well wooded to the back, and you referred yourself to the TPOs. There are some rather fine specimen trees, and it really is quite difficult to see how you would get access through and actually develop at the rear of the site. That was my point, sir.
Thank you. Obviously getting into the detail of these things, but I can look it up, but would the council know off the top of its head whether any of the evidence documents, PLA documents or the like, will actually identify the extent of the TPO? Is it a group TPO, or you may not know?
I can't, on the top of my head, identify that.
Okay, it may be something. Leave it with me. It may be something. I'm not going to force you to go and find out. I'll come back if I do think it's critical.
Thank you. I was looking at this and noticed the we've had conversations about trees and conversations about musts and shoulds and that kind of hierarchy that I'm beginning to understand. But I couldn't help noticing that the reference to high-value trees and must maximise or should happens in lots of these sites.
Yeah, we'll come on to that.
Yeah, but not
jump-
in SA 10.1 is what, what I felt I'd noticed.
Fair point, yeah, on
And
10.1.
the hierarchy seems to vary a lot.
Correct, actually, good point. And yes, it's not referred to in those. And I think, it's the point Mr. Byrne made, actually, about the SA 10.1 doesn't refer to living conditions either. I didn't pick on the council on that. That might be one of those things where, as I said at the start, by the time I've got to site 100, and I can start to see those things, the action may be to the council, make sure it's all consistent. Jumping back to 10.1, I guess, yeah, the question is it not referred to because you're sanguine about the trees being removed, which I suspect isn't the case, or is it just one of those oversights? But yeah, thank you. We'll come on to that wording anyway, because I'm not mad keen on it, depending on certain contexts. So we'll come on to that anyway shortly. Anything that you want to come back on? I think most of the points have been covered there, because I think the effect on the SINC and TPO is something I need to take away, and what that wording says. Obviously, Mr. Biggs' points there about their preference to keep something in the plan which provides the opportunity. Provides the opportunity to deliver housing or not. That's so it's all before me. So I don't know if there's anything you particularly want to say.
Yes, just one point of perhaps 2 points. Forgive me, sir, while I just check something. The first point is that the wording in the land use requirements element that's contained in point 2 would be sufficient to address Mr. Biggs's point if you thought that was appropriate. That's the first. The second, and it relates actually to the third infrastructure requirement. So I don't know whether this is the right time to deal with it. Probably is. But it does say provide at least one walking and cycling bridge crossing Salmons Brook as part of the active travel route. And forgive me, I think I might have missed your point on this. Salmons Brook crossing, of course, is outside of the development parcel. So that fits in with what I said earlier on about it looks like there may have been at an earlier stage another parcel to the west being included in the Arnold House designation, which would explain a lot of what we've looked at with regard to the local centre, etc., and numbers. But this parcel simply couldn't require that to be provided for. So just to bear that in mind. So the other point is that if you're, I think we're asking about the TPOs in terms of whether they were specifically TPO trees or TPO areas. At least an identification of them is contained at page 15 of the spatial framework. But it doesn't, unfortunately, say whether they're individual tree TPOs or group TPOs, or woodland TPOs for that matter.
Okay, thank you. I think, so 3 really needs to be deleted then. I think my substantive point, I suppose, on that was about just delivering things within that parcel when, as set out, the landowner is not being permitted to develop anything. So in that context, how it would actually deliver, whether it's a bridge or the link or whatever, it's the same point applies. But I think 3 obviously then needs to be deleted as being erroneous.
That's right. So
And the reference to the centre.
Yes, my comment was when I was talking about the Stokes and Cambridge position or the Ransom position, that related to the access way itself, if that was, yeah.
I think it's the same, point applies, but yes, reference to the bridge. Okay, I'm going to move on to the development requirements. I'm going to try and do this very quickly. I've said that before today. We've talked about A. I mean, in essence, I have no problem with A. It's very clear. It's unambiguous. It's clear and unambiguous what you want, but it doesn't necessarily relate to what you've said elsewhere. So, I don't possibly nothing else to say. But if the land use requirements point 2 were to remain in place, then A doesn't work, I think, because you can't have one without the other.
Well, I was wondering about that, and I think it probably can, because it talks about the heavily wooded areas. It could say the heavily wooded areas to the north of the proposed access way. So that would at least define it, if you thought that there was scope in that southern part.
One would suggest, is that what was meant?
It may well be, simply because of the potential additional residential capacity. I mean, I've said it seems unlikely, but if Mr. Biggs is right on further analysis, well, whether or not the council intended it, it has the ability to accommodate the point.
Well, it may well be, as well as Mr. West said, that the question would be, can you actually deliver the link through there while retaining all of the the heavily wooded area? So it might well be, it's hard to say, isn't it? But it might well be that was the intention was about the area, being specific about where to avoid in relation to the greenbelt, retained greenbelt area. But we perhaps can't speculate on that, but that might be something. That's something for me to consider. And then should provide streetscape improvements along the ridgeway. So this is B. Example, wider footpaths, cycleway, trees, planting, and incorporation of street furniture. That wording appears a lot in lots of these policies. I'm not going to get too heavily involved in that, but it's very specific, and it would only be, obviously it has to be related to SIL regs and whether you can justify requiring street furniture for a scheme of 95 dwellings where it's not actually causing any harm in relation to that. But I'm not going to dwell on that. That might be something, again, a general action where you've got these wordings to just be clear. C, there is a bit of a juxtaposition. I think, again, C, if you put C and A together, put C and A together, and also the land use requirements and everything else, it's just this, well, what is it? It's either you want to avoid the heavily wooded areas, which would suggest it's not about maximising retention trees, it is about retaining the trees, high value trees, not maximising that, which actually suggests you could lose some of them. So it's just understanding that. And I think, again, when we were talking about other sites, I asked about that because there was other wording where it says maximise the retention of trees. And if that's genuinely the case, actually you've assessed it and you think there's potential for, or it's absolutely necessary for high value trees to be removed in order to facilitate development, then maximise, albeit there's an element of ambiguity about what that means, maximise at least might be the correct word. If your content or your expectation is that you want to retain the high value trees, then maximise isn't. And it was the wrong impression. I think certainly in one of the, I can't remember which one it was, but certainly the council accepted in some of the other sites that actually it should be retain high value trees rather than maximise in those cases. So here you are talking about running a route through an area which might be TPO'd, so maybe maximise is the correct term here.
I think it is for that reason.
Okay, thanks. Again, we've got the active frontage point, don't need to pick that, what's in D. E. This again refers back to the further residential development in the western part of the site should provide as perimeter block terraced housing. So again, it's all a bit confused to me at the moment between what it is this policy is actually seeking to do and what it's seeking to avoid, because these things, even if you maximised if you take the view that TPO trees behind Arnold House are high value, that doesn't, and you might maximise that by being as limited as you can in running a route through there. If you might have to lose some in order to deliver the scheme, well, you might be able to justify that, but that's not the same as then building on it. So I think, but that might all come back to what my conclusions are about this as a whole. The phrase should maintain a mix of typologies is in practically every policy. And this here, it talks about care home building mansion block towards the Ridgeway. Fine. I don't know if if the permission is for a mansion block. Don't know. There's lots of examples of this in later ones where the council is quite keen on mansion blocks, it seems, as it's mentioned in every single allocation. I don't know if it's always appropriate. I want to see. But anyway, there may be an action about that later when I've heard on about the other sites. Nothing on F for me, I don't think. Well, actually, sorry, no, there is something on F, isn't there? Because again, should decrease in height towards the western boundary due to the stories. Again, it's assumed that. So I think again, even if the potential is maintained, it's always got to be referred back to being potential. It's always got to be a subject or an if there, isn't there? Because so, but these all come back to what is actually being proposed. Yeah, nothing on G. Sometimes not entirely certain, because this is another standard bit of phrasing that's talked about a lot about securing rear boundaries through back-to-back approach to site edges. I'm not sure that's relevant here, given what I've been told about this plot and what's being proposed. But maybe it's harmless. I don't know.
I suppose that if Mr. Biggs is right, that one could have further development in that southern parcel, possibly one could have that back-to-back approach. What I can say, I think, that is that it's not, certainly not something that the council is holding on to as a particular issue that has to be adopted.
I suppose I might say, well, if you've gone to the trouble of this all of this work, effectively, to determine what is suitable and what's allocated for, and in other parts of the borough you've identified areas of things where you think it's actually to leave this to be a subject to is a bit odd, dare I say. I mean, it's not a very spectorial term, but it's just, it doesn't seem to fit into like, why are you deferring this quite important issue, even though it's not a massive area of land, to either the council wants to protect sinks and TPOs or it doesn't, and this sort of quite, dare I say, wishy-washy, well, we don't really know, is not really speaking to me of a clear, comprehensive, unambiguous approach to development. But it's a relatively small area of land. So.
I think that may be why the decision has been made.
Okay.
To take that approach, but even then, it is highly conditional, but does make it clear why or where the most important assets lie and how they should be considered.
Yeah. Okay. I think I won't labour that anymore. I think but some of these criteria all go back to that point, so there might be some changes anyway. Nothing on H. I is a point I've picked up before about carefully considering overlooking issues. I don't think is actually what you mean. I think it's about ensuring development doesn't cause unacceptable harm to living conditions of neighbouring residents. There's more to life than overlooking, and carefully consider is a nothing phrase, isn't it? So I think I would say I needs to be amended to be effective. I think I will ask the council to consider whether that form of words, because it's in other places, should actually also be in 10.1, just as a logic, because there are some existing residential areas. So I think that's a fair point. So that's that. So on J, should provide limited residential parking to proactive travel. You've suggested a modification. Again, this is a bit of a running theme. Suggested a modification, I think, which suggests parking should align with the ambition of achieving a 75% sustainable mode share and support active travel. I'm not sure that really helps because it doesn't really still set out what limited parking means, particularly in the context of parking standards. So, and then I think when we talk about some other policies, there's lots of different ways that parking is being both addressed in the submitted plan, but also in the way that it's been agreed, if you like, with TfL to address it. And then we've got, there's lots of ways it can be done. But I think the way it's probably something we'll need to work on. I guess at some point the action is we need more clarity and certainty about what is expected in terms of parking. The form of words, I think, is something we can agree at a later date.
So it needs to be consistent with the overall overarching car light approach that we're going to be adopting.
And there are some places where it's car free, and not here. I know in other parts of the plan it talks about car free, which is different again. There's car light, there's minimise, there's limited. There's lots of different phrases. So I think by the time we get to the end of the 100 allocations, we probably will be able to work out what is an appropriate form of words. But obviously, at the moment, limited residential parking does not give you. It is ambiguous, isn't it, about what that means? So I think. And as I say, I don't think the mod helps that much. And K should locate access for servicing of what? But from the Ridgeway, I guess, yes. Where else could it take access from, presumably? Well, I know actually there was an alternative put forward, I don't know, but okay, nothing on that. That's me. I don't think flooding is an issue here, is it? No. So, yes, Mr. Biggs, points.
Yes, so I just wanted to try and help on the TPO front, point you in the sort of opposed to the right direction. So we surveyed the area that's within the, I suppose that to the rear of Arnold House. So there is an area order which is nearer to Arnold House. It's TPO 14 from 1975. And those are, but within that area is only the trees that are older than 43 years old that are actually legally protected. And in terms of our survey at the time when we did it, the consultant that reviewed it, in their view, felt that actually the tree quality within that area was considered to be low quality, with only 5 mature popular trees within the area surveyed, and that those were actually in fact of poor quality in their own right. The remaining part where it was mentioned about the mixed scrub, that's a separate TPO, and the TPO trees around that scrubland area are around the perimeter. May have used to be a field in the past, and that is TPO 55 1977.
Okay, thanks. So if they're around the perimeter, that presumably provides more scope then, in theory, for
yes,
development
certainly.
without affecting them or affecting them too much?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Lack.
Yes. Design Principle C, we note that and support the intention to keep the high-value trees and hedgerows. I'm not entirely sure I understand the way that these SA documents relate to PL10 and policy. So I may make an obvious point here, but it seems to me that if these are to be enacted, these design principles, then the master plan needs to identify these high-value trees and hedgerows before any consideration of planning applications is made. It may automatically do that, I'm just not very sure.
Thank you. Ms. Pike?
Thank you. I don't know if there's a correct or an appropriate policy on parking in care homes. I visited a care home virtually every day for 3 years, so I, walking mostly, became a bit of an expert on car parking there. It was a modest car park. It was rarely full. But one of the sad things about care homes is they don't necessarily, some of the residents don't get many visitors, but at the same time, others get visitors who come quite large distances. So I think having a general policy on parking, we applaud, but I think depending on the size of the car park and all the rest of it, maybe a care home needs special consideration.
Thank you. I'm going to assume that obviously the permission, I'm going to work on the basis that permission is going to be implemented, and therefore the level of parking is going to be included in that. So any development outside, if there is further development in that plot, it probably won't be care home, it will be housing, and therefore that would apply. But in fairness, I think it's right to say that generally the parking policies would need to be reflective of the use and account for that. So at least give the flexibility to say, well, actually, if there's a genuine need for more for that particular use, then that's, not sort of, again, rods thrown back don't help anybody for that. So thank you for that. Is there anything you want to pick up on before we move on? I do actually. It's 10 to 5. I mean, are we still all right to carry on until we're done? And does anybody want to come back tomorrow morning?
So the only restriction, or it's not really a restriction, but again a request in terms of how we programme the next bit of today, and that's for Mr. Drummond-Hay to give his evidence. He has to be gone by 6, so if I can request that at some point, he can be slotted in.
Okay. Well, if we do, if people just don't raise any points, we can get through the next 2 sites quite quickly. So it's not my fault. Everyone keeps. Well, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So the only thing I was going to say, just on the subject, on Mr. Lack's point, you can see paragraph criterion 13A that high quality hedgerows and woodland corridors, amongst other green space, are to be protected and enhanced, and that will come through the master plan, at least on the face of PL 10.
Yeah, okay. I think one of my tasks is going to have to be at some point, which I've already done to a certain extent in preparing for this, but another task, obviously after the discussions, is to try and start to think about where it says in one policy maximise the retention of existing trees, which might be really very relevant to that plot, versus the generic PL10 requirement, which might give a different impression, albeit it's at a higher level, and so strategically we want to maximise or retain trees, but clearly at a plot level, the necessities of development might lead to a slightly different thing amidst delivering the strategy. That's just making sure that there's no room for misinterpretation as well, so effectiveness. So if you could put your things down, I'm going to move on then to, I'm not going to pick up on, I'm going to move on to 10.3. Chase Park North East. So it's another larger parcel, 640 new homes. There's another one where retail and community uses, strategic green infrastructure and expansion of existing woodland, grassland and wetland habitats. I guess this is where we're supposed to be part of the country park. Infamous country park will be expected to be delivered. Just as again, a bit of a digression really, I think in terms of table C 1.74, I don't think I've seen this in any other allocation thus far, where under the site considerations we have landscape and ecology, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, I noticed that this has appeared, and I think the more I went through some of these not just the 10-point allocations, other ones as well. Every now and again, a different row appears with a different sort of thing. Like some will say land ownership, and then and then it won't, and it's all a bit ad hoc. There's absolutely no harm because I count these site considerations being as close you've got to supporting text. So there's not really any harm in pointing these things out, but it's just not pointed out everywhere. So there's been a really kind of whoever obviously I'm going to assume that different people have drafted these and over time and they've just done it slightly differently and it's thrown different things into the mix. But, okay, we know there's some landscape and ecology issues in this area have to be aware of. That's fine. I think 640 dwellings here equates to only around 18 dwellings per hectare gross. But, again, this is an area where you've got a lot of additional land requirements. So, and in terms of what the net densities might be and how you've come to that, I know you've pointed me to the right, to the part PL4, PLA4. So I've got the information. I can reflect on that at my leisure. I don't think I need to. If I have got any further points, I'll just think, for expedience, I'll just ask for written reps on those. In terms of infrastructure requirements, I don't think I've got anything to say on this. The question might be whether or not now, from what you said about 10.2, reference to the bridge might be needed here, because it does talk about routes and links, and obviously it might be inevitable if you've got to go over the brook, a bridge, but obviously in 10.2 you've got an erroneous reference to the bridge, whereas actually it's relevant to 10.3, so if that's probably where the wording should come in, I guess.
Yes, I think that's right. It can follow on from 3 on the infrastructure requirements. So while we're at it, dealing with that relationship, you'll have seen that at F there's a requirement to provide a local parade, which of course goes back to where we were.
Yes. And that is in the land use requirements as well, isn't it?
No.
It is.
No,
yeah.
it's not. So I think, is it? I think.
Yeah, land.
Oh, sorry. Yes, to
yes.
include retail and community.
Yeah.
But not a local parade. Sorry, it didn't say that.
It does say no. Approximately 640 new homes, including affordable. Oh, sorry, and here it does say including affordable.
You're quite right.
So,
Forgive me.
And then a local parade. Yeah. So the including affordable is probably again it's that well why here not everywhere else. I would suggest. No, it's no problem. We're all getting tired. So it's fair enough. For speed, I'm going to go through my quick questions because I haven't got anything on infrastructure. I'm just going to, apart from that point about the bridge, so I'm just going to go through. A, we have the maximise retention of high-value trees. Again, that's old chestnut about whether it's maximise or retain. Here, there's probably maybe fewer constraints, so it might be retain. I'll perhaps leave that for you to think about, and I'll give you a general action as to make sure it's the appropriate and accurate formal words. B, B is should create a new public country park. Should, not must. Discuss. I don't want to go into that issue again. I mean, it's whatever comes out of it. Obviously, B would refer to that, but I suggest it should be must. Because that's what. Yeah. So. The form of that country park is obviously potentially to be debated, but again, just as a point of order, B does, if you like, reinforce what's said in Criterion 13 about the character of that country park, and I will just say again, just so we know that what I've been told at the moment doesn't necessarily seem to reflect that, and I understand what the council's position is on that. So what I've been told by the developer is not that. Obviously, the council is. That's what you want to see, so that's fine. That's fine. C, I think, again, seems to... Well, C is more. C, I think, is about the area, the buffer. Is this C? I think the area which we talked about on Tuesday about, if you like, the buffer between the greenbelt boundary and the housing, where you said you couldn't draw a line there because it wasn't quite. So it's not. This isn't. So C isn't about the country park. C is about defensible boundary, I guess.
Yes, that is right. So I was just seeing whether it also incorporated that part to the east of Trent Park, the woodland at Trent Park, because it does talk about with woodland at the eastern boundary site, stroke sink. And I think that is...
That's correct, because the west is 10.4.
Yep. Yes.
3, so. D should create a viewpoint. I think that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, presumably, the high viewpoint, so fine, there's a link there. E, it must provide suitable buffers between new build. I think here would be what I was talking about earlier about ambiguity. What is a suitable buffer? Well, it's a suitable. I mean, and because you haven't got the RJ here, it's probably where some say it would be presumably should provide a suitable buffer between the new built form and existing proposed woodland, sink and street planning. 2. And then when someone's making the judgment about whether it's suitable or not, it's dependent on is it achieving the aim that's been set out. And I think that might sound slightly redundant, but sat on its own sufficient means, or suitable means nothing, because you don't know what you're measuring it against. So I think D, sorry, what was I? E needs more. So it needs more about the outcome. F is about the heritage park. Well, so it's about the local parade and the heritage park. I think we've talked about those things again. So if there's anything I come back on about the heritage park and so on, then it may have a knock on. But I've nothing particularly to say here. G, an appropriate mix of housing. Again, same sort of point. 3 and 4 bedroom homes, which should be in excess of borough-wide requirements to reflect the location. I mean, in effect, there are no borough-wide requirements, are there? So it's really what H3 is. It's H3 all subject. Everything on type and tenure or type goes back to H3. There's obviously what you think you need now in terms of family housing, etc., etc. That's been reflected here, but there is no, and so there's no borough-wide requirement. So it may be in excess of what policy H3 may require, or to have some, again, a form of words which makes it, well, I guess it's going back to the emphasis, isn't it? The emphasis on, perhaps it's just that wording about in excess of borough-wide requirements doesn't really work, but...
Yes, I think... Yes, sir. I think it, the focus, the requirement for focus, I think also reflects the framework itself. So be appropriate to have that wording in there, but it shouldn't be referring, as you say, to a borough-wide requirement, because there are very specific requirements of Chase Park.
I to M, I have nothing in particular, I don't think, to say. They're sort of general provide a bit of clarity about what is needed. I'll just say in terms of requirements, there's nothing here about flooding, but the table just suggests it's partly in flood zones 1 to 3, so there probably is, well, no, it's obviously the brook as well. There's an element of potential flooding issues that need to be addressed, and again, it may be the same what I said in 10.1 about making it clear about what the intentions are, avoiding areas of flood risk, or mitigating areas of flood risk, or so on and so forth. But I think, for consistency, flooding needs to be mentioned. And again, I think same point as 10.1, there's nothing here about parking either. So again, we go from nothing about parking, something about parking, nothing about parking. So again, whatever form of words that arrives at, and it will probably flow from PL10, there does need to say something about parking here as well. Okay. Any comments on that? Sorry, Coma Homes?
It was mainly about the country park, and I obviously don't want to labour the point because we've gone through it in quite some detail earlier. I think the wording at B, I know there's obviously a point about whether it should say should or must. Obviously, we would prefer should. And I think that wording actually, I'm more comfortable with this wording than what's under PL10. Obviously, additional woodland would have pose some issues to the working farm if it's within that area, but most of the other things probably could be accommodated, and have that discussion with the council. And I think we discussed earlier about the defensible boundary, and I think C would help to deliver that, regardless of the point about the country park.
Thank you. I think you've just highlighted the potential difficulties of the approach that's been taken here, because you've, as you say, you're quite, you're more comfortable with what it says in criterion B here than you are in what PL10 says, which automatically implies that there's some subtle, albeit potentially important difference between what PL10 says and what this says, because otherwise they should be achieving the same aims, and if they're not, that's a problem, isn't it? And I think that's the kind of thing I'm using this example, I keep bashing up against this sort of, these very subtle different words, and but thank you for the point, and I take the point, but if there is a difference there, which is, which way do you go? Because they've got to say the same thing ultimately, haven't they? Because otherwise you're going to get into a situation where you walk into a plan with a planning application, and you'll say, well, and everyone's going to scratch their heads and say, well, PL10 says that, and SA 10.3 says this, and God help us if SA 10.4 says something different again. Problem. So I think whatever the outcome of this is, there's got to be some element of consistency. So, and thank you. Take the point taken. Mr. Lack.
Very briefly, on point A, we note and support the retention of the high-value trees and hedgerows. C, which has just been covered, it is absolutely essential that, that this is strengthened by the proposed change, and therefore it should be a must. As was pointed out by M-Plan yesterday, there is a huge danger that this parcel of land to the north could become designated as grey belt in the future without a stronger boundary. As I referred to earlier with the preliminary ecology survey with the Rifle Sink site, there is a huge danger of public access from causing degradation to the site, from public access and eutrophication. Buffers are essential. That must be a must as well. In the same way that I was referring to buffers for the view corridors, I would like to see a definition of a dimension to those buffer depths.
Okay, what would that be?
I'm not an ecology expert.
Exactly. Right. It gets very tricky, doesn't it, to say. A lot of advantages of having a number, because everyone can settle with that, and we have a nice rule. But planning is not sometimes it's not as simple as that.
Well, it wouldn't be sensible for an amateur to provide you with a figure.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's important to say we want a figure on it, but the figure it could be entirely arbitrary.
Well, I mean, we've already established, sir, that there hasn't been sufficient, well, I believe from the groups I represent, there hasn't been a sufficient evaluation of the importance of the whole site. And therefore, I would suggest that another survey is carried out, which could be asked to consider that point.
Okay. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. Just very functional points about the country park. And I don't know if this is the appropriate place to bring it up or whether this is for master planning, so excuse me if it is. But this is, I think, meant to be a kind of thing which is encouraging, is not just for the new population there, but also for the the wider residents, existing residents, and it's meant to encourage visitation and exercise and recreation and so on and so forth. There's no mention of things like toilets being provided and things like that for such a big park. You might imagine it might have that, or also things like car parking, which if people are going to visit, particularly people who are coming from afar, may not be able to walk or make the whole route by bike or whatever. There feels like there's a sort of gap there for those two elements.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Sorry, Comer, have you got another point? No, and Mr. Lack, have you got another point? Thank you. Okay, so yes, anything the council wants to come back on?
No, so they can all be accommodated either through the master plan or through applications, particularly the buffer issue, when it does need to be looked at on a specific, site-specific basis and rather detailed basis as appropriate.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Burton's point, but that can, as I say, be dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can sort of B goes into a lot of detail, doesn't it, about what's in there, interpretation, wayfinding, public art, and so on. So, there's perhaps an argument there. I can understand why people say, well, if you've got all that signage, talking about signage, why aren't you talking about toilets and things? So there's a sort of logical point of view, and it's that sin of omission almost, and maybe sometimes less is more, isn't it? The less you say, the more it would be understood that you've got to deliver. There are things still to address. So the more you put in, it must be you've thought about everything, because you've put all these things in. So anything that's missing is missing. So, yeah. Anyway, sorry, my point. I turned over the page. I saw some more points. The only thing I would say, again, perhaps on 10.3, I went through the missing things. The other thing is about public transport, is what I said about 10.1 as well, about penetration of public transport. And again, whether that's a factor that needs to be picked up in the same way about, loops and things. Again, between PL10, transport policies, SA 10.3, blah, 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 these things are probably all accepted and acknowledged, but just... Okay, I'm moving on then to 10.4. And I'm sorry, I know I'm not being specific. I'm sure the council are taking note. There's a lot of actions, but they are...
We are taking note of that, sir, and of that general point, or those general points to be incorporated within 10.3 as well, and indeed 10.4.
So 10.4, I think this is the last one, isn't it? Yes. 65 hectares, 890 homes. Again, another local parade, strategic landscaping, planting new woodland. So again, we're back into the realms of obviously the remainder of the so-called country park. And other things besides, and obviously the landscape buffers and everything else. So there's a bit of a synergy between 10.3 and 10.4. Without going through all these things, I'm not entirely sure the logic of some of these splits, because doesn't seem to make a huge amount of sense. But I'm sure there is a logic to it, and it's not necessarily a soundness issue, but there is a synergy between those two things. So obviously, again, it goes back to comprehensive development being very important to make sure these two things are delivered together. I'm not going to say anything about density. I think I can come back on that if I need to, now that we've talked about it. In terms of infrastructure, we've talked about this already, but 2 refers to the potential of public transport route from Enfield Road. So, this route going all the way through. It's just a thing there about Greenbelt, and we've probably talked about that. I don't think there's anything more to say. Clearly, the framework does allow for infrastructure within the Greenbelt if it's essential. So I guess you're seeking, it's not inappropriate. Your council's presumably view is not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt if it was to continue. So okay, we talked about that. And 2 also talks about, we've got a few things under 2. Talks about a new bridge, which again, I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if it was the same bridge as what was talked about in 10.2 or a different bridge. There's multiple bridges, or is it a different bridge? So that's fine. Doesn't negate what I said before. That's fine. I say 3 is interesting because this is where it says create a primary street suitable for use by buses. That's new. It's not referred to in any of the others. So is there a particular reason that 10.4 has this reference and not mentioned anywhere else?
Save that it is set out in the spatial framework, or at least that an indicative design is shown, because of course the bus route goes through north-south at that point.
Okay. Okay, that's fine, as long as I understood it, yeah. I suspect, even though obviously I've read PLA4, I can't say it, I've read it, the weight that's been given to it, I think, in terms of perhaps the correlation there or the link there and the expectations, that's what I said earlier about that relationship perhaps isn't as clear as it might be, but okay. 4 is about, so 4 is about this transitional woodland and grassland habitat adjacent to Williams and Shaw's Woods, so that's not necessarily the country park. My understanding would be that would be the other area, 3.12, so yeah. It's very, again, where it is in the policy is all a bit different to 10.3, but does it really matter as long as it's there? And this provides enhancement of SUD. So in term, yeah, so that's fine. So right, okay. 5, again, just thinking about what, my obsession with consistency. 10.3 does talk about enable enhancements, Salmons Corridors Park, so it's the same. Well, 10.3 is enable enhancements of Salmons Brook, and 10.4 is provide enhancements of the brook. Is there a particular reason for that difference of wording? Is there a different outcome expected?
No, I don't see that there is, and there wouldn't, on the face of it, be any reason for a difference. I think it is just the drafting.
Okay. I mean, maybe then, if it means the same thing, is it necessary to change it? I'll come back on that, provided there is no reason for it being different. I will, as before, I'll just go very quickly through my things. I don't think there's much new in the, not much new in the world by the time we get to this point, and the actions may well all be similar. We've talked about this point, maximising retention of trees. Again, I think council needs to just, is that the correct wording or not? B, we're country park issue again. I don't think we need to talk about that again. I think I know the situation, but I would hope without that B would be the same wording at least as 10.3, but the whole point of what we just talked about, it needs to be factored in. C is the same as I think 4, so yeah, nothing to say there. D should retain an area of open land on the upper slopes adjacent to Shaw's Wood. This is the viewpoint or viewing park, perhaps. No, this is different again.
That's on the other side, right. I think.
Yes, well, it was referred to in the other side. That's what was confusing me. So what difference is this one?
Yes, this is the views that, because the land rises at that point, close to Shaw's Wood. In fact, I think that actually is the photograph that was in Mr. Lack's or the Enfield Society's. No, it's not that. No, it's further over. You're quite right. But no, different.
Different again. Okay. Would that obviously is all within the area of green buffer, I'm going to assume. Local parade, fine. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes my notes get sarcastic. But my reference is, given the many times that this parade is referred to in PL10 and beyond, that maybe it should be a must rather than a should, yes. Because it obviously is quite important. But again, yeah. The appropriate mix of housing typologies I'm not going to go into necessarily. We've talked about this a lot, and so I understand where the council's coming from and where I can go to see what's appropriate. I can always come back if I need to. G, nothing from me. In fact, nothing from me at all, apart from J. Should support diversification of existing equestrian agriculture use at Vicarage Farm to promote activity within the country park. What does that mean?
I'm so sorry, sir. I was just reading an email about another point that had just...
All right, sorry.
Could I ask you just to...
Yeah, J. Should support the diversification of existing equestrian agricultural use at Vicarage Farm to promote activity within the country park. So, notwithstanding the entire discussion we've been having about agricultural use and what the council want and has said, does J kind of undermine all that to an extent? Or at least suggest something different again?
Well, as I say, sir, not our ostensible position, which is that on the face of it, there is the ability to accommodate it. It's very much that if that is not capable of happening, then the other elements take priority. And I accept that the need for priority isn't made clear in J for the delivery of the country park. But it is anticipating at least the ability of those sorts of uses to be consistent with the country park.
But J, J obviously says that nowhere else, and I've been having a big debate about this obviously all day, about agricultural uses in the country park. And my point before has been very strongly that, PL10, Criterion 13 doesn't mention agricultural uses. So, we can have a big discussion about whether they're all compatible. It's not until you get to J, and bear in mind 10.3 doesn't mention this either, not until you get to J, we get any suggestions at all that agriculture uses might be carrying on in that area.
Well, there is some part of the land use requirements. Point 7, it says retention of existing, and it says residential, then agricultural / equestrian uses adjacent to Hadley Road.
So this is purely talking about the area that's the purple blob then, that's in 3.12, because I was mentioning this the other day, 3.12, I think there's a pink blob and a purple blob, which is existing farm. So 7 and J are then only meant to relate to those blobs.
On the face of it, that's the specific wording is dealing with the retention adjacent to Hadley Road. Okay. Then J deals with supporting diversification of existing equestrian uses, and in fact the framework indicates a potential area for that diversification.
Okay, I think J then, notwithstanding everything else, it needs to be very clear that it's not talking about the entire country park. It's talking about, it needs to be specific about the extent. It might be that 7, under land use requirements, provides a degree of clarity, but there's no link between J and 7, if you know what I mean, to show that J only applies to the area.
Yes, there is
a specific area.
No, there isn't any indication of that, but if so, you accept that there is the ability to have the co-location of the equestrian / agricultural uses and the country park in the way that I indicated earlier, then of course there can be that greater breadth around J. But if that's something that cannot be countenanced, then it would be limited solely to point 7 in the land use requirements.
Okay, very quickly. The missing things again. So we've got some issues about flood risk, issues about parking, issues about, there's a bit more about public transport obviously in this one, so that probably doesn't apply here, but I guess it points to what is missing perhaps from others other than the bus, that street, but general bus links, and so on. So again, I think just a general point of if this all comes out in the mix, that there's an element of consistency. That element of consistency applies. But I have nothing else to say. So any points on 4 Coma?
Yeah, it was just a small point under the infrastructure requirements. Again, I think, is it 2A and 3? I think they're the same thing, the bus route. But again, it says the creation of a new north-south active travel route, which again, Coma Homes is completely in support of and committed to as long as there's a need. And I don't think we've quite got to the point that we definitely know that that can happen in terms of a bus link. Those discussions haven't been concluded. So again, I think this doesn't give the flexibility should it not come forward.
Thank you. Mr. Lack?
Yeah, very quickly. The land use requirement 7, as we've just been hearing, makes reference to the existing equestrian uses. It's important to note that these are not the same as in the terms of public access as the ones that are being lost in SA 10.1. Design principle A, the wording is should, whereas in the 3 preceding allocations we noted it was must. We suggest it should be must again. Design principle C, as I've already indicated with the previous allocation, it is absolutely essential that that weak greenbelt boundary is planted, therefore it must become a must. And I alluded to this on Tuesday, that our ecology survey, assessment I believe is the correct term, looked at the linkage between the Metropolitan Sink in Trent Park and the Rifles Sink through the landscape that's there at the moment, and of course a planting of that entire boundary would perhaps assist with the loss elsewhere. In that regard, sir, you questioned me on Tuesday about the extent of the G4 modified grassland, and I indicated that I thought it was to the north of the Merry Hills Brook. I've since been corrected. Well, it is to the north, but the full information can be found. If you'll just bear with me 1 second, I'm not going to find it now. Here it is. It's on in that particular survey, that preliminary ecology assessment. It's on PDF page 58. There is a map. And it's pretty much the whole of the, I think it was 80%, I think, of the Vicarage Farm area is classified as G4 modified grassland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. West?
Thank you, sir. I think you probably referred to it yourself, but I just want to stress the need. There is a need in these designated greenbelt land to create a suitable buffer. Design principle C refers to creating woodland, planting, traditional habitats. But the truth of the matter is, these are flaky boundaries which could easily then, in the future, be extended. If we're talking about planting along the boundary, that's going to take years to become established. So I just think that a suitable buffer is rather difficult to imagine on the particular line that's drawn on the plan. Thank you.
Mr. Byrne, finally.
Thank you, sir. Just 2 quick points. SA 10.1G says the development should respond to the setting of a Trent Country Park. And so I was just wondering why that isn't a requirement for SA 10.4. And then the final point was about the very final point in the whole thing. Should support diversification of existing equestrian and agricultural uses at Vicarage Farm. As I think somebody's already mentioned, we're obviously losing quite a substantial equestrian centre, which is very successful. And one of the things about that equestrian centre is because it's successful and been there for quite some time, a whole system of bridleways is built up around it, which are used by the horses. currently, I don't think Vicarage Farm can very easily access those. So it seems like there's a sort of gap in the policies for saying, well, they should provide those. If they're going to develop equestrian uses, then you need to connect up the equestrian uses to the bridleways, which are already in Trent Park, and they're quite extensive. And if I might say, they're quite a special part of the Trent Park atmosphere. Seeing the horses trot by as you're enjoying the park is quite lovely, if I might say.
Okay, thank you. A few points there, not exclusively, but a few points about consistencies. So I think, hopefully you've picked up on that. And I think if you're musting some of the policies, and there's got to be a good reason why it's a should in another, and some of those sound like they're sensible points that have been raised. Similarly, the point about the respecting or responding to Trent Park seems a sensible. There's no logical, obvious reason why you wouldn't have that in 10.3.
No.
Sorry, 10.4 even. So that's all reasonable. A point made about the suitable buffer. That's not so much about what the policies, I think about the delivery of the policy and the effectiveness. That comes back down to a matter of principle, I think. So I don't think there's anything to say there. And I think some of the points about the grassland and so on are also matters of principle rather than...
They are. So, and you'll have noted that in the sink study, the modified grassland, firstly, there are parcels of modified grassland directly adjacent to the sinks, and they're not included within the sink. And some areas that are included within the sinks as modified grassland have all been identified as having negligible ecological importance, at least in terms of my search. So that's not a reason for taking any different approach as a matter of principle.
As a matter of principle, Mr. Burns' point about bridleways and so on, could that be picked up under the supporting the diversification of existing equestrian agricultural uses and activity within the country park?
Yes, it's a fair point. Yes.
So it would, but we don't necessarily have to say that. It could be picked up as part of the master plan.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. Sorry, I do apologise. I really did think we'd do quite as obviously all everybody else's fault but mine. But we are going to carry on now. Obviously, I apologise once again. Mr. Drummond Hay, there is no logic in talking about delivery, unfortunately, until we get to the end of everything else, just in case it throws up anything else. But it does mean you have been rather badly treated.
This is not very much more around the viability for Mr. Drummond Hay.
And I'm going to talk about viability first, and then obviously pick up any points. I think the main thing is obviously Mr. Drummond Hay here to pick up any points that anybody may have, and then we'll talk about the numbers, the delivery numbers. And I don't think this will take. Actually, I think we'll be done before we were for Cruise Hill. So, if that's all right. Just suffice to say on the 10.1, 10.4. Without prejudice point, but also there's an awful lot there for me to go through in terms of sensible points I've made and actions, and there may well be more than what we've discussed. And if in the fullness of time main mods are needed for this, then there'll be a period of obviously negotiation, discussion about those. So delivery, right. So looking at the finances first. And rather than me trying to pick up some of these things, it may well be as well if Mr. Renee could summarise the position on Chase Park in terms of financial viability. And while you're doing that, you heard earlier that I know you didn't do the work on the costs, but it's how it factors in. I'm sure you understand it as well as anybody. If that off-site transport mechanism, which I think I've looked at the figures, equates to £4.5 million or something. What effect would that have if it became essential?
Good afternoon. Just half a step back. In the plan-wide viability study, we looked at the plan-wide, the 2023 study was an update to the 2021 study. And it was to pick up changes in national policy, the development of the local plan, the policies that had been refined within it. It included Chase Park and Cruise Hill as specific sites which hadn't been tested previously, and updated costs and values and picked up the Reg 18 comments as well. The study is as per the PPG, Harman guidance and RICS guidance, and we tested a range of typologies and importantly these big strategic sites. When we did the study, we assumed the cost of strategic infrastructure and mitigation would be £50,000 per unit because the council had not done the had not completed the IDP work at that stage. And that was informed by some work that we were doing in South Essex and South Hertfordshire at the time, and has proved to be sort of within the right ballpark. Within table 10.8a, which is on page 156 of our report, we undertook some sensitivity testing, looking at different levels of affordable housing against different levels of developer contributions. And that analysis suggests, that was in 3 policy options, a higher, a mid and a lower policy option. And that suggested that Chase Park could afford between £65,000 and £70,000 per unit at 50% affordable housing in addition to SIL. And the SIL, if you divided it across all the sites on the scheme, comes to just over £9,000 per unit. So based on that, we concluded, yes, the site had a high chance of being delivered, but all big sites are challenging to deliver, and the council should continue to engage with the site promoters, and they have done that through the master planning process. The question as to whether or not our £50,000 per unit was moderately right, I think it's really important not to appreciate that these are estimates, and I get very nervous when people start talking about tens of millions of pounds and then do it down to a single pound. But in the document E712, which was a response to IN7, the costs, the estimated costs of the strategic infrastructure were set out, and that came to £35,000 or £36,000 per unit of essential and important, and £6,000 of desirable, and that came to £42,000 or so. A few weeks ago when I was here, I mentioned the district heating, which is included within the desirable. I'm not as convinced that it's got quite as high cost as that, but in any event, this site, when taken as a whole, has capacity to bear the most up-to-date estimate of strategic infrastructure and mitigation costs, and that includes the public transport improvements of £4.68 million. I can think of lots of other things to say, but I'm sure you really don't want to.
Well, you've waited this long, so is there anything you don't? Is there anything you would be going home tonight thinking, I wish I'd said that, then say it now? I mean, there's if you just help me. So if I look at table 10.8a, was it? Sorry, or 10.78a.
Yes, sorry, that was it.
78a. So that tells me, as you said, we had some discussion about Cruise Hill, didn't we? Where things are... Cruise Hill's got some amber, basically, hasn't it? But Chase Park really doesn't. And I think, just on a very simplistic level, you would expect that. There's no brownfield. If very simplistically, bearing in mind there doesn't appear to be any overly abnormal, and I think that would be one question: are there any in your experience, in your working through this, whether any of the costs are abnormal for a scheme of this nature? There's no £200 million M25 junctions. There's no suspension bridges across the Thames or anything like that. The costs are the costs and the types of things that are being asked for, in your experience, commensurate with a development of this sort of scale and type? Nothing untoward.
Yeah, the costs are as we would expect. The costs of strategic infrastructure and mitigation are at the bottom end of the range that we would expect, but perhaps not at the bottom end of the range of what we would expect of urban extension on the edge of a major metropolitan area where there's a lot of existing infrastructure within the conurbation already. So if we were building on the edge of Melton Mowbray, something of this scale, the hospital would need to be upgraded, and the schools would need to be... you're starting from a lower point here because of being on the edge of London. A lot of that stuff is here, but that would be my only observation around the £42,000 per unit.
With my understanding ahead, so in terms of the requirements, so just remind me where the 50,000 fits into the... Is that the higher requirement?
No, the £50,000 per unit was when we were doing the viability study, because the council didn't have a well-developed IDP at that stage. We looked at some work we were doing in Hertfordshire and Essex on equally large schemes, and they were between £45,000 and £50,000. So we, being highly scientific, assumed £50,000. It was an educated... I was going to use that word guess, but it was an informed estimate. But in terms of the three, you've got on 7.8, just for my understanding of the information, you've got the low requirements, mid requirements, and higher requirements. So I just wanted to just explain to me again what the different requirements are. What's differentiating between those three levels? So if you explain that, I might need to explain. On the previous page, there's a table that sets out the lower requirements, mid requirements, and the higher requirements. And because the council was still developing their policies at that stage, this was to inform that process about where they were going in terms of the straw that breaks the camel's back, really, and make sure that we were identifying, if the council were to keep on asking for stuff, more sites become unviable. So in the wider context of the whole plan, we were looking at the three options.
And so in Chase Park, at any level, at 50% affordable housing, it's green, and to the tune of, I think the worst figure on there is £65,000. So that, so again, that obviously all subject to these are best estimates at the time and everything else. But the theory then therefore is that development would deliver a reasonable return for the landowner, a reasonable return to the developer, and could live with or stand, or however we phrase it, £65,000 worth of Section 106 requirements, on top of delivering 50% affordable housing and all of that stuff.
Yes.
So, and fair enough. So then we talk about the E12 figures at worst. So if we take all of the desirables, it's 42,000. So in a very, very simplistic way of looking at it, you can deliver everything you need and still have £23,000, £22,000 of headroom to, if you like, and then obviously, sorry, I was going to say contingent, but it's not really, because contingency is built in. So headroom for effectively profit or return or at least, forget that, comfort, if you like. There's enough headroom in there that if costs were to change, there's a bit of flexibility in there before you even get into amber.
That's correct. And costs will change, and they change all the time, and costs change and values change. Last week, the Chancellor talked about reforming the way that mortgage lending and risk around mortgage lending, which will probably bring more first-time buyers into the market, which will help the smaller units. There'll be inflation. There's everything's interrelated, but in spite of finding there to be a comfortable position here, we did advise the council that all these big sites are challenging to deliver, and it was really important to engage with the landowners and work up the master plan and produce a plan that works. And it's very tempting of me tempting to me to produce a report like this that produces nice, lots of green, but we all know that building big schemes is a really difficult thing to do. And the council have taken the advice. They've spent money on consultants working up the master plan, and by doing it in parallel, hopefully it'll come forward in a timely way as the plan is adopted.
Thank you. When we were talking about Cruise Hill, because there's amber, and very simplistically amber, and I think the figures were very much more actually I'm probably more thinking about Cruise Hill than I'm this year, is how to interpret all this. Yes, it was tighter, and if you were looking purely at essential, it was, I think, okay. If you added the desirable, it became more risky. Obviously, yes, this is not the case here, based on these figures. That's the point. It's a different order of things in terms of comfort. You've probably already answered that, but I think notwithstanding your point about it's very difficult to deliver these schemes, and of course it is, but in terms of sensitivity to some unknown or sensitivity to some some variation. This is not as sensitive, shall we say, as Cruise Hill.
And at the outset, you put your finger on the point on this, and that's to do with the existing use value and the greenfield-brownfield splits, because this site is less than 10% brownfield. I think it was 6%. And I can't remember what the Cruise Hill figure was, but it was very much higher. I think it was nearly 50% of other uses with all the glass houses and the hard standings and what have you. And so that is why this site performs better in this assessment as per the MPPF.
I think there's a valid point made there about the, we've talked about this, you've obviously heard, we've talked a lot about, well, in terms of this infrastructure requirements that's set out in the policy, really it's only the school, primary school, which is a sort of definitive, thing. Everything else seems to be subject to, and even the primary school arguably subject to a test, but nothing else, again, usually it's some kind of definite junction, would it be fair to say in this situation, affordable housing is fundamentally the biggest cost?
Well, it is the major cost. Yeah, absolutely.
But even there should be no viability.
I could talk to you about land value capture at some length and how the debate is about maximising developer contributions. And if you think you've got a piece of land, you start off with 100% market housing, then you've got 50% affordable housing, so that comes off. You've got developer contributions, you've got all these different requirements. And if you start adding all those up, the return to the landowner, the amount above the existing use value they receive, is brought down tremendously. But here, it is, as you would expect in Enfield on a large greenfield site, it can consume its own smoke and provide the affordable housing.
Well, I didn't want to be flippant about it, but part of me was saying if you can't deliver, and I sit in a lot of these situations where the good people to your left will tell me how difficult and how impossible it is to deliver this housing on greenfield sites with no constraints. And but one would say, very basic, if you can't deliver it here, where can you deliver it? Bearing in mind there's nowhere else, but that's probably a bit too flippant. There was another point that I was going to make, which I've forgotten. Apologies. Will come back to me. Oh yes, sorry. The point is just for, and I can obviously find this figure somewhere. But when you're talking about the reasonable return for, is it for the developer primarily? What figure have you used for that? Roughly, 20.
We
50?
have done two things. So there are two separate returns. There's the developer's return, which is a cost within the appraisals, and those were as per the London plan, because this sits underneath the London plan, and that'll be towards the end of chapter 7, and so that would have been 15%. And for the landowner's return, the uplift in the existing use value, we on the greenfield sites, the large strategic sites, it was EUV times 10, and the EUV was the agricultural value at £25,000 a hectare, which is about £10,000 an acre. So we added EUV times 10 to the existing use value, and on the brownfield sites it was plus 20%.
Sorry, thank you. This might not be a question for you, but actually no, what I'll do now is, because obviously you've got to leave, I'll open it up now just to make sure there are any points that you need to raise. I think some of my other points are, I'll just broadly say, just in case you want to pick on this, I know COMA have indicated in their reps and information that there are large infrastructure requirements that are not yet costed, and viability decisions yet to be made. That might not be, you've provided that, might be something for the council to say, well, or COMA to explain what it is that's missing. Notwithstanding, I think we all recognise that things will change and move as we go through, but it's whether there's something missing out of these assessments that's significant. Perhaps COMA can explain what they consider. And Landsdown have also obviously have raised some concerns about viability as well, which again perhaps they will want to explain. So I'll pick up those points. I'll pick up any points. I don't know if obviously COMA and Landsdown want to say anything before you leave, but Mr. Burns is the only one with a point up, so I'll go to him first.
It's a very quick point, hopefully very simple. It's about the values that were used when working out Chase Park, the prices, and the car parking. Coming back to car parking again, my understanding is that having off-street car parking adds quite considerably to the house price in London, and flat prices. Having some parking adds to it, and having no parking detracts by quite some margin. 5 to 10% is often quoted, but I've seen things as high as 17%. And if that's, and so if the, I'm wondering what impact that may have. For example, now we're talking about potentially lower car parking rates. What then is the risk to viability? Given we've got quite large numbers at play here in terms of the prices that will be built into the viability assessment versus the potential impact of providing or not providing parking.
Okay, thank you. I'm not necessarily expecting you to do a sum on that. Well, maybe at least for now, sort of, from your experience, what has been factored in, and you will have heard talk about this potentially changing the approach to parking.
So we've drawn on house price information from the land registry and new build asking prices principally when we're informing our research. The land registry prices, the flatted data, I would suspect most of those flats had limited parking because they would have been relatively recent. I think, just let me double check. So we don't have within the report information on the new build asking prices and whether or not they have parking, but we would have that information, but not in front of me at the moment. Yes, people do pay a premium to have parking, but I think when you have, so certainly on Chase Park, which has, I don't want to venture into planner's territory, but part of the attraction of allocating Trent, Chase Park was that it was well connected, and there's a tube station down the road, and all that, and hence a higher densities of development. I would expect a relatively modest impact on house prices. We did test the impact of changes in house prices in the report, and that would be in Appendix 18, which is almost the back of the report, to page 317 of my report. I can't believe I wrote a report that was 300 and something pages long, but
fits in with the rest.
Yeah, sorry. So
we're not writing to that.
Within Appendix 17, in the top table, the higher value area, the penultimate line in that is Chase Park, and on the right hand half of that table you can see the impact of house prices falling and rising, and if house prices were to fall by 5% or even 10%, the site remains viable. If the developer contributions were £50,000 a unit, and we know they're a little less than that, so we can still be confident that the site will be forthcoming.
Okay, so yes, so looking at that table, the 15, it's minus 15% before it goes amber, and that's based on £50,000. So there would still be some headroom.
Yes.
If all of these, so I think everyone recognises these are
wiggle room.
Yeah, wiggle room, and also, again, what I keep coming back to is, can I be reasonably comfortable with some of this stuff? And we're not talking about errors of such magnitude or issues of magnitude that might blow it out of the water. Yeah. So if it's how sensitive is it to some of this? I am looking, of course, then looking at the next line on that table, inevitably, which talks about Cruise Hill, and again, a little bit more sensitive, which we knew anyway. So
Yes.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I'll very quickly, Coma and Landsdown, if you get your points, and then I apologise profusely to you for messing you around, but thank you. Well, I would say give her my number, but I'm not giving that out. So Coma.
Thank you, sir. I don't really have an awful lot to say, to be honest. Obviously, there have been ongoing discussions about the viability during this process. I think it's fair to say that Coma Homes don't have any major concerns about the viability. Obviously, as we've said, it's still at the fairly early stages. There's still, obviously, things may change. We don't know exact quantums. Obviously, in terms of the north-south route, we don't necessarily know the exact cost, I think it's fair to say. So all those things might flex and change, but that's not unexpected at this stage. So in conclusion, overall, we don't have any major concerns that it can't be made to be viable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And then Landsdown. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, yes. So I appreciate with the viability work for the plan considers the placemaking area as a whole and on a sort of per unit basis on that front. We have sort of concerns about viability on sort of more detailed work that's been done as part of the master planning up to date. And it's sort of borne out of the fact that the site is previously developed land. It has a higher existing use value than the rest of the greenfield land and will be subject to demolition costs. And in sort of the draft delivery strategy, the house builder profit sensitivity was tested. And you obviously asked the council whether that was set at 20%. So initially the council proposed 15, and then it says in the report through discussions with developers, they'd be looking up to 20%. And the results in this effectively show that our site is the most susceptible to becoming non-viable, and it's only viable at 15%. If you go up to 17.5% as the house builder profit, it then doesn't meet the required level. And that's the, the inputs for this didn't include demolition and the like. Obviously, I appreciate costs on the things that...
Sorry to interrupt you. What document are you talking about?
So this is one that was produced as part of the master planning process.
Is that before me?
I don't think it has been submitted, so I do apologise for raising it, but it's obviously showing... I'm explaining it just to say why we have concerns about viability. So I appreciate it's a difficult position for you about...
Just in general terms, if it's viable, I think what you said is even with all those costs, it's viable at 15%. Was that right? Have I missed that? Did I was trying to work out what document we were talking about, so I probably missed some point.
It's for the infrastructure costs that are included in sort of the documents that you have in front of you, which is sort of the wider infrastructure, but it doesn't include things that are relevant for the site in terms of there will be demolition costs for this site as opposed to other greenfield areas.
Yeah, because I think the E7.12 is referring to, I'm going to very basically 106 costs, so other costs are inbuilt. So, and the reason I think for that is because the viability, whole plan viability assessment, the figures in tables 7.8, 10.78 even, are about so to use the phrase, what it can stand. So those figures don't, and because I must admit, when I first read E7.12, I was thinking, well, why doesn't it say anything about build costs or why isn't it saying about affordable housing? Until I twigged, it's because it's just looking at that very particular point about everything else is factored in and these are there. So, I mean, obviously, all of these works are quite planned, as you say, allocation wide. So there might be some differences as we go in. Sorry, I don't know if there's anything you want to just come back on those, if you can.
Well, just very briefly, that we have assumed an element of the site is on brownfield site, on brownfield land, and we have looked at it as a whole, and that's part of the point of the master planning. the Leonard Cheshire site is an extra care scheme, and so it is a bit different. We have looked at specialist older people's housing separately on greenfield sites and brownfield sites. But I think I agree with what is being said, but that's for the planning application stage and when we're looking at it in detail, and that's the type of thing that is coming out in the water through that washed out through the master planning.
In effect, I think, is that clearly amongst parcels, there's going to be some variability, and this is where we've talked about equalisation, presumably, and the like in the policy, and proportionate, I must say proportionate issues. But even though there might be, this part over here might be slightly down here, this part over here is up here, so it's not suggesting that, even with Landsdown's particular point, that somehow brings the whole allocation into question. So I think understood, and I think it's about making sure the policy hooks are there to deliver. I think your way you've described it, unfortunately, is perhaps a little, it sounds a little bit more problematic. I do ask we'll ask the question though, what is wrong with 15% profit?
So it wasn't necessarily that there'd be an issue with that. It's just that it's less sort of comfort room, and if the costs change, and the fact that, as in terms of overall for the site, if certain costs haven't actually been considered into this calculations yet. So if it's only just profitable with 15%.
Well, I think it's only just profitable maybe for your plot, but the picture I'm getting from the overall assessment is that there's, not only is it's potentially delivering 15% profit plus headroom of £23,000 per dwelling, which would be quite significant. Yes, clearly that's going to vary as things go on, but that's the point of, it's kind of the point I was trying to make on Tuesday, that if we just look at all of this at one plot at a time or one landowner at a time, it probably is not going to work because of that variability. So it's either you're looking at this as a you're all putting it together and you're going to deliver it together and you're working towards that, or you're all looking at it very parochially and saying, well, our bit does this and our bit does that, and then it starts to fall apart. So I think you do need to be careful how this is being portrayed to me as a comprehensive, it's either a comprehensive development where you're all working together to deliver it in a coordinated way, or it's not. And if it's not, then that, again, going back to what I was saying about the country park this morning, it starts to change the planning balance and the justification for me. I don't think I'm being unreasonable in that regard, because it's not what I'm being told. What I'm being told about what is the intention. The intention's not. If the intention's something different, then I have to take that into account. And that's why I'm saying I do get slightly concerned when I'm being told, well, we don't want to do this, or we don't want to do that, and we don't think we should be doing that, because it affects our profit or our value. But that's not how it works. I do apologise. Thank you. Anyway, thank you very much. It has been helpful. I apologise for keeping you waiting twice. Thank you very much. But it has been very useful.
Well, thank you for something.
Before, you don't have to answer this, but is there any other concerns from this side of the table in particular about the inputs into those studies? Or rather things like 15% return? Somebody ought to write that down for when you're doing Section 106 negotiations quickly. From experience. Okay. Put it in the policy. Fine, thank you very much. Any other points about viability, the viability side of it? We'll talk about I want to talk about the numbers, the actual delivery figures next. So, okay, thank you. And again, I do again apologise for the millionth time about keeping us. So, trajectory then. And we talked, so during the Cruise Hills discussions, it transpired that the information the council had included in the hearing statement about delivery or about trajectory didn't reflect the position or the reality. So on that basis, I asked the council to ensure that the Chase Park statement was factually correct. And on Friday, a brief, albeit blessingly brief, statement was provided, and Annette circulated that, and there's been plenty of time, I think, for people to digest it. So I'm not too worried about, nobody's been prejudiced in that. It's helpfully, I think, at least in terms of the overall position, confirmed that the council would not expect homes to be delivered until the 2030 to 31 period, which is 2 years later than previously suggested. So I think when you come, if I don't provide any other advice on this or any comments on this, then obviously when you provide me with the updated trajectory, that should be reflected.
Yes, it will be so, yes.
But even with the delayed start, or not delayed start, the start of 2031, you still expect 2,500 there or thereabouts to be delivered during the plan period, maintaining that the peak will be 200 to 250 dwellings per annum, which we'll come back to. I think the other change that's worth noting here is that the council have reduced the estimated delivery of Cruise Hill and Chase Park together from 650 per annum to 530. And I think we'll probably come back to that as well, because I think my recollection was that the peak expectation for Cruise Hill was also 200 to 250. And I'm bound to note that if you add 200 to 250 to 200 to 250, it doesn't add up to 530. It adds up to 500 maximum. So, but we'll probably come on to that. So, just looking at your basic premise, if the first dwelling or first dwellings are completed in 2030, between 2031 period, you would have 11 years of completions before the end of the plan period. That equates to 232 a year on average throughout that period to get to 2,550. So you practically need to be at the peak, your peak of 250 a year, immediately to reach that figure. So, and one, again, from experience, one would assume you're not going to reach that immediately. Albeit, I suppose if the flats, they might deliver more in one go. But generally speaking, there tends to be a ramping up, doesn't there, of schemes of this nature. It'll start off at a certain number and then ramp up to the highest thing. So, you've got to ramp, if you're taking in some ramping up to deliver an average of 232 a year, at some point there's going to have to be more than 232 a year. There's going to be more than 250 a year to get to that figure. So, obviously, first things first, is all of that realistic, from what you've heard? Not just in terms of can developers actually provide that, but also then, I think, factoring in what we've talked about things about the infrastructure. So, about marrying and the timing of infrastructure and having that sort of delivering quite a high level of housing year on year, and also delivering what infrastructure you need, and that might, we've talked about what that means in terms of phasing. There's a lot, in terms of things like delivering a school, for example. If you're delivering 250 dwellings a year and you need a primary school, it's not going to be very long, is it, before you need that primary school? Because you can have too many houses on site without a primary school. So, how quickly can you deliver the school? How quickly can you deliver the roads? How quickly can you deliver the public transport? So, I think it all comes down to a sort of query, really, is if you start in 2031, can you really realistically deliver 2,500 before the end of the plan period?
Yes, just on the numbers, delivery starts from 2030/31, and we haven't given you as yet the detailed trajectory, so I won't go into much detail about it, but what I will say is that we don't immediately, as a result of that, go to 250. There's 100 in the first year, 200 in 31/32, and then goes forward at 250. So that's how one gets to 2,550. So there is ramping up, as you'd expect. With regard to the other elements of delivery, so Mr. Pye will say something about this, but taking a step back, when one's looking, as you said, to the sort of range of elements of infrastructure that do need to be provided, in comparative terms, looking at the site in totality, it's not very significant, or they're not very significant elements. That overarching point, at least, is an indicator that one is able to meet those sorts of numbers, and at the same time produce the infrastructure. And it perhaps is worthwhile understanding through Mr. Pye how you get to the 250 in order to see how much generosity, or at least how much breadth there is in order to deliver those other elements as well. But Mr. Pye, if you want to deal with that.
Thank you, sir. I'll try and give a brief addition to that.
It's really, sorry, just to be clear for Mr. Pye's purposes, what I was suggesting was that you just deal with how we get to the 250 per year as a starting point.
So the 250, I mean, based on multiple outlets, which is possible, I think, when we've looked at the plan and the potential delivery. So that would be 2 to 3, if not 2 to 4 outlets delivering at the same time. And the assumption there in discussion with the developers is average of 1 dwelling per week, but also taking into account that there'll also be 50% delivery on affordable housing as well, which essentially doubles that rate. And that's the discussion that discussions we've been having, but also I think reflecting on delivery on other large-scale schemes and taking into account other research such as Lichfield start to finish as well and other factors. And I think also there was mention of the ongoing work that's been commissioned on the delivery strategy. And all of the results of that seem to support those assumptions, sir, that that rate of delivery can be achieved.
Yeah, slightly. Obviously, I'm working slightly in the dark here because I haven't got the full trajectory or how things are evolving with your discussions as you go on, or a phasing plan and the like. It will be easier in my mind, I suspect, when we get onto the sort of individual allocations to understand some of this. But obviously, this is more complicated. 3 to 4 outlets, or sorry, 2 to 4 outlets, delivering about 50 a year. I suppose there's discrete parcels. So I can see the land south of Enfield Road. So discrete parcel, may come forward independently of everything else, and it might come forward quite quickly. I can see that. North of Enfield Road, again, similarly, if you're thinking about moving sort of south to north, if you like, from the road upwards, but there's only sort of SA 10.1 in that category. So again, maybe Comer can help on that. But so 3 outlets in that area, or are you talking about, because you presumably wouldn't necessarily. Well, I don't know. Would you be looking at delivering in 10.3 and 10.4 before delivering in before 10.1's completed, if that makes sense? You wouldn't, otherwise, because could be quite isolated housing, couldn't they?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's some logic to that, and we don't have a detailed phasing plan. Logic would tell us that from all the discussions we've had, that the main access is into the site, as we've discussed, from Enfield Road, would provide that opportunity of developing both north and south. But also, we've also discussed the opportunities for Landsdown as well, and the Equestrian Centre, which could also be delivered, and it might be a discrete part of the overall development. So that provides that opportunity in those early phases before we then consider of ongoing infrastructure delivery and delivery to those more northern parcels.
So I think it also needs to be recognised that Arnold House was anticipated within the framework as coming forward potentially, and of course that's now received planning permission.
Okay. Well, I suppose if they crack on with that, you might get some delivery before 2031, but it will be a very limited number. Okay. I'm assuming you've been doing this in discussion with the developers, the relevant developers, so they can again advise me on those discussions and from their experience whether that's all realistic or not reasonable in terms of the outlets as well. I am slightly I did ask us about Cruise Hill. Flip it round. It's not just obviously 250 here, it's 250 there as well at maximum, and then that's not taking into account the rest of Enfield and the housing that's being promoted there, a lot of which is in a different form. So you can see there wouldn't necessarily be an issue. There's a lot of brownfield development, very different to these schemes. But again, it's about the capacity, I suppose, the market capacity to a certain degree to be delivering, say, let's say 500 greenfield dwellings a year on, if you take the same view, sorry, not all of Cruise Hill is greenfield, but if you just indulge me for a second, if you've got, say, 8 outlets a year doing greenfield development, is that again, you know, is that doable, really?
The developers to my left might add to this more than I can, sir, but we're certainly advised in the, as I mentioned, the draft deliverability work alongside the master plan, that this is, in a sense, an average market, and that might be a point about kind of the overall national market, but it's not an average market, and demand for these types of properties in London, in this part of London, far outstrips supply. So it's not uncommon for sales rates to significantly exceed regional areas, particularly where here we're also focusing on family homes, as we've discussed. So that's certainly been informing the figures I've provided.
Thank you. It may be, once I see the trajectory, subject to what I get told, that, as I say, when we're talking about the individual allocations, it's a bit more straightforward to have this discussion. I think when you're talking about these sort of combined areas, it gets a bit more complicated. I may need a little bit more information about phasing and stuff, and how it's going to work, and outlets and things. But let's just, yeah, maybe need that. I should say here, and I think the answer to this is yes, primarily, is not unlike Cruise Hill, where there may be scope for CPO, and notwithstanding the country park issue we talked about, the rest of the line is all within the control of willing landowners, I believe, isn't it, in terms of delivery? So there's no constraint there to bring it forward numbers-wise.
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask, when you did pick this up, I think, Mr. Reid, Cruise Hill, but I'll ask it again because we have different people in the room. The consequence, if I conclude that actually you're being overly optimistic with this, and the delivery is going to be lower than 2,500, does that have any consequences in terms of the justification for the allocation and so on, and what would it mean for the plan?
So it's the same point as I said previously. There would be no change in terms of the justification. And as I said, in fact, would further justify the need for release in order to ensure that those sites that can come forward in as good an order as possible do so. The needs are obviously there. The question is how it's going to be provided for. And delay simply isn't a good justification for not meeting those very considerable needs.
Thank you. We touched on, just thinking about this out loud, we touched on matter 2, can't remember the matters now, matter 2, about the step change, the step trajectory, which actually includes a step change. We talked about it a few weeks ago, and I said I couldn't really go much further than where we did at that point because I didn't have all the figures, and we'd also be having these discussions, and it might be that I'll come back and say, well, I think you're being slightly optimistic or not, and these things will change. But I suppose the one thing to factor into this is that there's a number, I think it's 900 a year you've got for the first, or 700 a year, I think, in the early parts of the plan period up to 2029, and then it ramps up. Yeah. But that would presumably, that smaller, I can't remember if it's 700 or 900, that would include some of this that you've been thinking about in terms of Cruise Hill and Chase Park, because obviously the original, when you asked me to consider this, you were thinking 2027, 28, I think, for starting these sites. So clearly that could have some impact as well. So I just, again, to flag it, that when we do talk about this in stage 3, that's obviously going to be quite an important factor, and whether or not that's going to have another knock-on in terms of the 2029, how close you're getting to the London plan. Or, and we've talked about, I know you've already mentioned what you think, what the implications of that are, but obviously if it's lower again,
You mean a lower requirement?
A lower delivery figure for the first, up to. Is it going to be even lower? It's dropped significantly from when the plan was submitted. Now we've had these discussions. You've sort of reflected on the fact that Cruise Hill and Chase Park are not going to start in 2028, so it's going to be 2031. It's going to so actually the anticipated delivery up to 2029 is even lower than what you told me in a few weeks ago. So just it's not for the discussion for now, but I'm going to have to be thinking about, again, implications of this for the step trajectory, justification step trajectory, and if I suppose one point I made a few weeks ago is about, wow, that's a pretty big jump from 700 to 900 to 2,000. Is that well? Actually, sounds like it could be an even bigger jump. So there's an overall issue there. But we'll inevitably have to come back to that.
Yes, I think so. Then, and particularly in the light of the fact that, as you say, you don't as yet have the revised trajectory. Once you have it, then it will be able to enable you to frame the debate.
There's no doubt. I think what you're talking about is ambitious. I think is that reasonable? So you might be consider it doable, but it's ambitious. It's not. It's in the higher order of what you would expect development to be able to achieve. Yeah.
Do you mean on Chase Park?
Yes. Sorry.
So,
Yeah.
Not ambitious. I think as a phrase, it is aiming to be, on the basis of our further discussions, a realistic analysis of what we think the site is capable of delivering. And so that's my response. I'm sorry. So I think maybe we're going to ask a question beyond that, but
no. I'm just slightly thinking about the relationship between not just about the overall you're trying to deliver at the same time in the two similar sites. Is that obviously Cruise Hill has got an element of brownfield. I'm going back to the Cruise Hill thought process of 250 a year, but some of that being brownfield and possibly more difficult to deliver, whereas here it's the same numbers a year, but actually in theory ought to be more straightforward to deliver. So does that make Cruise Hill ambitious, I suppose? But we've had that discussion. It's for me to go away and ponder and see if there's anything I need. It might be, yeah. I think it's helpful that you've acknowledged that these numbers are going to go back. That is, so I think that's the main thing for now, at least. But they are. So I will hear from the developers in the room. Mr. thank you.
Yes. So thank you, Sarah. So I kind of hear this sort of hesitancy around our delivery rates and what's being suggested here. I don't think the council are being optimistic at all. I actually think they're being quite cautious here, and I do appreciate you've potentially seen the evidence saying 0.5 houses per week from the Savills market research might seem quite a big jump from that. But I guess there are a couple of things to take into account here. First of all, my colleague from Savills can tell me if this is wrong. My understanding is that figure is just the national output average for one of the top 8 house builders. Fairview, obviously, not within that. And if you had 3 outlets, then all of a sudden, you're looking at 1.52 per week, up to kind of much higher rates in the realm of what the council are talking about. But we actually think that we could potentially even deliver more units and deliver units earlier than what the council are saying, and the council are being rightly cautious in this for soundness reasons. But we will be doing everything we can to beat those rates and delivery. A lot of potentially beating the council's delivery target will depend on how the local plan goes and how the master plan goes and how the plan application goes. But we think we might be able to do a little bit better than sort of 2030, for example. And as you say, the reasons for that are because we are a bit more self-contained to the south and can bring it forward separately. The reasons in terms of why I also think that the council are being cautious and that there are reasons for optimism here, aside from apart from that kind of self-contained nature, is the affordable housing that we've touched on here as well. Housing associations very keen to find family homes and large units that they can bring forward, but also, aside from the outlets, you've got a mix of flats and houses coming forward here together, and the family houses element of this is really important because that's where I think a lot of the pent-up demand here is at the moment. So if you look at the planning data hub over the past 3 years in Enfield, only 5% of the units have been houses or bungalows. So you can see actually delivery rates have been very, very slow. So touching on the point that Mr. Pye made, there is a real opportunity to deliver family housing, which we think there's a real need for and hasn't been delivered in quite a long time in these types of numbers.
Thank you. Just thinking again, I might just open this up. The lead-in times. How often do I hear about lead-in times? So to deliver by 2031, where are we now? 2025. So April. So say April 2020, April 2031. So April 26, April 27, April 28, April 29, April 3rd. So you've got 5 years to get on site and deliver. If it's one a week, I suppose 5 years. But we are to, so as far as you're concerned, that falls within the scope of being able to, I say, notwithstanding what the local plan happens, agree the master plan. I don't know whether, obviously, in your position, you'd be looking at an outline or just go straight to full. I've said this before, there used to be some wonderful days when people did fulls rather than everything being outline. Outline reserve. Now, how often are we told how long it takes to get from outline to reserve matters and to result, sort out all your discharge, all your conditions, and agree all the 106. It's so terrible and scary and horrible. Obviously, you think that for, let's say, 4 years in order to get your permissions in place, that's perfectly reasonable.
Yes, and potentially even a little bit quicker than that. We think we could potentially be seeing first homes by 2029 on the site. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. One is that, as you've touched on already, why does no one do full planning permissions? Well, in this instance, we know the level of detail that's going to be in the master plan. You've seen it in the local plan policies. Do you need an outline permission with that level of detail? Our intention would be to move straight to full planning permission. And Fairview also have a relatively unique approach of, once they're drawing up their planning application drawings, also producing technical drawings as well, and that saves quite a significant amount of time rather than waiting until you've got your planning permissions to go through that drawing process. So it's part of the reasons for why we think we can beat that timescale.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, being again slightly flippant about when you're talking about some of the bigger sites and outlines, probably or hybrids are probably more logical and so on. But again, it's too late in the day, isn't it? But outlines used to be outlines and not effectively full permissions. But that's sorry, Coma Homes.
Just to reiterate really what my colleague next to me has just said, but Coma Homes, as you've just alluded to with hybrids, it's quite common for them to submit hybrid applications. With the outline application, obviously the size of this site, it probably would be an outline for the whole, and then the first couple of phases would come forward in full, effectively. And then in parallel, as we're sort of going through the process, we can be submitting the reserve matters for the remaining plots. Obviously, this is a very large site, the Coma Homes land, probably up to 3,000 units on the Coma land. So it is conceivable, not definite, obviously everything's open up, that they might partner with another developer to build some of the homes. And we're thinking, we've obviously spoken to the council, which is sort of, you haven't seen a trajectory, but it has informed what they've put before you. We're thinking that we could deliver 24 homes a month with sort of 2 house builders, which I think would help, along with the Fairview numbers, to get you to the numbers that the council are talking about.
Very helpful, thank you. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to try not to be one of those people who just walks through every step of the what's got to be done before they get into their first, deliver their first house, but just to say there is rather a lot, including the master plan and delivery of infrastructure. And we tried to be as positive as we possibly could and looked at lots of different applications, trying to find similar applications as well as applications within Enfield. And we felt that really, realistically, 2032, 33 seemed far more realistic, given everything that which does need to be done on this major site, and also, you know, not least building at least some of the infrastructure, so the sites can be accessed. So we were a bit, you know, we were genuinely trying to be positive and thinking, okay, well, how quickly really do we think this can happen? And we thought it was 2 years later. In terms of what can be delivered, it is obviously very difficult to find comparator schemes, as we discussed the other day, and we did look quite hard, but we found there's one in Barnet, which is a brownfield site, but it's a similar size and it was very, very clear. And there's 2 Cambridge sites which we looked at. And when we really looked at those, and we looked at the delivery rates and the times from first homes and getting going, and weighting them, so they were the same as what was being delivered at 3,770 homes at Chase Park. We came to an average dwelling per average of 168 dwellings per average. Dwellings per annum. And so therefore we thought by the end of the plan period they were looking more at 1,500 homes, and we were basing that on 4 outlets and a sales rate, average sales rate across those of 0.6, which is fairly generous, because if you look at Trent Park, which is family homes, they're not achieving anywhere near that. So we were trying to be really positive here to sort of say, okay, what do we really think? So that's not to say we think it could hit the 250 overall as an average in later years, but just not within the plan period because of the ramp up times that you need, and because there is a limit to how many 3+ bedroom family homes brand new you can sell at any one time. You know, any one time, even having different outlets. You know, there is a limited market for them, and we're trying to reflect that. In terms of why it matters, because this is what I was trying to get my head around, this is just my own lack of experience, so apologies, but for us, one of the reasons why it matters, if I can just say, is that is that 10 years ago, with the current local plan, we were told that we'd have 2,300 homes at Meridian Water by now. We actually have about 230 to 250. And the upshot of that for the community was that became, Meridian Water's always this thing was about to deliver, and it sort of, our view was it meant that the eye was taken off the ball to actually getting the houses we needed, but it never turned up. And that's why we were a little bit anxious about this not being the same. We'd almost rather see it have a kind of more conservative build-out rate, so that if we're going to build the homes that Enfield needs, the eye's not taken off the ball, for want of a better word. Thank you, sir.
So just to understand that last point, that if the council, say, are always relying on these sites coming forward, then would that be that it might mean that other opportunities are forsaken or ignored or dismissed or refused? Or
to an extent, not necessarily completely dismissed, but maybe, for example, the emphasis on delivering family-sized homes, they may be saying, well, okay, they're going to be all delivered over at Chase Park and Cruise Hill, so therefore in Meridian Water and Joyce and Snells and so on and so forth, we can kind of, turn that down a bit. And that's our worry.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, understood. Understood, thank you. I don't know if they're new points or they are. So, okay, so I'll start with Coma and then go that way.
Just a really quick point, just to say that the numbers that I talked about a few minutes ago, that did include affordable housing as well. So be sort of half and half, but also just wanted to emphasise in terms of the deliverability point that Coma Homes does actually have its own registered provider for affordable housing. So they would be able to get that online as well, because that can be an issue at the moment.
Thank you. And Iceni.
Just very quickly to say, I appreciate Mr. Byrne trying to find evidence to support different delivery rates, but I just don't think there is anything that is comparable to this site in the country. You know, when was the last time we released Greenbelt in London? It has not happened. And so all of the other elements in terms of delivery and pent-up demand can't be reflected in those other schemes. I think as well, just to mention on the Trent Park scheme, that is quite a luxury development, and you know, I don't think it reflects the type of units that would be sold, certainly on Enfield Road South.
Obviously, I don't have the same knowledge necessarily of schemes which are not before me. I've heard Trent Park scheme referred to before. I know I saw obviously on site there's a scheme that's under construction, if you like, just north of Hadley Road. I assume it's not that because it's not at Trent Park. Is there something else that I would be able to see, just for sake of argument, if I was to be in that area?
Yes, I believe this is the Barclay Homes scheme, isn't it, that we're talking about? Correct. Yes, yeah. So, apartments there at 1.5 million, just for reference, looking at there.
Cheap at twice the price. Sorry, it's obviously very late. I need to go home on time. So, there's a point that was made. I just wanted to check something. Yes. So, if you are talking about timescales, 20, and this might be a point for the council really, 2032, once 2022, 2 years difference between what Mr. Burns suggested with his research and what you're suggesting, and it's been pointed out, well, it could actually be more than that. So I've got sort of a range of like 3 to 7 years to deliver. I can see a situation, if I'm absolutely brutally honest, where if there wasn't the master plan and you were just going ahead and just putting planning applications in, it could be done quite quickly. So I just wonder what the timescales from the master plan are, if you've got that to hand.
Yeah, so the aim is for the master plan to go out for public comment in November. That's right. So, what I don't know is whether there's another further date as yet for consideration and then adoption.
Yeah, sorry, you've already told me that. I'd forgotten.
Yes, no, that's. I think the only. If there is another date, then I'll be told.
Yeah,
about it.
I mean, obviously, it would be useful to have an expected approval date, and obviously that's going to be subject to this process for a start, because who knows what might happen. But
sorry, Dr. Jones.
We're expecting approval to be shortly after the adoption of the Enfield local plan. If that does happen. Sorry.
Well, yeah. Lee said soonest mended, I think, on that.
So very shortly.
Before Christmas. No, okay, thank you. Right, no pressure. Okay, anything you want to particularly pick up on anything that's been said? Obviously, this side of the table is quite supportive, and supports everything you've said, and obviously I understand there's a different point of view. Again, I suspect you've wanted somebody at the council's recorded how quickly things can be delivered, because, when you come into 5-year supply discussions at appeals, I'm sure that'll be discussed again.
Yes, quite. I mean, there are, of course, differing positions being taken, and a judgment will have to be reached by you ultimately, a judgment that is informed by the sort of expertise and experience of those who are delivering the evidence. to be clear about it. And so I'm not going to make any obvious submissions that I could make. But I do just flag up that there were a number of sites that were referred to by Mr. Byrne, and I don't make a criticism, but I don't think those various sites that are identified as being the subject matter for leading to the conclusion of a 2032-33 date are in evidence before you. That's to say, in supportive representations. It may be that I'm wrong about that. Mr. Byrne can clarify, but I don't think they are.
Yeah, I'm not totally, because I think, but discussions about lead-in times is a fairly familiar thing for me, and it varies between whoever's making the point and the site and where we are.
Well, quite so, sir. And I was going to say that Mr. Pike can deal with it, but the council isn't without its own information in respect of that, but hasn't provided it to you because of the obvious steps that we'd have to go through in order to do so. But if you want to have that information, which Mr. Pike will indicate how optimistic or otherwise it is, then we can provide that to you.
There's a difference between we think we can be on site in 2027, 28, which is what was originally said, and that it may happen. You may get a fair wind, and it may happen. That's great. My level of comfort about that versus a more, shall we say, conservative approach, at least in terms of comfort. It may be later. It clearly may be later than 2031. It may be before. Some of my understanding of that, as I've said, keep saying, we've got a lot more sites to go through. These are very specific, and as has been pointed out, there might not be nothing. There might not be anything which you can compare to Chase Park in the rest of the plan. But we'll be talking about some of these things as we go in about, how does delivery compare on some of these other sites, and I'll get a very overall comprehensive picture by the time your trajectory arrives. At which point, I'm hoping that we won't have to go too much when we do after the trajectory. It may still be it may be that Chase Park Crew says, well, we might still have to talk about one or two things because they're so complicated. But I'd rather, hopefully, we won't be in that position. We can just take most of that as read, see what it means, and then what the implications are.
Well, quite so. It bears saying, I think, that even if there were delay being built into the trajectory, all that does is increase the importance of actually delivering, because if one then says, well, there's going to be delays in the approach, those delays are going to be set back still further if it affects the judgment as to whether we have a sound plan here.
I think the other factor about this, and we did talk about this before, is if I conclude that, well, 2,500 by 2041 is not likely, or there's not enough comfort there, and a similar issue arrives at some other sites, then what does that mean for your housing requirement? Because obviously it's about delivering, and this is to an extent a capacity-driven requirement rather than a needs-driven. And there's needs, but the number has come out of what you think you're going to deliver in the planned period, as opposed to something else. So that, again, that would be, well, how does that affect that number or not? And if the number is set, what does that mean, or is the number variable based on? So it's as much as anything, that's why I really need to understand what's like by the implementation, because of that nuance there. Yes. Sorry, right, I have nothing else. I'm sure you're very welcome to say. Of course, I'm not forcing anyone to stay. We cannot go. There's no gun.
Entirely by our own choice.
Nobody's held here at gunpoint. But anyway, thank you. I've got nothing else to say. I assume nobody else has. Once again, I must apologise I really was confident we were going to get finished before now, and I've failed in that, and I appreciate everyone staying to the end. Again, particularly those, as I say, who are here voluntarily, if you like, not being paid for your time. So you really appreciate everyone's contributions over the last couple of days. a huge amount for me to think about, and I say both my thanks and my apologies. But I will adjourn now until 9:30 on Tuesday, when we're talking about the placemaking areas. And I'm conscious, because Annette reminded me that I haven't sent out agendas yet for that, so I will endeavour to do that for those things. So thank you all again. Have good weekends. See you all again. Thank you.